following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Mahomes is looking, spins out of a tackle. Mahomes flips it into the end zone, caught, touchdown Kansas City.
I mean, seriously.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the back of the end zone on a jump shot from Patrick Mahomes extends the KC lead.
What are we doing here?
I mean, that's unreal.
Shotgun, Herbert, pump, throw, lofts it right side, juggling attempt, Mike Williams, touchdown! Fantastic grab! And the Chargers add to their lead.
Allen looking to his left, running to his left, sets up and throws to his right. Pass is complete. Diggs is open in the end zone. Touchdown, Bills. Everybody was moving left to right, and Josh Allen was able to throw it back to Diggs to give the Bills a 16-7 lead.
The Eagle quarterback gets the shotgun snap. He fakes it, runs it himself around the right side, 25, 20, far sideline 15, a block at the 10, cuts inside the 5, pushes a pile, drives, scores! Hurts with a terrific run! Magnificent!
Every primetime game.
Whatever it takes.
All season long.
The only thing matters is a win. That's it.
The road to Super Bowl 57 is on Westwood One.
Let's go, man.
Now it's time for Thursday Night Football. Here's your host, Scott Graham.
We welcome you to the start of week number 7 in the National Football League as the Arizona Cardinals host the New Orleans Saints on Thursday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by Geico, by AutoZone, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Hulu Plus Live TV, and by NFL.com. Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Graham. We welcome you to Thursday Night Football here on Westwood One. Tonight, the New Orleans Saints and the Arizona Cardinals. Both teams coming in at 2-4. Both teams having their difficulties in terms of having participants on the field and healthy coming into this game. But one of the key storylines for tonight as Arizona goes back home again is that they will get a big piece of the puzzle back again as DeAndre Hopkins makes his return. And we'll see whether or not that can make an impact for an offense that has truly struggled. For more, we'll head out to Glendale, Arizona. Welcome to the two guys calling the action in an alfresco State Farm Stadium, Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf. Guys?
Yes, it's a beautiful day in the desert. So the roof is open, the sun shining in, and we are getting ready for Thursday Night Football to begin with two teams that are a little banged up coming into this game to start off the week. Let's start, though, with the New Orleans Saints because, Ryan Leaf, it seems as the injuries are more significant for the Saints on their side. No Jarvis Landry, no Michael Thomas. Those are your top two wide receivers. No left guard and Andrews Pete. Your top tight end, Adam Troutman, is gone. And, oh, by the way, when you flip to the defensive side, no Marshawn Lattimore, no Paulson Adebo, two of your top corners. This is not an ideal situation for Dennis Allen's team coming in at 2-4.
No, it's not, and especially on a short week, right? You're trying to get them back, get them healthy, and you can't put them out there when you're a 2-4 team and where you need a win. And you mentioned it, right? Marshawn Lattimore, Paulson Adebo, both starting quarters, along with Jarvis Landry and Michael Thomas. Sounds like we're going to get Chris Olave back after the concussion from a week ago. He's going to be asked to do a lot in this offense. Not the same thing on the other side of the football with the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, and for the Arizona Cardinals, they're banged up as well. No Hollywood Brown. He goes on IR. Justin Pugh, the left guard, likely done for the season. But the good news, if you're an Arizona fan, is they pick up Robbie Anderson in a trade this week with the Carolina Panthers. And, oh, by the way, DeAndre Hopkins returns to play tonight after a 6-game suspension from the NFL.
Yeah, arguably the best wide receiver when that trade came down from Houston. He's back. You know, you look at New Orleans and they have been taken away. There's been subtracted from. Instead, here on the Arizona side of the football, they add Robbie Anderson, who's going to be active tonight and go. And then DeAndre Hopkins, I think a lot of people were wondering he might be on a pitch count. No, I think he gets a lot of targets. I think they use him in this offense tremendously, which is going to make Kyler Murray a very happy fellow.
It's 2-2-4 teams entering week number 7 in the National Football League. And you never want to say in week 7 that this is a must-win, because it isn't a must-win. But it sure would like to win for each of these teams. And the Arizona Cardinals in that division, they're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Everybody's kind of bunched in that 4-3, 3-3, 2-4 range. But Arizona cannot seem to get any traction to make headway in that division.
And I will say this, with Dennis Allen being in his first season as head coach, a loss tonight wouldn't be as impactful. If Cliff Kingsbury loses another game, and in the fashion in which they have over the last few weeks, the temperature is going to get very, very toasty, and I don't just mean the weather outside.
Well, and when you look at this Arizona team, it's never a good sign when your head coach during the week says he'd be open to giving up play calling. That's a very bad sign and a concerning sign for Cliff Kingsbury.
Kevin, the reason he was brought here was because he was a play caller. They didn't bring him here to be a game manager or micromanage his coaches. He was brought here to call plays.
Well, and this Arizona team needs plays, and they need a win. They've lost 8 straight in this building. Roof open, roof closed. It hasn't mattered, and they haven't won on Thursday since 2016. That's 5 straight losses in their Thursday night games. Right now, let's rejoin Scott Graham in the Progressive Insurance Studios. Progressive Insurance gives you protection on the phone, online, or on the app 24/7, because things happen 24/7. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
All right, thank you, guys. We've got much more to come as we approach kickoff between the New Orleans Saints and the Arizona Cardinals, including a look at what's going to happen with your fantasy team tonight and for the rest of the weekend. But when we return, we're going to talk about one of the rising stars and talk to one of the rising stars, the Arizona Cardinals defense, linebacker Zaven Collins. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The superstars of the NBA are back on the floor, and you can hear every game on SiriusXM.
Off the window and in.
Every LeBron dunk.
Right hand jam. Oh, it's the James show here.
Every Kevin Durant shot.
Open three. Oh, KD.
Every moment that matters is on SiriusXM and the SXM app.
The Golden State Warriors once again are NBA champions.
And the place to talk about it all day, every day is NBA Radio, Channel 86.
Trick or treat?
Grab your fill of both on the SiriusXM app with exclusive Halloween scares, soundtracks, and specials. Featuring the non-stop spooky sounds of Scream Radio, the Freaky 50 Halloween Songs Countdown, guest DJ sessions from the Crypt, and more. All happening now on the SiriusXM app.
Don't miss a sensational Premier League match on SiriusXM FC. Chelsea are flying under new manager Graham Potter.
Christian Pulisic with the left foot dink finish across the goalkeeper.
But will the Blues be grounded on Saturday by Manchester United?
Bruno Fernandes has found the net for United.
Chelsea, Manchester United. Coverage begins Saturday at 12:30 Eastern on SiriusXM FC 157 and on the SXM app.
There's nothing in club soccer like the UEFA Champions League.
It doesn't get much better than that.
And it's on SiriusXM. Knockout stage hopes hang in the balance when Italian giant Juventus battles one of Portugal's best, Benfica.
Weston McKennie fires Juve in front.
The group stage of the Champions League continues Tuesday at 3 Eastern on SiriusXM FC and the SXM app.
Welcome to the Thursday Night Football pregame show on Westwood One. Sponsored by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Once again, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, getting you ready for Thursday Night Football between the New Orleans Saints and Arizona Cardinals tonight. Arizona, as you heard Kevin Kugler talking about at the top, really needs to try to find something at home. They have lost 8 in a row at State Farm Stadium, and their offense, which was supposed to be explosive, has not been, even with Kyler Murray at the helm. He now has more than 2,000 rushing yards in his first 4 seasons in the league, and Saints defender Cam Jordan talked about how you go about defending this guy.
Kyler Murray is one of those, electric quarterbacks that can escape the pocket, and whether you like it or not, he's going to You've seen him lose 10 yards to gain 5, This is just something you have to be aware of. He's one of those guys that can make you miss because, you're not able to track him through the offensive linemen. Offensive linemen are well above 6 feet, and there's times where you just have to be aware of who you're rushing against.
Good news for Kyler Murray tonight is that he does indeed have DeAndre Hopkins back after his 6-game suspension for performance-enhancing drugs to begin the season. Hopkins had 8 catches for $111 and 2 touchdowns the last time he faced New Orleans. That was when he was a Houston Texan. Dennis Allen talks about how you deal with Hopkins coming back.
I don't think the scheme changes a ton. Maybe the things that they do with him, how they try to utilize him. Obviously, there's some one-on-one matchup things that they try to utilize to get him the ball. I think he's a extremely talented receiver. I just think he's another weapon that has the ability to make plays for them.
And Hopkins, for his part, making his debut for the season here in Week 7, was asked this week as he was getting ready and back into shape, was he feeling any nerves walking back out onto the field?
I've been in the NFL for 10 years. I've been productive every year. Whatever quarterback is throwing me the ball. So I've never had a concern or worry. Obviously, I felt like I let my team down, but it wasn't something that I was going to, let myself mentally get down, knowing that we have 11 games to play when I get back.
In a lot of ways, the star of the show for Arizona so far this year has been the defense playing well and the emergence of last year's top draft pick, linebacker Zaven Collins. He was a guy who saw a lot of time on the field last year, but didn't see as many snaps as a lot of people would have hoped. Well, he had 9 tackles in his first 2 career sacks last week and is beginning to find his footing. When we talked this week, he was talking about the fact that he, as a player, is just a lot more comfortable here in 2022.
I think a lot of it is just, kind of cleaning my mind and just being able to play free out there and just react more than just kind of think about things and process things. I'm just reacting. So it's nice to feel that way and just, go back to our rules that we have as a defense. And then ultimately, the goal I set for myself before each game is just like always be around the ball, run to the ball, and, good things will happen.
You were an elite college football player, and then you come into the NFL, and guys have told me this, on the offensive side of the ball, the defensive side of the ball. You get to the NFL, and it's different. I mean, it's a different level, and there's a lot of different things that you need to adjust to as a player to be able to get to that spot, like you're talking about, playing with a free mind. How tough was that last year?
Yeah, it was, coming into Arizona and then, obviously learning like the whole playbook and, having all this stuff as the mic, being able to process information, be able to, call plays, call adjustments, know what we have to do in this situation. What if the mic goes out? Know the play calls that, the DC would want to call in certain situations if the mic goes out, because it's happened before. That's one of the hardest things about going from college to the NFL is a lot of it's physical and a lot of it's mental. So it's like, it's a big jump in both areas. And it's just being able to play free and clear-minded like college was, and, kind of getting back to that has really helped me.
As a young player, you get an opportunity to step into the league, and you're not only playing against, you're playing alongside guys that you were watching. And for a young player, that experience is always different. I'm going to guess for a defensive player to be in the same locker room with and just being around, even though the position is not exactly the same, a guy like a J.J. Watt, I mean, that's got to be just like an endless source of you being able to learn things on a daily basis.
Yeah, JJ really helps with a lot of stuff off the field as far as like taking care of your body, how to respond to certain things that are, not so much field based. And he helps a lot with field based stuff with D linemen, what he's thinking on pass rush. He's got all these games and stuff that he's good at, where I need to have my eyes, my influence of my body on pass rush for him to do certain things or me to do certain things. He's really beneficial in that, but he's been super beneficial in, taking care of the body, what to eat, how to eat, and, stretching, rolling out. He's a really good leader to have on and off the field for, players like me in the locker room.
I know it's a long time ago now, but you were a hell of a high school quarterback and a running quarterback and a throwing quarterback as well. And I've talked with guys who have made that kind of transition, who have been an offensive player going to the defensive side. Does knowing how the field looks flipped help you as a defensive player in your growth?
In some aspects, yeah. It's been a while since I've done that, but in some aspects, yeah, for sure. Especially with like box counting and stuff like that, you don't really, see that as a defensive player. But, offensive guys have always seen that, especially QBs. They've always seen, box counts. Is the box wide? Is it heavy? And then the number count as well, as far as like protection and stuff. So it's helped me in that aspect. And then also, our coaches here coaching me up have really helped me with that.
I know that in a lot of ways people have been disappointed with how the season has gone so far, but we're in week 7. We're not in week 17, and every locker room, every player deals with that kind of thing in a different way, but in a lot of ways the same, keeping your head down and plugging. Is that pretty much where you are right now?
Yeah, I mean, you can't. What's in the past is in the past. Last year we were, I forgot, like 7-0, 8-0, and then kind of, tailed off at the end. Right now it could be bumpy, and if we just continue to work and get better every week and stay healthy, I think we'll, continue to rise like we should. The best thing to do is stay together and just keep working. We can't point fingers. We can't blame anyone. There's 22 guys on the field, and then, there's another 11 with special teams. All three phase together during practice every day of the week and in the film room and say, this is what's going wrong. This is how we got to get better. And, we can't point fingers at no one. We just got to own up to our mistakes. Say, hey, like on defense, we sit there and watch film all the time, and you got to be able to be like, yeah, I messed that up and done this. And I think that's how we've grown as a defense. And I think that's how we'll continue to grow as a team, defense, special teams, offense, the whole thing, just keeping our head down and keep working. It sounds kind of typical, but I mean, that's what you have to do. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no remedy other than that.
Zaven, thanks so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. Good luck to you the rest of the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Zaven Collins is just 23 years old, born and raised in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and by way of the University of Tulsa. Again, a guy who did not get as much time on the field last year, but really seems to be coming into his own, and that's something that the Cardinals and their fan base are hoping continues here in 2022. Working our way toward kickoff of Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1 between the Saints and the Cards. Back with more of the pregame show in a moment, but first, time for our weekly Thursday Night Buzzcast from Sports Business Journal.
I'm Ben Fisher, and here's the latest in the business of pro football. An NFL game is coming to the Friday after Thanksgiving starting next year, the league and Amazon Prime announced this week. It's a one-year trial for now, but expected to become a calendar mainstay. The Tennessee Titans in the city of Nashville this week unveiled plans to build a $2.1 billion indoor stadium. Taxpayers would pay about 60% of the cost, making it one of the largest stadium subsidies ever. They hope the new venue will lure future Super Bowls, Final Fours, and major concerts. Indianapolis Colts owner Jim Irsay became the first NFL owner to publicly suggest he'd vote to kick Washington Commanders owner Dan Snyder out of the league, saying there's, quote, merit to the idea. Snyder faces investigations into a range of accusations from both the NFL and Congress. That's your weekly Thursday Night Buzzcast presented by Sports Business Journal, and I'm Ben Fisher. To start your day with the biggest stories in sports business, subscribe to Sports Business Journal's Morning Buzzcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1 from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. Bundle today at progressive.com. We continue getting you ready for the Saints and the Cardinals, but we are joined now by the guy who's going to help you through tonight and through the remainder of your weekend. It's a lot of pressure, but he is Sports Illustrated senior fantasy analyst Michael Fabiano, who is here with us each week. Michael, how are you?
I am good. Fantasy football continues to drive many of us insane, but it's fun trying to make these picks.
Well, the good part is I know that it's not your fault that I drafted Aaron Rodgers. We can talk about that at another time. But just taking a look at this game tonight, when you take a look at the guys who are inactive for this evening's game, it almost reads like an all-star list of who you would have chosen from these teams' rosters back on draft night.
No question. Michael Thomas out. Jarvis Landry out. Jameis Winston will be the backup to Andy Dalton. Adam Troutman is out. Marshawn Lattimore is out, which is good news for the Cardinals wide receivers, which we'll discuss. Andrus Peat out on the offensive line. And for the Cardinals, they just put Hollywood Brown on injured reserve today. James Conner, Darrell Williams, and let's talk a little kicker here, right? Matt Prater also out of the equation for the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, so for the barn burner offensive games that we've had the last couple of weeks here on Thursday Night Football, I need to know who is starting tonight and who is sitting.
It's a shorter list than you would think, right? I mean, for the Saints, Alvin Kamara is in a great spot. Chris Olave is a go, which means you're going to start him. If you need help at tight end, Taysom Hill, who's got a very high ceiling but a very low floor. And the Cardinals will get DeAndre Hopkins back, which is huge, and I would start him. I don't think there'll be any limitations. Zach Ertz, Kyler Murray, who has not been good in 3 of his last 4 games, though. It's a thin quarterback position this season. I would start him. And then Eno Benjamin is a risk-reward flex option, considering Connor and Williams are both out.
Now, last week, you did not do as well in terms of your player props as you have been so far. You're still 10-6 for the season, and I thought you got a couple of bad breaks last week in going 1-3. But what do you like in terms of tonight?
Yeah, the overtime hurt me last week, and basically that game was not very fantasy-friendly.
The overtime hurt all of us, Mike. The overtime hurt all of us.
Let's go Andy Dalton, under 212.5 passing yards at -110. He has gone 2 games in a row without going for over 200. He's also got that back injury. So who knows? Maybe we see Jameis Winston in this game. Alvin Kamara over 63.5 rushing yards at -110. Zach Ertz, this one seems like a gimme. Over 45.5 receiving yards at -110. And then I'm going to go kicker. Will Lutz over 6.5 points at -114. Every kicker but one to face the Cardinals this year has scored at least 8 points. How about that?
Well, yeah, and the Thursday Night Football is where field goals go to die, so that's just fine in terms of what we've seen the last couple of weeks. But one of the things we are seeing, Mike, is that scoring in the league is down, and fantasy football scoring has been really strange this year. So when you look at what you like this week and what you don't like, I'm going to imagine every week has a little bit of a minefield to it.
Yeah, you couldn't be more correct. It has been a very strange season, but let's go through the starts and the sits. We'll start at the quarterback. Dak is back this week. I like him against the Lions. And then also, you've got Tua, who's expected to be back, start him against the Steelers. But Russell Wilson, you want to talk about strange? This guy is not better than Geno Smith from a fantasy perspective. I'm benching him against the Jets, and Jared Goff against the Cowboys is also a fade. The running backs to start, Josh Jacobs and Zeke Elliott. I actually can feel good about starting Zeke this week against the Lions. I am fading Clyde Edwards-Helaire and David Montgomery if I can, but a lot of people are going to have to start them with 4 teams on a bye. Tyler Lockett, stinker last week. I think he bounces back in against the Lightning Bolts. Alan Lazard's a start him against the Commanders. The sit-em wide receivers don't chase the points with Juju. Don't love the matchup against the Niners. Deontay Johnson's a sit-em again against Miami. David Njoku, Pat Freiermuth, both goes at tight end. And you want to talk about a position that's been very tough to prognosticate. Mike Gesicki scored over 20 fantasy points last week. Nobody played him. I'm not playing him this week against Pittsburgh. And then Daniel Bellinger, who actually had a good game, and people were picking up off the waiver wire. I'm saying sit him. The matchup is not great against Jacksonville. And when you look at the targets, he's not getting a ton per week.
It's a world gone mad in a lot of ways, but
it is.
We'll power through and we'll see what we end up with, and we'll talk again next week.
The line that I like to use is dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
That is Michael Fabiano, Senior Fantasy Analyst for Sports Illustrated. Just ahead, we'll take a look at news and notes from around the league. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
There's only one place on SiriusXM to get your fix of the Atlantic Coast Conference, and that's ACC Today.
We're here on the ACC channel, folks. Get on our level.
Weekdays from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Join Chris Patola and crew, including Torrey Holt.
I hope they are just as fired up about this year as I am.
And Roddy Jones.
I'm a little disappointed we're not playing college ball right now.
As they tackle the ACC like no one else.
We are just flying off the handle with takes.
It's only on SiriusXM ACC Radio, Channel 371, and the SXM app.
Busted Open, the authority of pro wrestling, is available as a podcast. Listen to me, Dave LaGreca, and my all-star panel of co-hosts, including Hall of Famers Bully Ray and Mark Henry, to legends like Tommy Dreamer and Mickie James, and the AEW Women's Champion, Thunder Rosa, bring you the best in the pro wrestling world and talk to the biggest names from WWE, AEW, and beyond. Catch Busted Open live Monday through Saturday, 9 to noon Eastern, and the Busted Open podcast wherever podcasts are available.
This is Adam Shine, host of the Adam Shine Podcast. Here to tell you can listen to my podcast all year round. I'll give you my NFL picks against the spread, give you fantasy advice all season long, while being joined by the best guests in all of sports. He's Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers.
This is what I expect. I expect to play well every year.
We release episodes of the Adam Shine Podcast every week. Subscribe today wherever you stream your podcasts or listen on the SXM app, including with no subscriptions.
The Adam Shine Podcast.
Hey, this is Matt Schick from SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. This football season, there's only one way to stay up to date with your favorite school, the SXM app. From interviews with coaches,
Jim Harbaugh, head coach of Michigan, sitting down with us.
Our goals are pretty simple. We want to win the Big Ten championship. We want to win the national championship.
To analysis on your team.
It's national championship or bust for the Buckeyes this year.
It's all in one place on the SXM app. Just search for your school's name and look for that iconic logo. It's college football season on SiriusXM, so download the SXM app and start listening today.
One step closer to kickoff time for the Saints and the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football here on Westwood 1. And as we turn into Week 7, Dallas Cowboys, a team that has survived the loss of their quarterback, even though they were beaten in Philadelphia by the Eagles last week, go home at 4-2 to take on the Detroit Lions. And, well, if you hear Dak Prescott talking to the media about it, looks like good news right around the corner.
I am. I think, anyway, so.
Do you wish the game was tomorrow? Or do you need these days to get ready?
I mean, I'm fine. I think the number count, I think if you watched practice or had that film, you would say that, yeah, I could play today, I could play tomorrow. But obviously there's still preparation to be done. This is just Thursday. We've got Friday, Saturday to make sure that we're exactly where we need to be. But as far as health-wise, yeah.
Good time to come back for Dak Prescott, too. 911 passing yards and 8 touchdowns, no interceptions in 3 career starts against the Detroit Lions. Another backup after Cooper Rush did a good job for Dallas that has done a good job of keeping his team in contention is the guy who took over for the New England Patriots. I'm talking about Bailey Zappi, the rookie, who likely will not get the start this week. Looks like Mac Jones is trending toward coming back again. But Zappi talked about his prep work, one way or the other, really doesn't change.
For me, it's still the same mentally, the way I approach it. I still study the game plan the same way I would, whether, like you said, I was third string or I was starting. That's the kind of mentality that I take into it every week. That's the mentality I'm going to take into this week, so I think that's going to carry on throughout the rest of the year.
Patriots defense has been carrying them. They are here on Monday Night Football on Westwood 1 this week against the Chicago Bears. Our coverage on Monday night with NFL Network's Rich Eisen begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. This has been the Thursday Night Football pregame show on Westwood 1, sponsored by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Scott Graham in our studios, and I will be back at halftime. We're going to take a look at the Sunday night game. We're going to do it through the eyes of Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver Chase Claypool. But when we return, we're going to head back to State Farm Stadium, rejoin Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Football season is underway, so now is the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back if your first bet doesn't win. Just sign up with promo code Thursday. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from the money line to point spreads to player props. So sign up today with promo code Thursday for your no-sweat first bet. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
Must be present in state where lawful to wager. 21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit fanduel.com/RG. Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. Arizona 1-800-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat. Connecticut 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Indiana, Kansas 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com. Louisiana 1-877-770-STOP. New York 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789. Wyoming, West Virginia 1-800-522-4700 or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net.
Hi, this is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
That's not a rumor. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yep.
And I can actually ship there, right?
We have UPS right here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples has all your shipping supplies and UPS service in store. And right now, get 25% off UPS Express shipping services. Staples, the best kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Valid only in Staples U.S. store.
Will they find a home? Sponsor
Sponsored by Geico. Jane doesn't mind an apartment with no elevator.
5 flights of stairs is 5 plates of cardio.
Bob is a little less enthusiastic about stairs.
I hate stairs.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle renters and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Jane and Bob found an apartment that's a 4-story walk-up. And Bob?
Yeah, there's a freight elevator she doesn't know about.
What were you talking about?
Oh, nothing.
Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Thursday Night Football.
Football fans, this is Tom Brady. Join me and Jim Gray every Monday night at 6 Eastern for Let's Go on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app.
Thursday Night Football is on Westwood 1.
Throws over the middle, caught, touchdown, untouched, into the end zone, one beyond the hat trick. He's got 4.
Tonight, it's the New Orleans Saints.
Dalton to throw. Does throw. Near side, that is going to be a touchdown to Traquan Smith. That's how you do it. Bing, bang, boom. Traquan Smith, touchdown.
And the Arizona Cardinals.
Snap to Murray, drops back to throw. Everybody covered, pointing, directing traffic, fires back in the end zone, and a sliding attempt, and A.J. Green pulled it in. He got it. We are going to overtime. What a throw by Murray.
Kickoff is less than 15 minutes away. Let's head to the stadium and join Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf.
Thank you and welcome to State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, as we get set to kick off Week 7 with a matchup of two teams that have struggled through the first portion of the season. Both the Saints and Cardinals enter with identical 2-4 records, and both have big questions to answer as we move deeper into the season. But both can also say they're only a game out of first place in their respective divisions. I'm Kevin Kugler, joined by former NFL quarterback Ryan Leaf. Scott Graham will join us from our Westwood 1 studios at halftime. And Ryan, is that enough comfort for these teams entering Week 7 that even at 2-4 they can still look at their division standings and say, hey, we're right in this thing?
Yes, Kevin. Hope can go so far in this league. If you can see it, you can grasp it, and that's right there for both of these teams. A win tonight would put them right in the same column, the win column, as their division's leaders.
Well, and for Arizona, they have to feel like, hey, some reinforcements have arrived. Even though they lost Hollywood Brown to injury, and it sounds like he's out at least a month with a foot injury. They placed him on IR today. They don't have James Conner at running back, but they get DeAndre Hopkins back. They also picked up Robbie Anderson in a trade with the Carolina Panthers, but Arizona was 8-2 when they had DeAndre Hopkins last season, and now he's back in the lineup.
Yeah, he's a big security blanket for Kyler Murray. He always has been, and he was arguably the best wide receiver in all of pro football when the trade took place. He's been away from the game for a long time. Thought there might be a pitch count on him tonight. Sounds like he's going to be full go and be targeted a lot.
He was suspended 6 games for the PED suspension, and so now is back for the first time and has said he will talk about that at the end of the season. We'll see what he has to say at the end of the season, but right now all he's talking is football. The Saints would love to have that problem. They'd love to have reinforcements coming at the wide receiver spot, but Ryan, they're lacking there. Michael Thomas, out again with injury. Jarvis Landry, out again with injury. Couple that with both of their starting corners, Paulson Adebo and Marshawn Lattimore, out with injury, and the Saints are a hurting unit coming in.
Yeah, I really thought a week ago against the Cincinnati Bengals, with everybody out, it was going to be a tough go. But somehow Andy Dalton and that offense was able to generate a bunch of points and keep them in that football game, especially early on. I just feel like these injuries have to catch up with you at some point. Playing a lot of players that haven't played before. This wide receiver room, look for a ton of Taysom Hill tonight. A couple weeks ago against the Seattle Seahawks, he was a difference maker in that football game. Expect a lot from him tonight.
Quarterback position for the Saints, it is still going to be Andy Dalton who gets to start. Jameis Winston is getting closer. He's missed the last 3 games with a back injury and an ankle injury. He's getting closer, but on a short week, they've opted to go with Andy Dalton, who's also been slowed by a back injury.
I talked to Andy Dalton before the game on the field, and he looks great. He said he's healthy. I also told him, I said, what's up? You jump in, and all of a sudden you're scoring points out the door, right? You scored 25, 39, and 26 points over the last 3 weeks, and he's not turning the football over, and he said that was the key. He's only thrown 1 interception. Before Jameis Winston went out, he had thrown in almost 5 interceptions at the time, and now they're playing mistake-free football, scoring a lot of points, and somehow the defense has kind of flipped on the other side of that, and they're allowing a ton of points over the last 3 weeks.
Well, here in Arizona, they're hoping to see a win. It's been a long time. The Cardinals have lost 8 straight at home, over a year since they won before the home fans in Arizona, and that can make fans a little grumpy when they don't see the home team win.
A full calendar year, Kevin, they have not won in this building. And you're supposed to have some sort of home field advantage, and it just hasn't been the case. The 2 games this year, of course, you lose to 2 pretty good teams, like Kansas City, L.A., and just a little bit ago, the Philadelphia Eagles. So this is an opportunity to take on a 2-4 team on a short week with a lot of injuries on that roster.
Well, and some injuries on the offensive line for the Cardinals. We'll get into that as we move into this game. The Saints have just taken the field. Fans here not happy to see them. Some boos flying out at the Saints as they take the field. Stay with us. We're working our way towards kickoff between New Orleans and Arizona. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, I'm Brian Dunseth from SiriusXM FC. Every Monday, join Tom Rainey and me as we go all around the soccer world on our podcast, Week in the Tackle.
Enter our private circle.
From the significant...
There is a lot of reason to think they're going to win this tournament.
...to the absurd.
This little car comes on, like...
We cover the soccer stories we find interesting on Week in the Tackle. Available for free on Stitcher or your favorite podcast platform.
NFL fans, right now on the SXM app, hear in-depth coverage of your team with the Believe Podcast Network on SiriusXM. It's all the analysis, all the breakdowns that matter to you, hosted by the players who played for your team and the fans who eat, sleep, and breathe it. 32 diehard fan bases, 32 podcasts. The Believe Podcast Network on SiriusXM. BLEAV. Search Believe in, followed by your team on the SXM app, Pandora, Stitcher, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of Black Diamonds, a SiriusXM original podcast. Right now on your podcast feed, I'm telling the story of the great Satchel Paige with Guardians pitcher Tristan McKenzie.
To know what he meant to the city of Cleveland is huge, to know that I could just drag on his coattails a little bit and feel like I'm a part of his legacy.
Don't miss Black Diamonds. Available now on the SXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If Big 12 football runs deep in your veins, then SiriusXM Big 12 Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news, and analysis from experts like Holly Rowe, Dusty Dvorak, Fozzie Whitaker, and Gabe Eicher, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big 12 football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the SiriusXM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
In Glendale, Arizona, alongside Ryan Leaf, I'm Kevin Kugler. The roof open. It was a perfect day in Phoenix. The weather has turned. 3 weeks ago, there would not have been the roof open for this game. It was 100 degrees. Today, right around 85, bright sunshine, the roof open. A perfect night for football here in the desert, and a game between the Arizona Cardinals at 2-4 and the New Orleans Saints at 2-4. It's time now for Ryan Leaf's keys to tonight's game. And Ryan, they're both 2-4, so let's start with the folks from New Orleans. What do the Saints need to do to get on a winning track?
All right, on the offensive side of it, they have to protect Andy Dalton. As long as they keep doing that, he can take advantage. His veteran leadership has allowed for that, and the running game is a huge part of what they need to do. Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara over the last couple weeks has really kind of been rejuvenated after a slow start this season. On the defensive side of the football for the New Orleans Saints, because they're out at both corners, Chris Harris, who was activated tonight, a veteran cornerback, he's going to be asked to go up against DeAndre Hopkins, and that is a matchup I think we all should take a look at. Can the guy that hasn't got a lot of run this year go out and guard one of the best wide receivers in all of football on his first night back out there?
Now look at the Arizona Cardinals. They're also 2-4. We talked about it a moment ago. They've lost 8 straight at home. For Cliff Kingsbury, the temperature's starting to rise a little bit in his 4th year with the Cardinals. How does Arizona get that elusive home win and maybe turn the temperature down a little bit?
Well, I think that on the offensive side, they have to run the football. I mean, being without James Conner for so long this year, that's limited them. And also, Kyler Murray hasn't been the same guy with his feet. He just hasn't. So I need them to run the football tonight a little bit to take some pressure off it, and then you got to take some shots and make them cover down the football field. Good thing Robbie Anderson gets signed. He's probably only going to have a small package of plays, but it's going to be ones where he takes the top off down the football field, allowing DeAndre Hopkins to do things around the middle, more possession type situations. On the defensive side of the football, the biggest thing for me is that trio of Pac-12 defensive backs. You got Budda Baker, you got Jalen Thompson, and you got Byron Murphy. Those guys have been special this year. They are ball hawks. They get the ball on the ground, and that's going to be a huge factor for them to make Andy Dalton commit a turnover so they can have more possessions on the offensive side of the ball.
For Arizona, an offensive line that's banged up, expect Billy Price to start at center for the injured Rodney Hudson. Max Garcia going at left guard. They put Justin Pugh on IR earlier in the week. The opening kickoff is coming up. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
When you open up a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van, you're opening up more than just doors. You're unlocking potential. The potential to do your own thing, be your own boss, and steer your own success. Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van owners live, work, and play out their dreams, no matter how far off the beaten path it takes them. Because they know there's nothing like taking your own route and reawakening that spirit of adventure that lies within all of us. With 16 body types, your choice of a gas or diesel engine, and thousands of ways to customize, a Sprinter van is capable and versatile enough to help drive your ambitions, wherever you want to take them. So go ahead. Now's the time. Unlock your potential inside a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter.
Whether you're working in an office or remote, Staples has your tech.
New AirPods so I can turn up the music and tune out distractions.
Staples has your tech.
Oh, a spare monitor for my spare bedroom/home office.
A webcam for all my video chats.
Staples has you covered with tech solutions and accessories, from the latest laptops to networking solutions. And now Apple AirPods Pro are just $199. You save $50. The latest tech solutions are at Staples, the working and learning store, in-store and online. Ends 10/22, limit 2 while supplies last.
Of course I know how to make Parmesan-crusted salmon. It'll be the best you've ever had. See you tonight.
You know you can't cook.
I know.
Even boiling water is a struggle for you.
I know.
What were you thinking?
I wasn't. What am I gonna do?
Oh, honey, just go for Grubhub and tell him the truth.
You make it sound so easy.
Yeah, it is. The food will arrive before he does, and he'll be so impressed with your ordering skills that all will be forgiven.
I think you're onto something.
I am. Go for date night deliciousness. Go for Grubhub. Download the Grubhub app today.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Geico presents Daily Affirmations.
Repeat after me. We are filled with an abundance of joy.
We are filled with an abundance of joy.
Also an abundance of questions. Good thing Geico has 24/7 claim service to help answer questions and resolve claims quickly.
Good thing Geico has 24/7 claim service.
We are also filled with an abundance of biscuits.
We are also filled with, I don't think it works this way.
Oh, and jam. Don't forget jam.
To manifest more Geico in your life, go to geico.com.
Welcome back to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history, sponsored by NetSuite by Oracle.
Drew Brees looking at a 3rd and 4 from the 45 of Arizona. Here comes the blitz. Brees has time, throws over the middle, ball's caught by Cooks. Down the far sideline, 20, 15, 10, 5. He is in. Touchdown, New Orleans Saints. And Drew Brees made the Arizona Cardinals pay for that blitz.
Steve Rabel is heard here on Westwood One. No doubt Drew Brees, throughout his brilliant career, was one of the best at handling a blitz, as he did right there when he hooked up with Brandon Cooks on a 45-yard score the last time the Saints traveled to Arizona back in Week 15, 6 years ago. The future Hall of Fame quarterback finished the game with 389 yards passing and 4 touchdowns in all as the Saints beat the Cardinals 48-41. The 89 combined points made it the highest scoring game of the 2016 season. That's tonight's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by NetSuite by Oracle. Over 31,000 businesses have the confidence they need because of NetSuite. Head to netsuite.com/touchdown for a one-of-a-kind flexible financing offer. That's netsuite.com/touchdown. Arizona has won the toss. They have elected to defer. That means the New Orleans Saints are going to start with the football first. And Ryan Leaf, what that means is we're going to see right away what the Saints offense does without Michael Thomas, without Jarvis Landry, without their tight end Adam Troutman. It's going to be very interesting to see how much of Alvin Kamara, how much of Taysom Hill involved early.
Yeah, I think we got a good look at what they were going to do offensively, but I do think they didn't involve Taysom Hill enough a week ago, and that's going to be a difference maker in their offensive game plan this week moving forward.
The Arizona Cardinals come out tonight in the black uniforms, black tops, black bottoms, red piping along the sides of those black pants with red numerals trimmed in white, and the black Cardinals helmets, and the polar opposite of that on the Saints side. White tops, white bottoms, black numerals on front and back, and of course the traditional gold Saints helmet with the fleur-de-lis in black on either side of that helmet. Moving from left to right of the Cardinals, from right to left of the Saints in this first quarter, and it's time for the opening kickoff, sponsored by Grubhub. Go for Grubhub. Go for game night deliciousness. Download the Grubhub app today. Rashid Shaheed, the deep man for the New Orleans Saints. Rodrigo Blankenship just added to the roster today from the practice squad. He began the year in Indy, but Matt Prater's still slowed by the hip injury, and so Blankenship gets a second opportunity after being cut in September by the Indianapolis Colts. He'll approach the football, drives his right leg through, and we are underway on Thursday Night Football, and Shaheed will watch this one sail through the end zone for a touchback, and out comes Andy Dalton, the oldest player on this team at 34 years old. Dalton making his 4th start of the season. He's thrown for 585 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, playing behind a line of James Hurst at left tackle, Calvin Throckmorton starting for the injured Andrews Pete at left guard, Eric McCoy at center, Cesar Ruiz at right guard, and Ryan Ramczyk, the right tackle. Taysom Hill is the tight end, Marquez Callaway, Traquan Smith, the wide receivers with Chris Olave, Alvin Kamara in the backfield to the right of Andy Dalton, who stands on the left hash of the shotgun, stomps his right foot, 2 receivers to the right, 2 wide to the left. Dalton drops to throw on first down. On the slant, it's caught by Jawan Johnson and tripped up at the 31-yard line by Victor Dimukeji. And let's set the defense for the Arizona Cardinals. J.J. Watt, Rashard Lawrence, and Zach Allen along that 3-man front. Victor Dimukeji starting for the injured Dennis Gardeck tonight. Zaven Collins wears the green dot in that defense. He's the communication guy with Marcus Golden at linebacker. Byron Murphy and Marco Wilson the corners. Buda Baker and Jalen Thompson are the safeties. 2nd and 4 at the 31-yard line. Motion across from Johnson from right to left. Dalton under center. Turns the give to Kamara, and a hop step up the middle and a hole across the 40. Breaks the tackle at the 45, and an ankle tackle pulls him down at the 49. An 18-yard gain. Buda Baker saved it from even more, and the Saints with a first down.
Yeah, you're not kidding there with an open hole. He needs to come back over the center and just rips up another 8 yards before he gets to the safety. Buda Baker there, the only one in the way of Alvin Kamara bumping his head on the goalpost at the end.
The ball just at the base of the Cardinal logo. If a bird had a chin, that's where the ball would be, near midfield. Kamara, the single back. Dalton under center, motion across from right to left. The give is to Kamara. He'll work up the middle, picks his way across the logo and across the midfield stripe to the 48-yard line of Arizona. Rashard Lawrence on the tackle after a 4-yard gain, and it's 2nd and 6, a minute and a half in, just underway here in the desert.
Kevin, you talked about the replacements on the offensive line, and it's seemingly in the first few plays in rushing the football, it hasn't made much of a difference. They've imposed their will and gotten big plays already in the running game.
2nd down and 6 at the 48. Scoreless early here in Arizona. Single receiver to the left of the line is Shaheed. And movement along the right side of the line. Looked like Ryan Ramczyk.
All-star offense, number 71. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
Looked like Ryan Ramczyk because it was Ryan Ramczyk. He's a false start victim, and it's 5-yard penalty backing the Saints up.
Second time so far we've seen Taysom Hill out in the formation, but not necessarily in the backfield. He's been out at the wide receiver position, tight end position both times. Here just flanked off the left side as a tight end H-back.
And now in motion goes Hill from left to right on 2nd and 11 back at the Saints' 47-yard line. Play action. Dalton to throw. Looking deep. Looking for Shaheed over the middle. Shaheed's got it. Lunging for the end zone. Twists and twirls in for the touchdown. Rashid Shaheed, 53 yards on the receiving end of the bomb from Andy Dalton. And a 6-0 start for the New Orleans Saints.
What a absolute dime from Andy Dalton. They use kind of the decoy of Taysom Hill to come over to the center of the ball. The safety looks him up and jumps. That allows Shaheed to go right by him. What a great catch. Byron Murphy doesn't even attempt to make the tackle there.
Shaheed had his first touch last week. It was a 44-yard rushing touchdown. His first touch this week is a 53-yard receiving touchdown as Will Lutz hits the extra point, and a 7-0 lead for the New Orleans Saints. Who says we don't have fireworks on Thursday night? Some early offense and a 7-0 Saints lead. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, what's going on? This is your boy Kevin Hart, and guess what? I've got my own channel on Sirius XM, Kevin Hart's Laugh Out Loud Radio, channel 96. We play the best stand-up comedy from some of my favorite comedians, and I got my own show. It's called Straight From the Heart, and I host it with a bunch of unattractive friends of mine. They call the Plastic Cup Boys. Every Tuesday and Thursday, real, raw, authentic conversation. 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Laugh Out Loud Radio right here on Sirius XM, channel 96. Don't miss it.
Are you tired of hearing from analysts too tired to stay up for Pac-12 After Dark? We've got the best coverage of the Conference of Champions on Pac-12 This Morning. From the guys that played in the league, Ryan Leaf, Shane Vereen, and Evan Moore.
We were 41.5-point underdogs at the Coliseum, and we beat them.
Plus the biggest names like Stanford head coach David Shaw tune in too.
My drive-in, I'd rather listen to some Pac-12-centric talk. So great to talk to both of you guys.
Pac-12 This Morning, weekday morning starting at 11 a.m. Eastern on Sirius XM Channel 373 and the SXM app.
Hi, everybody. Christopher Mad Dog Russo here. Familiar? You should be. Well, now you can catch Mad Dog's Daily Bite each day as a podcast, where you'll hear my thoughts and opinions on the biggest topics around the world of sports. NFL, baseball, golf, NBA, even the hockey. That you know you can count on. That's Mad Dog's Daily Bite. Drops daily anywhere you get your podcasts. And you can also hear me weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Unleashed, Sirius XM Channel 82, or anytime on the SXM app.
Touchdown! NFL fans, get more of the great content you crave right now on the SXM app. Just search for your favorite team on the app and tap the favorite star. You not only hear the game with your hometown announcers, but you'll also get access to the pre- and post-game shows. And come back during the week for extra content from select clubs, including coach and player press conferences, special team-specific shows, interviews, and much more. It's all on the SXM app. Download it and search for your team today.
New Orleans, 12:53 remaining in the first quarter. Let's check the Saints Drive Summary, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. 75-yard drive in 4 plays, took 2:07 off the clock. Of course, the big play, a 53-yard bomb from Dalton to Shaheed, and a 7-0 advantage for the New Orleans Saints, who will kick off with Greg Dortch back deep to our left. The Arizona Cardinals moving from our left to our right. The Saints from right to left. Lutz ready to kick this one off. He'll approach the football, and Lutz kick off high towards the goal line. It'll bounce about 4 yards deep in the end zone. Dortch will let it go, and the touchback brings the Cardinal offense out to the 25 with quarterback Kyler Murray. 100 yards rushing last week, second time in the career he's gotten over the century mark. He'll play behind a different offensive line tonight. It's been banged up. DJ Humphries, the regular at left tackle. Max Garcia starting at left guard. Rodney Hudson out. That puts Billy Price in at starting center. Will Hernandez and Kelvin Beachum as the right side stays intact at right guard and right tackle. Eno Benjamin starting for the injured James Conner at running back. Rondale Moore, DeAndre Hopkins, your two starting wide receivers there to the left of the line. And on first down, it's Benjamin up the middle. He's got a hole at the 30-yard line, tripped up as he gets near the 33. Tyrann Mathieu coming up from the safety spot to get the tackle. And DJ Humphries leading the way with a key block to open up that hole. Little pace here now for the Cardinals on second down. Murray from the shotgun gets the shotgun snap. Four-man Saints rush. Pocket collapsing. Murray on the run. Floats to the right. Throws across his body. Catches made at midfield. It's Rondale Moore. Moore high steps his way to the 40 and down at the 37-yard line of New Orleans. A quick strike offense as Alontae Taylor trips up Moore after a 31-yard gain and a Cardinals first down.
The best thing there, too, Kevin, was his ability to get out to the right as he was pushed out of the pocket because he's rolling to his right as Rondale Moore's running across the field. He put it right on the money, breaks the tackle, and gets up another 15 yards.
37-yard line of New Orleans, 7-0 Saints, but the Cardinals on their first possession on the move. Eno Benjamin and Keontae Ingram flanking Murray in the backfield. Now Ingram motioning out to the right side. Motion now from Dortch from left to right as Murray gets the shotgun snap, helmet high, backpedals, looking to throw, throws it short. Catch is made by his running back. A flag is down and Benjamin down. Back of the 38-yard line. All of that for a loss of 1. Demario Davis with the tackle, and we'll wait and hear about the flag.
Ineligible player downfield. Offense, number 76. That penalty is declined. Yeah. Second down.
So say Jerome Boger had to wait and see if they wanted to accept the penalty or decline it. They're going to take the result of the play, which is a loss of 1, and they're going to give the down up. So decline the penalty.
Yeah, interesting when your kickers can kick it from, the moon right now, that they wouldn't have taken it back a little bit.
So officially they say no gain on the play, got back to the line of scrimmage. So this is 2nd and 10 at the 37-yard line. Shotgun snap to Murray. He'll throw left side. Catch is made at the 32-yard line. Immediately tackled is DeAndre Hopkins. His first catch of the season after the 6-game PED suspension, and the crowd with a nice ovation after the 5-yard gain.
Yeah, easy pitch and catch here. Just a little stick route, kind of over the football. He puts it right on the money. The big physical DeAndre Hopkins bodies up and makes the catch.
Third down and 5. Ball on the far side hash, moving from left to right. Moore will go in motion for the Cardinals. Dressed all in black tonight with red numerals on front and back. Murray in the shotgun gets the snap. Saints rush 5. Murray steps up, floats it down the sideline. Jump ball for Hopkins. They were tangled up down there one-on-one with Alontae Taylor. A lot of hand fighting, but no laundry on the field. Taylor and Hopkins working hand-to-hand. They went after the rookie from Tennessee who was just activated today, and the second-round pick for the Saints up to the challenge.
Up to the challenge. I could grab you right now.
Yes, you could,
and the referee would be very sad about
that.
He just almost pulled him to the ground there. And, first game back from DeAndre Hopkins, he didn't sell it enough. He hasn't had a lot of practice.
So now Rodrigo Blankenship thrown right into the heat of this 50-yard field goal attempt. 2 for 3 with the Colts this year. Blankenship's kick on the way, and it is plenty good. He splits the uprights with room to spare, and a reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol Shaving Cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. Saints 7, Cardinals 3. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Football season is underway, so now is the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back if your first bet doesn't win. Just sign up with promo code Thursday. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from the money line to point spreads to player props. So sign up today with promo code Thursday for your no-sweat first bet. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
Must be present in state where lawful to wager. 21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit fanduel.com/RG. Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. Arizona 1-800-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat. Connecticut 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Indiana, Kansas 1-800-522-4700 or visit kssgamblinghelp.com. Louisiana 1-877-770-STOP. New York 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789. Wyoming, West Virginia 1-800-522-4700 or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net.
Feeling great? starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol Shaving Cream. That's Barbasol Shaving Cream, an American classic for over 100 years. You're looking good, America. You're shaving with Barbasol.
Barbasol. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf here in the Grainger broadcast booth at State Farm Stadium. For the go-getters who make sure jobs get done right, there's Grainger. Discover how Grainger can help you create a safer, more productive workplace when you call. Click Grainger.com or stop by. 7-3 lead for the New Orleans Saints after the 50-yard Blankenship field goal gets the Cardinals on the board. That's something that will, I'm sure, frustrate Cardinals fans because slow starts have been the story for this Arizona Cardinals team, Ryan. That's just the 6th point scored in the first quarter this year for Arizona. They've been outscored 48-6 in quarter one.
Well, a way optimistically to look at that is they doubled their scoring total so far in the first quarter.
You're the glass half full kind of guy, aren't you?
I am the glass half full guy. You picked the right partner tonight, Kevin.
Our producer Aaron Cummins is the glass shattered on the floor guy. 7-3 lead for the Saints. And the kickoff, about 5 yards deep in the end zone. It'll bounce past Shaheed and go through the end zone for the touchback. And Andy Dalton back to work again. Rashid Shaheed, of course, with the 53-yard touchdown the first drive. And Andy Dalton 2 for 2, 59 yards on that opening drive. They got Alvin Kamara going a little bit, had 20 yards rushing on a couple of carries on that opening drive. And really hard to argue with anything you saw from the Saints offense the first time they had the football.
No, and the two things that I really liked is how well they ran the football and how they used Taysom Hill kind of as a decoy there. Play action fake and go.
And now Taysom Hill is at the quarterback position to start this possession. Hill in the shotgun, has Mark Ingram to his left. And Taysom Hill gets the shotgun snap. He'll give it to Ingram, and Ingram hit in the backfield and dropped. Rashard Lawrence was the first penetration. Tanner Vallejo came through to bring Ingram down. But Ryan, the old saying is penetration kills run plays, and it certainly did there.
Yeah, and it seemed to me that Taysom Hill didn't necessarily have a choice there on whether to give it or take it because it looked like he may have had the edge.
Injured Cardinal Rashard Lawrence, who was that first contact through the line to slow up Ingram as he got the football. He stays down on the field. Lawrence, that big space eater in the middle of that Cardinals line at 6'2", 310 pounds from LSU. And the former Tiger down on the field at the 23-yard line. He came through working against Calvin Throckmorton, and when he went down after initial contact, Ryan, he never got back up. While they tend to him, we're going to step aside from Arizona. 10:42 remaining in the first. Saints 7, Cardinals 3. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/touchdown. netsuite.com/touchdown.
O'Reilly. It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You, the one listening to this ad. What do you think you're doing? Cooking when you know you don't want to? Thinking about canceling taco night? Settling for leftovers again. Not on my watch. Just go for Grubhub. It is the easiest and the best decision you'll make all day. Plus, no dishes. It's what you deserve. Just go for it. Download the Grubhub app today.
Well, unfortunately, they have brought the cart out for Rashard Lawrence, and Cardinals athletic training staff is helping him onto the cart. While they did that and tended to him on the field, Ryan Leaf, we watched another cart come from the Saints sideline with cornerback Bradley Roby on that cart, favoring what looked like his ankle as they brought him to the locker room. So multiple carts in play with these two teams as banged up as they were coming in is the last thing anybody wanted to see on Thursday night.
And you're talking about the multiples, right? On the side of the Saints, it's all at the cornerback position. They had to activate Chris Harris tonight. Where do they go and reach for a defensive back, especially with DeAndre Hopkins back this week?
Well, Bradley Roby was tangled up with Rondale Moore the last possession, and that's when he went down holding his ankle and has gone to the locker room to be tended to. 2nd and 11 at the 24. Back to work. Saints leading 7-3. Shaheed in motion from right to left. Dalton with the play action fake. Pressure coming up the middle. Dalton throws over the middle and in and out of the fingers of Chris Olave, who had curled back for the ball near the 35-yard line. Marco Wilson with good coverage. He was right there on the hip of the rookie from Ohio State, Chris Olave.
Another play action fake here for Andy Dalton as he steps up in the pocket. He throws it just behind the wide receiver on his right shoulder. Defensive back was able to get over the top, knock it away.
3rd down and 11. 10:21 remaining in this opening quarter. 7-3 Saints lead. Olave to the right side, split out wide right of Andy Dalton. To the left is Kevin White, just up from the practice squad. Out of the shotgun, Dalton gets the snap. Looking to throw. Pressure coming. Steps to the right. Throws on the run. And it's Olave who came back for it and made the diving catch at the 39-yard line for a first down. Jalen Thompson on the coverage. Excellent play by the quarterback, Andy Dalton, to pick up 15 and move the chain.
You know, and ironically enough, he was practicing these in the pregame. He was out there running around, using his legs a little bit more and throwing some off-balance throws. Right there, a perfect example. He throws it perfectly to Chris Olave, who picks up the first down.
At the 39-yard line, 1st down and 10. 2 receivers stacked to the left, single wide to the right. Alvin Kamara in the backfield. Motion coming from left to right from Traquan Smith. Dalton under center on 1st down. Kamara jump stop to the right, now goes back to the left, and Kamara with positive yardage to the 45-yard line as he picks up 6 before Michael Dogby can make the stop. This season you can watch Thursday Night Football exclusively on Prime Video. All the best players, all the best teams, all in one place. It's a new era of Thursday Night Football. Watch it only on Prime Video. Also available on NFL Plus. Dwayne Washington in to spell Kamara in the backfield on 2nd down and 4. Dalton now splits out wide to the right as Taysom Hill comes in at quarterback. Washington will shift to the left of Hill. Taysom Hill gets the shotgun snap. Now he'll take the snap, run to the left side, and runs into his own blocker. He ran right into the backside of Dwayne Washington and stopped, looks like, just short of the 1st down. He needed the 49, and that ball's going to be placed right in between the 48 and 49-yard line. Victor Dimukeji on the stop.
Yeah, a wonderful job because they have this blocked really well. He sheds his block on the left side and pulls down Taysom Hill for just a short gain before the 1st down marker.
So 3rd down and 1 at the Saints 48. Dalton back in at quarterback. I formation behind him. Motion from Johnson from right to left. Gives it to the up back. That's Ingram playing the role of fullback, and Mark Ingram gets the 1st down to midfield. He's driven back there, but moved the chains before the contact came and pushed him back, and a 1st down coming up.
5'9", 215 pounds, like a little ball just rolling over, and that's exactly what they did. They used him as the fullback there. He gets the quick 1 yard and gets a new set of downs.
The NFL's current active leading rusher, Mark Ingram, can win a bar bet with that information.
It's a great stat.
1st and 10 at midfield. 3 receivers to the left of the line. Single wide right, and we've got flags flying before the snap. Some movement up front. And this should move the Saints back.
Offense, number 76. 5-yard penalty. Still 1st down.
That's Calvin Throckmorton getting the nod with the pec injury that Andres Pete has suffered. He's week to week with that pec injury. This is a week that he's not going, and so Calvin Throckmorton picks up the second Saints penalty of the night. 1st and 15 at the 45. 7:40 remaining in the first quarter. 7-3 New Orleans with a lead over Arizona. Mark Ingram in the backfield to the right of Andy Dalton. 2 receivers left, 2 wide to the right. Dalton along the right hash, gets the waist high, shotgun snap, looks left, throws left, catch made by Olave at midfield and tumbles down near the Arizona 45-yard line, about 4 yards shy of the first down. Marco Wilson on the stop, and he stays down on the field. He'll get up now and then goes back down as the athletic training staff comes out to tend to him.
I can't tell you, Kevin, what a great throw that was, because it was right into a cover 2 corner. He puts it on his back shoulder, keeps him away from that contact, and is able to pick up a few more yards before he's dragged to the ground. I mean, Andy Dalton has been very accurate tonight to start this game.
And that's been really one of the things that's been the key for Andy Dalton since he's taken over for the injured Jameis Winston. Only 1 interception this year. The accuracy has been a real strong suit for Andy Dalton.
Well, that's the biggest key. They just haven't turned the football over. And that's how they've been able to average 30 points a game over the last 3 weeks.
Dalton 4 for 5, 84 yards and a score. He heads to the sideline now as Taysom Hill comes back in. On 2nd and 5 of the 45, they stack 3 receivers to the right of the line, single wide to the left. Pressure coming. Hill throws a screen out to Kamara with blockers in front. Kamara to the 40-yard line, and he's spun down near the 37-yard line. Zaven Collins on the tackle. It's a first down for the New Orleans Saints.
That's what makes Taysom Hill so dynamic. Any other team that you run the Wildcat in, you try to bring a blitz to stop that. That's exactly what they did. They brought a blitz off the right side, but guess what? You got a guy who can throw the ball as accurate as anybody out there as a quarterback. He gives it right to Kamara. He picks up a big first down.
So a 1st and 10 at the Cardinal 38-yard line. Kamara the single back in the backfield. Dalton back in at quarterback. Double tights on the line. The motion across from right to left from Holtz. Now Shaheed in motion from left to right. Dalton gives it to Kamara. Kamara met and dropped in the backfield. Penetration again, this time from Zach Allen, who got him at the 40-yard line and would not let him jump around before he brought him to the turf for a 2-yard loss.
You know, Zach Allen's been a great addition to this defensive front. He's followed in the footsteps of J.J. Watt, and he's really kind of complemented one another this season up there on the defensive line.
10th play of this drive coming for the New Orleans Saints. Andy Dalton breaks the huddle on 2nd and 12 of the Cardinal 40. 7-3 New Orleans with the lead. Ingram to the right of Dalton. Right in the middle of the field. Dalton leaning in on his left foot. Stomps his right, awaiting the shotgun snap. It comes in number high. Backpedals near the logo. Hit as he throws. The ball trickles out of his hands to Ingram, who makes the catch. And Ingram down at the 37-yard line before he's driven back. Somehow Dalton was able to just shot put that ball out of traffic and get positive yardage.
I actually think J.J. Watt kind of hits his arm from the back and almost pushes it towards it. You can see that as it goes through that position of the right defensive end. It gets tipped as well and ends up in the hands of Mark Ingram.
So 3rd and 9 after the sandwich and tip, the carom. Ball at the 37-yard line of the Cardinals. They're in field goal range for Will Lutz. They want to see if they can keep it going. Dalton out of the gun, throws left side, a wobbler, but it's caught at the 22-yard line. Chris Olave down near the 21, and a first down for New Orleans. Olave starting to really come into his own as a rookie from Ohio State, leading all rookie wide receivers in yards this year.
And for rookies to feel that comfortable finding the zone, it's exactly what it is. 4 defenders around him. He found the most soft part of that zone, and then Andy Dalton puts it right on his back shoulder, and they pick up another first down.
Calvin Throckmorton, like he got dinged up a little bit. They've made another change at the left guard spot on that offensive line. May have been his foot. Perhaps a shoe came off as Alvin Kamara works his way over the left side, right behind where he would have been. A big hole, and Kamara all the way down to the 12-yard line before Isaiah Simmons can make the stop. Calvin Throckmorton not missed on that play, as there was a huge hole for Kamara to run through.
There was any immediacy for this Arizona Cardinals team to win tonight. We have not seen it on the defensive side of the football. There's not been that intensity, that focused intensity that this football team needs. They're getting run through right now by the Saints.
First down and 10 at the Cardinal 12-yard line. I formation behind Dalton. Holtz the fullback. Kamara the running back. Kamara the carry to the left side. Inside the 10. Tries to shift to the right in traffic. And he's down at the 8-yard line in the arms of Jalen Thompson. But it's a 4-yard gain. 2nd and 6. Saints knocking on the door with a 7-3 lead.
You know, Andy Dalton's been the difference these last 3 weeks. Hasn't turned the football over. I mean, if you're in a position here a week from now and Jameis Winston's able to go, I mean, there's got to be a real conversation around what that looks like.
Well, especially if Andy Dalton can continue to do this on the road like he started off tonight. He looks sharp. 2nd and 6 at the 8-yard line. Kamara the single back. 3 receivers bunched to the right. Single wide to the left is Callaway. Motion now from Johnson from right to left. The give is to Kamara, and he's dropped in the backfield. They brought Buda Baker up with pressure from that safety spot, Ryan, and a good tackle in the backfield to throw Kamara for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, the physical nature in which Buda Baker runs to the line of scrimmage and then splits that gap where no one can get a finger on him. He brings Alvin Kamara down in the backfield for a big loss there in the red zone.
3rd down and 8 at the 10. Saints perfect on 3rd down tonight, 3 for 3, but this is a difficult one. Single receiver left, 3 wide right. Dalton in the gun along the left hash. Kamara to his left, gets the shotgun snap, looking left all the way, throws back of the end zone. It's intercepted! Picked off in the back of the end zone by Antonio Hamilton. The Saints knew they had 3. They hoped they could get 7, and Antonio Hamilton says you'll get nothing. An interception in the end zone. The 2nd for Dalton this year, and the Cardinals turn the Saints away with nothing to show for a long march down the field.
The last thing that we just discussed. You can't turn the football over, and that's what he's done so well. They do it in the red zone, the worst possible place to do it.
7-3 lead for New Orleans, but they turn it over. The Cardinals go back to work when we return. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Find the latest and greatest audio entertainment on Audible. It's got everything you want to hear, including The Rich Eisen Show. Along with podcasts, you'll also find audiobooks and exclusive originals. We're talking comedy, sports stories, deep dives with athletes and entertainers, business, and anything else you're into. With Audible, you get access to thousands of included titles with more added every week. Listen on the road, at the gym, or anywhere you want to fuel up your imagination. Join and get 30 days free at the home of storytelling, audible.com.
You could save big when you bundle your home, auto, and other vehicles with Progressive. Now that we've covered something you could do, it's time for sports stuff you definitely could not do.
You could not have turned that double play. If you think you could dive, then spin, then launch a perfect throw 120 feet, you must be forgetting that you get dizzy when you stand up too fast sometimes. If you tried to throw that hard, that would be the last thing you did with your arm before shoulder surgery.
But you definitely could save big when you bundle your home, auto, and other vehicles with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
You can't get much for $5 these days unless we're talking Wendy's Biggie Bag. It's everything you ever wanted in a bag. You can get your choice of a double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, small fries, and a small drink, all for just $5. Now that's value without compromise. Oh yeah, did I mention it's just $5? Still, for real, for $5. Really, still $5. Get your Biggie Bag today. U.S. price and participation may vary.
BTW, we get to be productive. It helps to avoid
interruptions. Oh, I hate those. Oh, please continue.
Well, with an Acer Chromebook Enterprise device, you can...
Great machines.
Yes, and they're even better when they're pre-configured by CDW experts to support uninterrupted productivity wherever your workforce goes with
4G LTE? Nice.
And a battery that lasts
14 hours. Yep, great. Oh, sorry, you were saying?
IT orchestration by CDW.
People who get it.
Find out more at cdw.com/Acer.
Don't miss all the NFL excitement on Fox Sunday when the Kansas City Chiefs meet the San Francisco 49ers. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL on Fox. Alongside Ryan Leaf, I'm Kevin Kugler. 15-play, 65-yard drive. Took almost 9 minutes off the clock, and the Saints have nothing to show for it as Andy Dalton throws an interception in the end zone. Cardinals will take over on their own 20-yard line, 1st down and 10. Motion across from left to right. Fake the give to the motion man. Kyler Murray will keep it himself, and Murray on the run to the 25, around the 30-yard line. A little shove of the 35 and out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Marcus May runs him out, but how about Kelvin Beachum just plowing the road for his quarterback to get 13 yards.
Yeah, you love that as a quarterback to see a big avenue to run through, and he just does a tremendous job staying to the left and then ultimately getting out of bounds without taking a big hit.
One of the things you said at the top of the broadcast, you want to see Kyler Murray run the football more. There's a run for Kyler Murray.
It's a wonderful design run, yes.
First down and 10, ball at the 37-yard line of Arizona, moving from our left to our right. Murray in the shotgun, a little bobble on the snap, hands it to the running back up the middle, and a big hole for Eno Benjamin in midfield. Benjamin down the left sideline of the 40, looking for help at the 30, and Tyrann Mathieu runs him out of bounds all the way down at the Saints' 18-yard line. Eno Benjamin got past the initial line of scrimmage and rumbled for 45 before Mathieu could catch up.
Thursday Night Football fans, you say you don't like points, we're going to give you points, hopefully. Great offensive presence. Eno Benjamin breaks free for a huge gain.
Longest run of the career for Eno Benjamin, who had a career-high 65 scrimmage yards last week. First and 10 at the 18-yard line. Cardinals trying to cash in on the interception in the end zone and turn it into a lead. And on first down, it's Murray on the keep, looking for room on the left side. And Murray, when he saw more Saints than blockers, he had Zach Ertz out there blocking, he had 3 Saints out there. He wisely hit the turf after a 1-yard gain.
Well, wonderful job. Defenders, when you're going up against quarterbacks like this, you have to trust your eyes. You cannot be fooled with the different things that Cliff Kingsbury wants to do with the play action, the fake, all of that. He trusted his eyes there. Marcus Davenport gets outside and pulls him down.
Second down and 9 at the Saints 17. Could be the final play of quarter number 1. 7-3 lead for the Saints. Motion across from D-Hop from left to right. Kyler Murray in the shotgun along the left hash. Gets the shotgun snap. Saints rush 4. Swing pass out of the backfield. Catch is made by Keontae Ingram, but Ingram is dropped immediately at the 18-yard line. Really well defended. Pete Werner in there to make the stop, and that will indeed take us to the end of quarter number 1. It's an entertaining first quarter of Thursday Night Football. Big plays, drives up and down the field, and a 7-3 lead for the Saints after 1. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Jane doesn't mind an apartment with no elevator.
5 flights of stairs is 5 plates of cardio.
Bob is a little less enthusiastic about stairs.
I hate stairs.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle renters and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Jane and Bob found an apartment that's a 4-story walk-up. And Bob?
Yeah, there's a freight elevator she doesn't know about.
What were you talking about?
Oh, nothing.
Bundling without compromise at Geico.com.
Welcome back to State Farm Stadium. Along with Ryan Leaf, I'm Kevin Kugler. Our score after 15 minutes of play, Saints 7, Cardinals 3. The start of the second quarter is sponsored by Geico. Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. Having a home is hard work, so get a quote at Geico.com. Easy. Saints 150 yards of total offense. Arizona 106 yards total offense. They've run the ball well, have the Cardinals. 70 yards rushing in that first quarter, Ryan Leaf.
Whenever there's a play that you look back on and maybe be season-defining. The Antonio Hamilton interception where New Orleans was dominating the first quarter of this football game, and then the way Kyler Murray and this offense responds, it could be a huge difference maker, not only in this game, but for something you can look back on the season.
Well, it's one of those things that can galvanize a team when you find something to rally around like that. Maybe that'll be the thing that galvanizes this Arizona Cardinals squad as they're on the march, but a 3rd and 10 coming up at the 18-yard line of the Saints. 3 receivers to the right, single wide to the left. Murray in the shotgun. He's got Eno Benjamin to his left. Gets the shotgun snap. Kyler Murray, pressure up the middle, flushed, rolls to the left. He's going to run, has room. Murray to the 10. Murray slides down just shy of the 5-yard line. That's enough for a first down. They'll mark him near the 7. Demario Davis touched him up, but he gave himself up, but had the room to get the first down, and it's 1st and goal, Arizona.
Wonderful job by Kyler Murray of identifying man coverage. So when he takes off and starts to run, every defender's back is to him. No one sees him carrying the football, and he does a great job to pick it up 1st and goal.
From the 7-yard line, Cardinals trying to take the lead. Robbie Anderson on the field, split out wide to the right. The newest Cardinal, acquired this week in a trade from Carolina. Murray in the pistol formation. He's got Benjamin behind him. From the 7-yard line, first down, the give to Benjamin. Oh, and he's drilled in the backfield. Talk about penetration. Pete Werner could have taken the football from Kyler Murray. Instead, he took Benjamin to the turf for a 3-yard loss.
Yeah, they used Robbie Anderson out there on the right side. Pretty easy package down by the goal line. Do what you think. Instead, they hand the ball off, and Pete Werner wasn't fooled one iota. Right in the backfield before anybody else could do anything.
2nd and goal at the 10. Cardinals break the huddle with Murray and Benjamin staying in the backfield. Benjamin to the left of Murray, who's in the shotgun. Receivers bunch, 2 of them to the right. DeAndre Hopkins in motion to the left. And a timeout used by Kyler Murray. That play clock was winding down. Looked like it took a little while for the play to get into the huddle. And Cliff Kingsbury kind of shaking his head on the Arizona sideline as the timeout is used with 13:27 to play in this opening half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Thursday Night Football.
This is Tom Burr. Make sure to join me every Wednesday through Saturday night as we discuss the hottest topics in sports on Mad Dog Sports Radio tonight, only on SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
In the end zone after a march down the field. The Cardinals have responded with a march of their own, but a critical 2nd and goal from the 10 coming up for Arizona. Can they cash in when the Saints could not? 3 receivers left of the line. DeAndre Hopkins is single wide to the right. Now Rondale Moore motioning over to join Hopkins on the right side. Murray in the shotgun on 2nd and goal at the 10-yard line. Backpedals along the left hash. Throws it short and incomplete. He was trying to dump it down to the running back, Eno Benjamin, who had gone more towards the middle line, and the pass went towards the sideline.
He had a real chance at DeAndre Hopkins, too, in a corner route to the right side for a touchdown. He didn't even look over that way. He stays to the left and throws it behind Eno Benjamin to set up 3rd down.
3rd and goal at the 10. I know it's the 2nd quarter. This feels like a big early play in this game for Arizona Spirits.
No, it's huge. It's a huge play for them to score 6 points and not 3.
Empty backfield. 3 receivers right, 2 wide to the left. Kyler Murray in the shotgun. Gets the snap chest high, sets, throws, fade, back right corner of the end zone. Rondale Moore juggling catch as he runs out of bounds. Incomplete pass, but a flag is down. He didn't secure it before he was able to get his feet down, but a flag down in the end zone. Working against Alontae Taylor.
Pass interference, offense, number 4. That penalty is declined, the result of the play. 4th down.
I'll tell you this, Ryan, they've gone after Alontae Taylor a couple of times tonight, and the rookie has been up to the challenge once against DeAndre Hopkins and this time against Rondale Moore.
And I think it's a good call, right? Early on in the route, he gets his hand to his face, and then right before the ball is ultimately in his hands, he pushes away Taylor's and goes up and extends for the catch.
So Rodrigo Blankenship, who hit from 50 earlier, he hit every kick in pregame warm-ups tonight. He'll line this one up from 28. On the left hash. Good snap. Good hold. Blankenship's kick is good. And the Cardinals, they wanted 7. They'll settle for 3. And with that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Saints 7, Cardinals 6. 13:15 remaining until halftime. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Premier League Mornings is on NBC, USA and Peacock. It's more than a club crest. It's the air we breathe.
Experience the anxious electricity, the emotional energy.
It's devastation.
Utter humiliation.
And glory.
And that is what champions do!
It's more than a game.
Oh, wow!
It's life. Premier League Mornings, all season long on NBC, USA and Peacock.
Hey, this is Alyssa Lang from SiriusXM SEC Radio. This football season, there's only one way to stay up to date with your favorite school, the SXM app. From interviews with coaches,
Nick Saban, our guest.
Everybody wants to develop. How many people are willing to do the things they need to do to develop?
To analysis on your team.
They have the best returning offensive line in the SEC.
It's all in one place on the SXM app. Just search for your school's name and look for that iconic logo. Download the SXM app and start listening today.
Fantasy football pregame served by Applebee's with me. Matthew Berry is the new can't-miss show in fantasy sports. Hey, we've all been there. Setting your fantasy lineup on Sunday mornings is tough. So we're here to help and make sure you don't start the wrong guy. Get all the latest news and advice before the games kick off. Your fantasy team will thank you. You can listen on the NBC Sports Audio channel, SiriusXM Channel 85. And every Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern, streaming on Peacock.
There's nothing in club soccer like the UEFA Champions League.
It doesn't get much better than that.
And it's on SiriusXM. 2 of Europe's most iconic teams clash in Amsterdam as Ajax line up against Liverpool.
Mo Salah puts Liverpool in front.
The group stage of the Champions League continues Wednesday at 3 Eastern on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SXM app.
About it, Ryan Leaf, when it happened. Could it be a galvanizing moment for the Arizona Cardinals? Then they end up with 3 instead of 7. Where does that leave you on whether or not that was the galvanizing moment that we thought it might be?
I mean, they got points. They didn't do what New Orleans did and turn it over in the red zone. So that's something. But again, still not leading. Have only led 13 plays the entire season so far.
Well, and again, it's something that we have seen throughout the course of this year, and it's reared its ugly head again tonight, and that's inefficiency in the red zone for these teams, and not just these teams, but teams all across the National Football League as the kickoff goes through the end zone for a touchback. Later on, we'll play back the highlight of the game sponsored by Audible. Audible is where you'll find the best stories on sports and entertainment. It's the home of storytelling. Listen to audiobooks, originals, and podcasts, including The Rich Eisen Show. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. From the 25-yard line on first down, Andy Dalton back at quarterback. We've seen some of Taysom Hill there. Ingram, the running back. Hill in motion to the slot right side. Dalton under center on first down at the 25. This is Ingram up the middle. A little bit of a crease to run through, and Ingram with that power at the end of the run picks up 5 to the 30-yard line. And it'll bring up 2nd and 5. Both teams want to run the football. Saints did it last week in their loss to the Bengals. 6.5 yards per carry, over 200 yards on the ground.
Yeah, Cincinnati was just better a week ago. That's ultimately what it was. It was Jamar Chase and it was Joe Burrow. That was the difference in that football game. They didn't make a lot of mistakes. They just didn't get it done down the stretch.
Rashard Lawrence, who was carted off earlier, official report is a shoulder injury, questionable to return. 2nd down and 5. Taysom Hill in at quarterback now. Gets the shotgun snap. Hill will tuck it and run. Tries to pick his way up the middle as he started to the right, jumped back to the left, and gets a couple near the 32 or 33-yard line before Zach Allen can make the stop, and it'll set the Saints up with a 3rd and short.
Taysom Hill is a nightmare for Vance Joseph, defensive coordinator, simply because no matter how well you scheme it up, you are minus a player because it's 10 on 10 with that free safety. It's ultimately it comes to a place where You have to get him down to the ground before he gets to that safety. They do a good job there to hold him to a couple of yards.
So 3rd and 2, the ball officially at the 33-yard line. Saints moving from our left to our right. Andy Dalton in the shotgun. He's got Ingram to his right. Dalton gets the shotgun snap at his waist. Backpedals along the hash. Throws it short. Catch is made at the 35 by Kevin White. Up the left sideline to the 40. Across midfield. And White on the run. Tiptoeing down the sideline. Breaks free. And White inside the 10 before he's pulled down near the 3-yard line. Somehow able to tiptoe along the left sideline and work 64 yards where it's 1st and goal Saints.
What a tremendous job of running across the field and having Andy Dalton throw him open, and then his speed just takes over. He looked like he's going out of bounds for a second. He's able to tiptoe and stay alive and almost get into the end zone.
They're looking at it on the big screen. The Saints are hurrying up to the line where it's 1st and goal at the 3, and here comes the challenge flag from Cliff Kingsbury. Not challenging the catch, but challenging whether or not he was in bounds. This Close Shave Instant Replay review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol.
Challenging the rule of the field that the runner did not step out of bounds.
Did Budda Baker's push Kevin White enough to get him out of bounds? It's going to be close. They're going to take a look at it. And Ryan, you've had an early look. What do you think?
I don't think it's enough to turn it. I don't.
We will find out what Jerome Boger thinks after he takes a look at it on the tablet on the field and is in consultation with the replay booth. 7-3 Saints, or 7-6 Saints. Is it 1st and goal, or is it 1st down back near the 33 or 34-yard line? We'll find out. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Come on, we're going to be late to the cookout.
I was just packing up my famous mac and cheese.
I hope you packed the Pepto, too.
Huh?
Pepto-Bismol provides fast relief from heartburn and indigestion. You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much. And after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs, you're going to need it.
Barbecue ribs? I should probably pack an extra shirt, too.
Good call.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
New Sunday on CBS.
Police, put the gun down.
From the executive producers of NYPD Blue comes a new series, East New York.
I love this neighborhood.
Starring Amanda Warren.
We all together are going to find the killer.
Richard Kind.
A little bit of everything in East New York.
And Jimmy Smits.
Welcome to East New York.
Thank you, Chief. I'm glad to be here.
East New York. New series Sundays on CBS.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back.
Isn't it 1.5%?
Now it's up to 1.75%.
That's bigger
and better. I bought these scones with my cash back. I love scones. Me too. Scones for everyone.
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Ryan Leaf, you were exactly right. The ruling on the field stands. Not enough to overturn whether or not Kevin White was in bounds. And Kevin White stays in, at least according to the ruling on the field. It's 1st and goal at the 3.
Yeah, where he planted his foot, you could see just a sliver of green on the monitor here, and there's just not enough footage or evidence to overturn it. And now the New Orleans Saints once again are threatening inside the 5-yard line.
1st and goal at the 3.
I mean, the body control.
Arizona lost their second timeout, so they have 1 timeout remaining, incidentally.
The body control for Kevin White there, because he gets pushed. He knew it. He knew it, too. He knew exactly how close he was, but his ability to plant that left foot on the sideline and still stay upright and keep going as fast as he was.
1st down and goal at the 3. Alvin Kamara, the single back. Olave will split out wide right. Dalton under center turns, gives to Kamara. Ran into his blocker in the backfield and couldn't get away. Ends up losing about a half yard. J.J. Watt got in there to help make that tackle.
Yeah, well, that's a submarine right there. He just goes below everybody, gets underneath, disrupts that fullback, and then pushes him right into the back or right to the front end of the running back there to knock him down for a loss.
Well, the guy trying to block him was 6'2" wide receiver Traquan Smith.
And I don't think he was actually trying to block him. I think he just got caught in the motion there and got brought to the ground.
Second and goal at the 4. Taysom Hill in motion from left to right. They'll swing it to Hill. Hill with blockers out in front, driving for the goal line, dives across for the touchdown. Taysom Hill showing the power as he bull rushed his way in for 6, and the Saints add to their lead, now 13-6, New Orleans.
I asked Andy Dalton, what does Taysom Hill do all week? Does go from wide receiver meeting to tight end meeting to quarterback meeting? What he says, he's everywhere. The guy understands everything in the game plan. Sure enough, there, perfect example.
And Will Lutz on for the extra point as the Saints cash in on the 64-yard toss to Kevin White. The extra point is up and good, and a 14-6 lead for New Orleans. An interception in the end zone, the only thing keeping New Orleans from grabbing a giant lead early in this one. 10:29 to go in this second quarter as we check the Saints drive summary, sponsored by Ram Trucks, built to serve. 75 yards on 4 plays, took 2:46 off the clock. Of course, the 64-yard pass to Kevin White was the key, and a 14-6 advantage for New Orleans. And without that errant pass by Andy Dalton in the end zone, you're looking at 21-3 right now, and the Cardinals have to feel kind of fortunate, Ryan, that they're in it because their defense has not stopped the Saints save one play tonight.
Yeah, I don't know how fortunate they feel. They look pretty despondent over on the sideline. We'll say this. They had the advantage there on the defensive side of the football. Taysom Hill just ran through 2 defenders to get into the end zone. It wasn't like they had the schemed up just right. It was 3-on-2 defenders to blockers, and he still was able to get in the end zone.
4 plays, 75-yard drives, 2 of them that have resulted in touchdowns for the New Orleans Saints tonight. Their longest drive of the night resulted in nothing. An interception in the end zone as the kickoff goes through the end zone for the touchback out to the 25 for the Arizona Cardinals. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL Sunday on CBS. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on CBS. Kyler Murray, 4 of 7 for 37 yards. Eno Benjamin, 3 carries, 49 yards to pace the Cardinals, who start at their own 25-yard line. Keontae Ingram, the running back, to start this possession. Kyler Murray awaiting the snap. Gets the snap, delayed handoff. Ingram up the middle, ran into a blocker, trying to bounce to the right side. He'll go nowhere. May lose half a yard. DeMario Davis working against Cody Ford, who just came off the IR with the injury, and he bull rushed Cody Ford into the backfield.
Boy, did he. I mean, he made Ingram feel like there was just a swarm of white all in front of him. He didn't have anywhere to go in that instance. And in this offense, you don't have many opportunities to run the football. There's only a few plays that they actually call.
2nd down and 10. The ball just outside the 25-yard line. Shotgun snap to Murray. Murray with pressure in his face. Throws left side. Catch is made by Ingram. Oh, nice cut to the 35. Ingram weaves to the 40. Steps through a tackle at the 45. Sidles past another at midfield and is dropped there. Finally catching up to him to make the tackle was Carl Granderson, who gets the stop just shy of midfield, picks up 25 and a first down.
Yeah, and I will say, with the anemic Thursday night football for the last few weeks, to see all the explosive plays from the skill position players tonight is a breath of fresh air.
So Keontae Ingram, the rookie from USC, with a big play, showing his moves in open space. And a 1st and 10 just shy of midfield. It's all Ingram football tonight. Mark Ingram, Keontae Ingram. Murray, delayed handoff. This is Eno Benjamin. He's not playing the Ingram game, but he gets it across midfield before he's tripped up with a 48 by David Onyemata.
DeAndre Hopkins' return has posed a problem defensively, because they have to, make sure they know where he's at all times, and they've assigned 2 players to him, always keeping an eye on him, which has allowed the running game to be more efficient.
2nd and 7 at the 48-yard line. 2 receivers right of the line. Murray gets the shotgun snap, pulled it in with his right hand, sets and throws to the right side. There's Hopkins open and tiptoes out of bounds at the 30-yard line. He was on a diagonal towards that sideline, Ryan, and Murray handled a tough snap and was able to put it on DeAndre Hopkins for a pickup of 18.
Yeah, situationally, they haven't got a chance to throw these types of routes to one another, but immediately in this game, that ball could have easily been thrown too far or left at his feet. Instead, it's put right in his breadbasket, and he picks up a first down.
First errant snap we've seen tonight from Billy Price taking over for the injured Rodney Hudson. Murray handled it well, 1st and 10 at the Saints' 30-yard line. Murray along the right hash, waves his hands in the air, now gets the shotgun snap. That handoff to Keontae Ingram, and Ingram trying the right side, and there's not much there. Cam Jordan first to contact him, and it'll bring up 2nd and long. Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf here in the Grainger broadcast booth at State Farm Stadium. On-the-job MVPs like you rely on Grainger for supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by one of 250 Grainger branch locations. 14-6 Saints lead, 2nd and 10 for the Cardinals at the New Orleans 30-yard line.
First time you call Cam Jordan's name tonight. He does a great job there to get him down to the ground.
On 2nd down, quick swing pass to Eno Benjamin. He's trying to find some running room, Ryan, but as he dodges left and jukes to the right, another Saint comes flowing in. There were 5 or 6. I guess you could say the Saints came marching in, and they stopped him for no gain on the play, brings up 3rd down.
You know, one of the things about the hybrid air raid offense that Cliff Kingsbury brought to the NFL, there's a lot of negative plays because you take chances with screens and things of that nature, and you get negative plays, and that mindset is difficult to recover from when then you have long down and distances for 3rd down.
3rd down and 10 at the 30-yard line. 3 receivers left. Shotgun snap Murray. Helmet high. Pressure comes. Backs away. He's down. Dropped at the 35-yard line. That pressure collapsing, and David Onyemata with the sack. But a flag down in the secondary near the 20-yard line.
Holding. Defense, number 30. 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
And the automatic first down as Justin Evans with the critical error, and Dennis Allen's team gives up a huge first down when they thought they had the stop.
And who do you think the wide receiver was on this play? DeAndre Hopkins. And we just watched him get open on Justin Evans the play before. This time he made sure he didn't get open on 3rd down. Pulls him to the ground, essentially. Easy flag to throw.
1st down and 10 now at the 25. New life for the Cardinals. Can they take advantage, trailing 14-6? Rondale Moore in motion. They fake the give to Moore. The throw left side to Hopkins. Hopkins dancing around on the edge, and he's pulled down near the sideline by Chris Harris Jr., just brought up again from the practice squad today with the injuries in the secondary, and a pickup of 6 for Hopkins. Clock continuing to run. Down to 6:12 remaining in this first half, and a 14-6 lead for the New Orleans Saints. But the Cardinals on the march again. Can they cash in? They've had opportunities. They've settled for field goals. 2nd and 3 at the 18 of New Orleans. 3 receivers to the right of the line. Eno Benjamin in the backfield to the right of Murray. Shotgun snap to Murray, hands to Benjamin, picks his way forward. First down inside the 15, fighting as he drags tacklers down near the 12. Eno Benjamin showing a little power in the 5'9", 207-pound frame, moving the chains. And the Cardinals continue their march down 8.
Billy Price, who gets the start tonight at center, he is the key in this block here. He pushes their tackle to the right, allows for Eno Benjamin to kind of pause in the hole and then accelerate for that first down.
Cardinals a little thinner on the offensive line. Max Garcia with a shoulder injury. He's questionable to return. 1st down and 10 at the 13-yard line. Here's Murray, fakes the give, and he's dropped in the backfield. Tano Passanio was all over Kyler Murray on the zone read, Ryan. Didn't buy it for a second, went right after Murray and tossed him down at the 16.
Your responsibility is a huge part of what you do in the option game. Anytime it's run, pass, whatever. What he was able to do there is not be dissuaded by what he was seeing. He saw what he was supposed to do. He understood what his responsibility was, and that was the quarterback.
10th play of the drive coming up. That 9th play, a 4-yard loss. Back to the 17, 2nd and 14 for the Cardinals, down 14-6. 3 receivers right of the line. Murray in the shotgun. Ingram to his left. Murray looking left, throws left. Catch is made at the 10 by Hopkins. He went down to one knee to make the catch. That gave Harris time to touch him up, and Hopkins a little frustrated because he knew there were extra yards out there, but by going down on one knee, he couldn't turn upfield.
No, he wasn't able to, and he had a one-on-one matchup with Chris Harris there. You put that physical type of wide receiver up against a smaller corner, you have a real chance of kind of blowing him over and getting into the end zone.
4 catches for 36 yards for DeAndre Hopkins in his return from the 6-game PED suspension. 3rd and 7 at the 10. Cardinals have been knocking on the door of the end zone all night, but they've not been able to blow it open. Settling for field goals twice. Can they get it in this time? 3rd and 7 at the 10. Shotgun snap to Murray, looking left, throws left, catch is made inside the 5. It's Zach Ertz down near the 4. Looks like he's short of the first down by a yard thanks to Chris Harris Jr. and a decision for Cliff Kingsbury, and it's probably not much of one. Nobody's gone for it more on 4th down this year than these Cardinals. 22 attempts on the season.
Yeah, I wondered about this too, whether they had a lead or not, what Cliff Kingsbury would do in these situations, because guess what? He needs a win. So this is a perfect opportunity for him to go for it.
Bringing in the extra offensive lineman, Josh Jones comes in and is eligible, and now we've got a whistle and I believe a timeout for the Saints. So the Saints are going to take a timeout to talk this over. So let's you and I talk this over for a second, Ryan. You've got a chance at what I would say is a sure 3. But you're trying to get into the end zone and give your team a lift before halftime. Do you like the decision to go for it here on 4th and 1 inside the 5?
I do like the decision. They have not been able to stop this New Orleans Saints team on offense. They cannot match this team the rest of the way through by swapping touchdowns for field goals. And that has to be in the mindset of Cliff Kingsbury and the decision that he's making to go for it here.
The ball is just inside the 5, short of the 4. They need the 3. This is a long yard that they have to get. Can they convert and or punch it in for 6? Eno Benjamin's the running back. He's in the pistol formation behind Kyler Murray. Rondale Moore splits out wide left. The fake, Murray will run to the left. Murray on the run towards the corner, leaning out of bounds, and he sticks the ball out to get the first down near the 3. Carl Granderson ushered him out, but Kyler Murray on a designed run on a diagonal for the sideline sticks the ball across to get the first down. It's 1st and goal.
You know, you give your ball to your best offensive football player. Great job on the perimeter of getting the block to extend Kyler Murray a chance to get that ball across the first down marker.
181 yards now for Arizona, 176 for New Orleans. A lot of yardage tonight on this Thursday night showdown. 1st down and goal inside the 3. Benjamin, the running back, again in the pistol formation. Murray in front of it. Hopkins motioning towards the line, and now a timeout. Cardinals use their final timeout. A little confusion for Cliff Kingsbury's offense, and they've got to talk things over before this critical 1st and goal play. And you can hear some frustration from the quarterback Kyler Murray, picked up on the field. Mike's on the field as he heads to the sideline. A reminder, you can watch NFL Network and Westwood One announcer Jason McCourty every weekday on Good Morning Football from 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern and Pacific, only on NFL Network. And Jason will be with me next week. And we've got Ravens-Bucks in Tampa on Thursday night. Boy, Kyler Murray is hot on the sidelines. What's he more upset about, the play not getting in than like the play? What's the frustration here?
Well, I think it had something to do with DeAndre Hopkins because he started to motion in from the left side back towards the quarterback, and I think what Kyler Murray wanted is he wanted him one-on-one out there for a chance to maybe give him a back shoulder or something for his big wide receiver to go up for a touchdown. Instead, he has to burn a timeout and get clarification from his head coach on the sideline. Wasn't happy about it.
Hopkins split out wide left now, 2 wide to the right. Pistol formation. Now Hopkins will motion in towards the line on the left side. 1st and goal at the 2. The give is to Keontae Ingram fighting for the goal line. Ingram is in. It's a touchdown for the Arizona Cardinals. Keontae Ingram's first NFL score brings the Cardinals within 2.
Everybody out there, and guess who was his lead blocker? You talked about it. DeAndre Hopkins comes in motion from the left side, ends up being his lead blocker that gets him in the end zone.
And the rookie that the Cardinals took in the 6th round reaches the end zone for the first time in his NFL career, and now the Cards will go for 2 to try to tie it up with 2:28 to play first half. 2 receivers to the left of the line, 2 wide to the right. Motion across now, Morrow motion to the right, bringing 3 receivers right side. Shotgun snap to Murray. Looking, throws, ball tipped and incomplete. A flag is down in the end zone, but the ball was tipped by Shai Tuttle at the line. That's what Tuttle is saying. He's walking around saying, I tipped it. And if he tipped it, there's no pass interference.
Good point, Kevin. If that ball is tipped at the line of scrimmage, it doesn't matter what happens on the back end. You can drag the guy to the ground for all you want.
Prior to the pass, holding. Defense, number 19. Half the distance to the goal. Replay the try.
And that's the difference as long as it happened, according to the officials, prior to the pass. The deflection doesn't matter if the penalty occurred before the tip or before the pass. That's what it does, and so they get another chance for 2. And Chris Harris Jr. arguing his case, but to no avail.
Well, and that's exactly right. The clarification there is huge. He grabs DeAndre Hopkins around the waist before the pass is even thrown, therefore the penalty for holding.
Corey Clement in the backfield now for the first time. Cardinals will shift. Murray will go under center. 2-point try, the turn, the give, the sweep to the left side, reaching for the goal line, and the 2-point try is good. Chris Harris Jr. trying to hold Benjamin out of the end zone, but Eno Benjamin curling around to the left, just leaning across to get the 2 and tie the game at 14 apiece. Some strength at the end. The ball popped out of his hands. Did he have possession as he crossed the goal line? On the field, they say, yes, he did. We're tied at 14. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
When you open up a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van, you're opening up more than just doors. You're unlocking potential. The potential to do your own thing, be your own boss, and steer your own success. Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van owners live, work, and play out their dreams, no matter how far off the beaten path it takes them. Because they know there's nothing like taking your own route and reawakening that spirit of adventure that lies within all of us. With 16 body types, your choice of a gas or diesel engine, and thousands of ways to customize, a Sprinter van is capable and versatile enough to help drive your ambitions, wherever you want to take them. So go ahead. Now's the time. Unlock your potential inside a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Jane doesn't mind an apartment with no elevator.
5 flights of stairs is 5 plates of cardio.
Bob is a little less enthusiastic about stairs.
I hate stairs.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle renters and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Jane and Bob found an apartment that's a 4-story walk-up. And Bob?
Yeah, there's a freight elevator she doesn't know about.
What were you talking about?
Oh, nothing.
Bundling without compromise at Geico.com.
As we mentioned going to break, Ryan Leaf, there was some question. Did Eno Benjamin hang on to the football and break the plane of the goal line on the 2-point try before it was jarred loose? It ran the ball into the knee of one of the Saints defenders as he tried to lunge across. It was Malcolm Roach's knee. It was knee and goal line almost in the same spot. Did the ball come loose before it broke the plane? And that's what Jerome Boger is looking at right now. Of course, every scoring play is reviewed in the National Football League. This is a scoring play. This is very close.
It really shouldn't matter. On the monitor, I can see exactly where the ball crosses the goal line.
After review, the rule on the field stands. 2-point try, good.
That Close Shave Instant Replay review sponsored by Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream, a fresh take on the original. This new non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients and exceptional glide. Learn more at Barbasol.com. And as you said, it's hard to see on that, is there enough to overturn it? It all comes down to the call on the field. The call on the field was good.
Yeah, and I really do think there was evidence to back it up. You could see the ball cross the goal line before it hits the knee of Malcolm Roach, and I don't even know if we even saw a clear recovery by anybody either, so that would have been another step for the replay review.
Of course, once they deem that it has broken the plane of the goal line, the play's over. Doesn't matter what happened after that. The play ends, and it's a 14-14 ball game. Shaheed, the deep man, and Rashid Shaheed will look at that kickoff as it goes over his head and through the end zone for a touchback. So the Saints have 2:28 to work with. They have the 2-minute warning and 2 timeouts. How aggressive do you have to be in this situation if you're Dennis Allen and Andy Dalton?
Well, Arizona gets the ball to come out at halftime, so I would think they want to be pretty aggressive here. You don't want to allow Arizona to score right before half like that, get the ball again, and get more points and take a lead for the first time in, I don't know, forever?
As you mentioned earlier, they've taken 13 total snaps this year with a lead, the Arizona Cardinals. They have taken 0 tonight. First down and 10 at the 25, and on first down, it's Alvin Kamara sweeping the left side. Kamara hurdles a man at the 30-yard line, and Kamara pushed forward on the tackle, and he picks up 10 to the 35. Leki Fotu was the pusher who pushed him forward for the first down, and that might take us to the 2-minute warning. Saints don't look as if they're in any urgency to snap it before we get to said 2-minute warning, and that's exactly what will happen as we have reached the 2-minute warning, sponsored by First Alert. Did you know a fire department responds to a fire every 23 seconds? Help protect your home and family by installing First Alert smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in each bedroom. Visit firstalert.com for safety you can trust. 14-14, Cardinals and Saints tied. We've had 6 possessions, 5 scores, and an interception in the end zone. It's a scoring avalanche in Arizona. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Did you know a fire department responds to a fire every 23 seconds? This Fire Prevention Month, First Alert is reminding you to be prepared by installing smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in each bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus in common spaces like the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your whole home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy Paint Applicators, and GRK Screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
NFL Plus is here, which means no matter where you are, this is how you football. You can stream live, local, and primetime regular season games on your phone or tablet. 45-minute game replays with NFL Plus Premium and more. This is the NFL for every fan. This is football freedom. This is your game on the go. Wherever you are, this is how you football. Go to plus.nfl.com/radio and start your free trial of NFL Plus today. Terms and conditions apply.
Hurry into Ram Power Days and experience the raw power of the Ram 3500. With available best-in-class torque and towing among 350 3500 pickups when properly equipped. Strap yourself in for one powerful ride in the Ram TRX. With the most horsepower of any gas pickup ever built. Or the Ram 1500, awarded #1 in driver appeal among light-duty pickups by J.D. Power 3 years in a row. Hurry into Ram Power Days going on now. For J.D. Power 2022 U.S. award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Stay up to date with Westwood One Sports by following us on Twitter. In-game highlights, direct links to listen to live games, behind-the-scenes photos or behind-the-broadcaster photos, and more. It's all just a click of the follow button away. That's Westwood One Sports on Twitter. You get a great shot right now on that Twitter account of the back of my head and Ryan Leaf's head. Our best sides, as our wives would tell us. First and 10 at the 35-yard line. Andy Dalton to throw, and it's juggled, and it's intercepted. Picked off on the tip and down the left sideline. High stepping his way in. Marco Wilson, his first NFL interception is a pick six that gives the Cardinals a 20-14 lead. Deflected off the hands of Marquez Callaway, and Marco Wilson with a career highlight. The pick six, his first NFL pick, and the Cardinals lead with 1:50 to play first half.
Tremendous job of staying alive when a receiver has you beat, because the ball can get tipped. And just like that, Wilson is right there. And not only does he catch it clean, he accelerates for the touchdown.
Blankenship on for the extra point. Good snap and hold. Blankenship's kick is no good. He missed it wide to the left. And Blankenship in from the practice squad for the injured Matt Prater with a missed extra point to keep it at 20-14.
Marco Wilson, the corner, just follows behind in the follow position. And when Callaway isn't able to corral the ball, it's tipped directly into the young man's hands. And like I said, watch him. He just absolutely, I'm watching on the monitor, he just accelerates. And no one is going to run him down. Offensive lineman trying to chase a fast corner. Woo! Does a flip into the end zone.
And Andy Dalton, all he could do was look away as Wilson went in for the pick six. This season, for the first time, you can hear every Westwood One NFL broadcast stream live for free. Catch all the action on the NFL app on WestwoodOneSports.com via Westwood One station streams or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, all sponsored by AutoZone. It's time to say good night to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone. We talked tonight as the kickoff goes through the end zone for the touchback. We talked tonight about Andy Dalton limiting mistakes. Two huge mistakes in this first half. One, an interception thrown in the end zone that took points away from the Saints offense. Another one that directly turned into points for the Cardinals. Two critical interceptions thrown tonight by Andy Dalton that have led to the Saints trailing 20-14 now with 1:50 to play.
And that was a big part of our keys in the first half, right? Talking about what Andy Dalton needs to do, and that's not turn over the football, something he's not done the three previous games.
First down and 10 at the 25-yard line. They still have those two timeouts. Dalton to the air on first down from the 25. Throws it short. Callaway with a catch on the cross at the 30-yard line, and he's down near the 33-yard line. Went right back to Callaway after the deflected pick six, and he picks up 8.
What's funny about it, too, it's the exact same play. They run the exact same play. This time they're playing zone, and Callaway settles and gets the reception.
Second down and 2 at the 33. Dalton will run to the 35. Dalton to the 40. Tucks into the 45 and slides across the 45 at the 47. Picked up 14 at a first down as Ben Neiman covered him up. 1:15 to play first half. Saints now trailing 20-14. Two receivers to either side. Ball at the Saints 47 on first down. Shotgun snap to Dalton. Throws deflected at the line. And the pass incomplete. It brings up second down and 10. Clock will stop on the incompletion with 1:03 to play first half.
Yeah, good thing that ball was tipped, Kevin, because it most likely was going to end up right in the arms of the Cardinals defender there. Andy Dalton on the play previous did a tremendous job of noting that it was two-man, where you have man coverage across the board and his ability to run the ball and pick up a first down. No one could see him until he got down the field.
Second down and 10 at the 47-yard line. Two receivers to the left of the line. Dalton 9 of 13, 184 yards tonight, but two big picks. On second down, Dalton throwing for the sideline. Jump ball, Callaway with the catch. Was he juggling on his way out of bounds? Yes, he was. The officials are going to confer. Did he make the catch and secure it? No, incomplete. Christian Matthew came over to make sure he got out of bounds, but Callaway was juggling it as he came to the near sideline, could not secure it before going out.
Well, it's all about Jalen Thompson, their safety. He goes at him, and when he knocks into him right at the sideline, that allows Callaway then to juggle the ball as he lands down on his back.
So instead of a first down and in sure field goal range for Will Lutz, it brings up 3rd and 10 at the Saints 47, 57 seconds to play first half.
That's a little Washington State love right there.
Yeah.
Jalen Thompson knocking that ball out before half.
I said Christian Matthew because I was told by my producer, Aaron Cummins, never mention Washington State with you in the booth.
Never.
3rd and 10 at the 47-yard line. Dalton over the middle, and it's intercepted. A one-hand pick by Isaiah Simmons. Off to the races at the 40. Steps through a tackle at the 30. Down the right sideline. Inside the 10. And the second pick six of the quarter. Isaiah Simmons all the way in for a Cardinal touchdown. 55 yards. And Isaiah Simmons, who ran a 4.39 at the combine, showing he hasn't lost a step as he motored across the field to pick up 6 more.
Nothing more harmful could have happened to this moment for the New Orleans Saints. And Isaiah Simmons, wonderful job of just dropping into space, trusting his eyes, watching the eyes of Andy Dalton scan the field. Right there, catches it with one arm, and then he's faster than anybody out there at his size. He runs away from everybody for a touchdown.
So after the missed extra point, Cardinals offense will come onto the field, and they'll go for 2. Andy Dalton with 2 pick sixes thrown in the quarter. And the Saints, who are in control, now down big on the road. 2-point try. Kyler Murray gets the shotgun snap, throws into traffic, and fits it into a tiny crease to Zach Ertz for 2. There were 3 defenders there, and he threaded the eye of the needle, and a 28-14 Arizona lead.
Yeah, linebacker Pete Warner was right there. Almost looks like the ball goes through his body to Zach Ertz, who catches it, falls back into the end zone, and now a 2 full touchdown lead heading into half. And there's still, 46 seconds to go? I mean, the way they've turned defense into offense already, I would say if I was New Orleans, I'd take a knee here.
You've got to get into the locker room at this point, right?
At some point, you just keep giving them points. Remember, when the drive started just around the 2-minute warning, they were tied. And now they're down 14.
And by the way, the Cardinals still have not taken a snap with a lead. They will when they get the football to start the second half.
Look at you!
A reminder to stay tuned for the halftime report with Scott Graham. Scott will talk with Steelers wide receiver Chase Claypool ahead of Pittsburgh's Sunday night game in Miami. That's coming up at the half. Only 13 snaps taken by Arizona with a lead this year. They've enjoyed the lead for the last couple of minutes and have still not taken a snap, up 28-14. 3 interceptions thrown by Andy Dalton in this first half. And the kickoff fielded 8 yards deep, and out comes Shaheed. Shaheed tripped up and goes down shy of the 20-yard line.
The rookie forgot that he can get up and run. Instead,
he stayed on the ground.
Stayed on the ground. He's a rookie. He remembers from college when you hit the ground, you were down. In this instance, not the same. I almost thought he would pounded the ball on the ground. If that would have popped loose, it would have been Cardinals' ball.
There's a flag down as well. Officials talking about the flag at the 22-yard line on the far sideline.
I think it's a flag
after
for pouting.
play is over. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Receiving team, number 24. Half the distance to go. First down.
That's Dwayne Washington, and if Dennis Allen had any thought of doing anything other than taking a knee right now, that should salt that away because they're going to be backed up inside the 10-yard line. If you're the Saints, you've got to just get to the locker room and try to regroup at this point.
Well, you have to. Even if the Arizona Cardinals get the ball to start the second half, you have to get to the halftime. Find a way to regroup because right now, it's an avalanche of negative plays, and they just cannot contribute any more to it.
Now, they're going to get into the take a knee formation here. I won't call it the victory formation because this feels like anything other than a victory for the New Orleans Saints right now. 2 pick sixes in the final 3 minutes of this first half, and the teams will go to the locker room feeling very different about this game than they did just 10 minutes ago. 28-14, Arizona with the lead. By the way, Thursday Night Football critics, the last 2 weeks, 22 punts. We've not had a punt tonight in this game. We've had a lot of big plays and a lot of late mistakes by New Orleans. And the cleanest half of football that Arizona's played all year, Ryan. No penalties, no turnovers, and they've taken advantage of the miscues by Andy Dalton.
It's a tale of two quarters for this defense for the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, they looked like Swiss cheese in that first quarter, and in the second quarter, they became incredibly opportunistic, taking the football away and generating points themselves.
40 points combined the last two games on Thursday Night Football. 42 points combined at halftime in this one.
I tell you, it's you and me. It was you and me in the box, and that's what's important.
Yep, you and I are both offensive. Wait, that didn't come out right. That's the end of the first half with the score. Cardinals 28, Saints 14. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our Progressive Insurance studios with the halftime report. For a job you'll love, visit progressive.com/careers today. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Need to hire? What you need is a scouting partner like Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you'll only pay for applications that meet your job's must-have requirements. Flag those that don't, and they'll be replaced for free with another candidate on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
You could save big when you bundle your home, auto, and other vehicles with Progressive. Now that we've covered something you could do, it's time for sports stuff you definitely could not do.
You could not have hit that field goal. Sorry, but it's true. 37 yards doesn't sound very far, but you'd be lucky to cover even a fraction of that. And that's in perfect conditions without 11 giant men trying to fold you like origami.
But you definitely could save big when you bundle your home, auto, and other vehicles with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. We have reached halftime in the desert, and lo and behold, we have found offense on Thursday night again, although not all of it's offense. In fact, for the Cardinals, both of the last two scores have come from the defense. Thank you very much. Arizona leading the New Orleans Saints right now 28-14 at the break. Take a look at what's coming up for the rest of the weekend here on Westwood One in primetime football. And our Sunday night game as the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Miami Dolphins. Dolphins have lost 3 in a row. They are getting Tua Tagovailoa back at quarterback in this one. And for the Steelers, they just broke their losing streak, getting a big victory last week and getting a big game out of wide receiver Chase Claypool. He has been the subject of trade rumors now as the trade deadline comes up next week, and he had been waiting for his breakout game. He had himself a big second half in that Steelers victory. He and I talked this afternoon in anticipation of this Sunday night matchup, and I asked him how different everything was really from the spring and straight on through the summer, considering the fact that Ben Roethlisberger, a staple in Pittsburgh, is no longer the quarterback anymore.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like a slightly different team, obviously without Ben, but not for better or for worse, just in its own unique way. Something that made us kind of have to find our new identity, and there's nothing wrong with that.
In terms of being able to be on the same page, you've had a couple of quarterbacks, obviously, this year because of injury, and you've got a young quarterback. Does it take time to get on the same page with an individual quarterback in those situations?
It didn't take too much time. I feel like just because Mitch and Kenny are pretty similar in terms of like the timing of when they throw the ball, and they kind of have similar preferences. So it wasn't like, there's two quarterbacks with two completely different play styles.
You guys had some struggles. You just broke a losing streak, and now you try to turn it back around in the other way. You've got a head coach who's done nothing really but win there. And part of the reason why I've always thought that Mike Tomlin does what he does is because he is a very steady hand in terms of what you see is what you get on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and straight on down the line. Is that a fair assessment of Mike?
For sure. He's never, in the schedule, it's always the same, and him as a person and a coach, he's always the same. He'll never surprise you with some different type of energy. He'll always remain consistent, and that's good because you don't want, someone saying something and acting a different way.
As you take a look at this opponent, what are you seeing on film?
I'm seeing an aggressive defense that makes some big time plays. They got some really good athletes on their defense, but that just kind of points towards the receivers having to make plays and the run game getting going a little bit.
Pittsburgh has a great football tradition, a tremendous fan base. Is there something special about playing for this organization and being a Pittsburgh Steeler?
Yeah, I think the coolest thing is when we're on the road and our fans travel super heavy and you see the terrible towels no matter where you go. I think taking over stadiums is one of the coolest parts about playing for this team.
And the flip side of that is you're a professional athlete, and that means that people are going to look at you in whatever way they are. You open up any search engine right now, and the first thing when you see your name is, could he potentially be traded? That happened in the offseason. Do you have to, as a player, turn kind of a deaf ear to that and not think about that kind of a thing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't go on socials too much, because if you drop a ball, then you're just the worst person and the worst human to ever walk the earth. So I think it's kind of silly, what some people say when people go through hardships. But I mean, you get accustomed to it, and you kind of you get desensitized to, I guess all the things people say.
Chase, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the way.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me on.
Chase Claypool is an interesting young man coming by way of British Columbia and forging his way to Notre Dame and into the NFL. If you'd like to hear more of that conversation, check out NFL Insider at westwood1sports.com. It is the Steelers and it is the Dolphins. Comes your way beginning at 7:30 p.m. on Sunday evening with NFL Sunday. All the scores and highlights from week number 7. Our halftime score, Cardinals 24, the Saints 14. Cardinals 28, the Saints 14. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Experience all the emo feels and pop-punk energy of the 2022 When We Were Young Festival. A weekend of live performances and backstage encounters with the biggest bands in emo alt-rock. The When We Were Young Festival. Direct from Las Vegas, Saturday and Sunday. Part of an all-pop-punk and emo weekend on Alt Nation Channel 36 and on the SXM app.
The Audi MLS Cup playoffs have hit the quarterfinals, and you can hear every moment on Sirius XM-FC.
Back into Driussi. It's 4-0. Sebastian Driussi.
Don't miss a Lone Star State showdown when rivals Austin and Dallas duel for a place in the Western Conference Final.
He'll flick it toward the back pass, and it goes in. Oh, my goodness, Jesus Ferreira.
The MLS playoffs, Austin against Dallas, Sunday night at 8 Eastern on Sirius XM-FC 157 and the SXM app.
The superstars of the NBA are back on the floor, and you can hear every game on SiriusXM.
Off the window and in.
Every LeBron dunk.
Right hand jam. Oh, it's the James show here.
Every Kevin Durant shot.
Open three. Oh, KD.
Every moment that matters is on SiriusXM and the SXM app.
The Golden State Warriors, once again, are NBA champions.
And the place to talk about it all day, every day is NBA Radio, Channel 86.
Trick or treat?
Grab your fill of both on the SiriusXM app with exclusive Halloween scares, soundtracks, and specials. Featuring the non-stop spooky sounds of Scream Radio, the Freaky 50 Halloween Songs Countdown, guest DJ sessions from the Crypt, and more. All happening now on the SiriusXM app.
10 at the 47-yard line. Dalton over the middle, and it's intercepted. A one-hand pick by Isaiah Simmons. Off to the races at the 40. Steps through a tackle at the 30. Down the right sideline. Inside the 10. And the second pick six of the quarter. Isaiah Simmons all the way in for a Cardinal touchdown.
Some quarterbacks go seasons without throwing a pick six. Andy Dalton had 2 in a minute and 4 seconds. staking Arizona out to this big halftime lead. Welcome back to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. From the Progressive Insurance Studios, I'm Scott Graham. Progressive Insurance gives you protection on the phone, online, or on the app 24/7 because things happen 24/7. Get a quote at Progressive.com. The last time the Cardinals won it all, they were the Chicago Cardinals. It was back in 1947, and they were led by a guy named Charlie Trippi, a Hall of Famer. At age 100, he has passed away and being honored now by the team and the rest of the National Football League. Trippi played 9 years with the Cardinals. He's the only Hall of Famer with at least 1,000 yards rushing, throwing, and receiving. And amazingly, he said, he played nowadays, it probably could have been more.
See, back when I played, we had 3 bats in the backfield. Today, they only have 1. And we didn't get enough carries back then. Of course, we all had to share it. But the way the game is played today, it's just awesome for a running back.
Charlie Trippi came by way of the University of Georgia, the runner-up for the Heisman Trophy in an unbeaten 1946 season in college. He was 100 years old, a life well lived, a Football Hall of Fame career also well lived. Our halftime score, the Arizona Cardinals 28, the New Orleans Saints 14. When we return, Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf will have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
You can't get much for $5 these days unless we're talking Wendy's Biggie Bag. It's everything you ever wanted in a bag. You can get your choice of a double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, small fries, and a small drink, all for just $5. Now that's value without compromise. Oh yeah, did I mention it's just $5? Still, for real, for $5. Really, still $5. Get your Biggie Bag today. U.S. price and participation may vary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstar batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
28-14, Arizona with a lead over New Orleans. Kevin Kugler alongside former NFL quarterback Ryan Leaf. Let's check the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Well, for New Orleans, 9 of 15 for Andy Dalton, 177 yards, a couple of touchdowns. Those are the good numbers. 3 interceptions, 2 pick sixes. Those are the bad numbers. Alvin Kamara, 9 carries for 47 yards to lead the way in the rushing game. Chris Olave, 3 catches for 40 yards. For Arizona, Kyler Murray, 10 of 13, 96 yards. Eno Benjamin leading the way on the ground, 5 carries, 57 yards. Andre Hopkins in his first game back, 4 catches for 37 yards. And maybe the stat of the first half, and Mike Sando, who is a terrific football writer for The Athletic, brings this up via the social media realm. It says the most points scored in the final 3 minutes of the second quarter since the year 2000. This game tonight ties the Seahawks-Vikings in 2002 with 22 points scored in the final 3 minutes of the second quarter. It was indeed a scoring avalanche from the Arizona Cardinals. Before we kick this off, and Arizona's going to have the football to start this third quarter, Ryan, what are your keys to the second half?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Andy Dalton, you can't throw interceptions like that. You can't put yourself in that position. On the other side of that coin, Arizona really has found something on the defensive end. That defensive backfield, as well as the linebackers, are going to be a continuing key for this team here in the second half.
42 points tonight. We mentioned it going to break, more than the last 2 Thursday night football games combined. Cardinals have 28 points tonight. They'd scored 29 points in the first half over the first 6 games of the season. And the Cardinals are going to have a chance to not only add to those totals scoring-wise, but they're about to take a snap with the lead. Only 13 times they've done that the entirety of the year. Short kickoff towards the sideline, fielded at the 8-yard line. Greg Dortch weaving up the left side to the 20, and Dortch down to the 25-yard line, where Arizona will indeed take that elusive snap. Just the 14th snap this year with the lead. Context for that: it's the fewest in the NFL. The second worst, and it is worst, Chicago has taken 31 snaps with a lead this year.
Well, they have a real opportunity being up 28-14 to extend that
Yes.
and not be the worst when it's all said and done tonight.
Look out, Bears. The Cardinals have an opportunity to knock you out of that second to worst perch and put you in last place. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. 3 receivers to the right of the line. Cardinals moving from our right to our left. Murray to the air on 1st down, and a good catch by DeAndre Hopkins. That ball was over and behind his right shoulder, and he just pulled it back in, picked up 5.
You know, it's something to see these wide receivers with their strong hands, and when they do go out and use those fingers to catch the football, just how they can rip it away and keep it in possession. That's exactly what DeAndre Hopkins was able to do there.
2nd down and 5. Cardinals with a 28-14 lead. 2 pick sixes in the second quarter for Arizona. Hopkins motioning towards the line on 2nd and 5. Murray in the shotgun, gets the snap. Saints rush 4, throws left side, too tall for DeAndre Hopkins. He batted it in the air, looked like he was trying to tip drill it to himself. Couldn't pull it in, and number 10 can't make the catch, brings up 3rd down while we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Thursday Night Football.
Hey guys, this is George Reiser. Make sure you catch me on Nightcap every weeknight at midnight Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Cardinals are 1 for 4 tonight on 3rd down. They face a 3rd and 5 at their own 30-yard line. 2 receivers to the left side of the line. Kyler Murray is on the right hash in the shotgun. Eno Benjamin to his right. Shotgun snap. Murray, quick throw on the slant, and it's in and out of the hands of DeAndre Hopkins. Chris Harris Jr. on the coverage may have helped jar that loose, but Hopkins kind of pointing his eyes like the I see you when you're pointing at your kid when you see him trying to take something that belongs to somebody else. He's pointing at Kyler Murray saying, I see you, we'll get on the right page soon.
Well, Chris Harris just does a great job of jumping inside the route, so DeAndre Hopkins didn't have much space to try to get open there, and it's just a wonderful job by the veteran corner of getting him off the field and getting the ball back to their offense, which is much needed.
Andy Lee, how about the fact the Cardinals are 1 for 5 on 3rd down tonight, and this is the first punt for Andy Lee tonight. And Lee will send this one towards Shaheed. He says, everybody get out of the way. It's a short punt, takes a bit of a Cardinal roll. Now U-turns its way back the other direction and rolls for the Saints to the 38-yard line, where it is downed in between the 38 and 39, and that's where Andy Dalton and company will go to work. Just a 32-yard punt, and what a critical offensive possession to start this 3rd quarter.
You know, maybe the best thing to happen for the New Orleans Saints was to have Arizona with the ball to start the second half instead of the offense having to go out there after those 2 big mistakes. Kind of give them a little bit of breather, something positive going in the direction for the Saints.
Ball to 39 officially. 1st down and 10. Only 1 minute taken off the clock on that Cardinal 3 and out. Backs in the I formation on 1st down. Dalton will throw. Quick toss to the outside. Catch is made at the 45 and out near the 48-yard line. Goes Traquan Smith before Marco Wilson can pull him down. A pickup of 8 and a very safe, easy throw on 1st down for Andy Dalton.
And Traquan Smith wasn't utilized, wasn't targeted in the first half. Look at this. The first play of the second half, they target him, get him the football out on the perimeter. He almost picks up a 1st down and sets up a 2nd and short.
2nd down and a yard. Mark Ingram is the running back. Dalton will go under center. Single receivers left and right. Now Taysom Hill will motion from right to left. He'll end up in the slot left side. On 2nd down and a yard, it is Ingram who gets the carry, bounces to the right side, runs into the arms of J.J. Watt, but he gets the 1st down, I believe, to the 49-yard line, or is he short? The way they mark it, I think he's going to be just a bit short of the 1st down, brings up 3rd down and a half yard.
Yeah, the official came from the outside, and you could tell where he was wanting the ball to be placed, and sure enough, it is a little short, setting up a 3rd down, a very important 3rd down. They need an extended drive here and all positive plays, finding a way to result in points.
Saints have been solid on 3rd down, 4 for 6 on 3rd tonight. Kamara, the running back. Taysom Hill is the quarterback. And now Kamara will motion out of the backfield, goes wide to the right. Hill gets the shotgun snap. He will keep it himself, just drives over the right side and bounces off a tackler into Cardinal territory at the 49 for a 1st down. They convert on 3rd down, but Ryan, I want to go back to that 1st down play where Andy Dalton, who had obviously limped to the finish line at the end of the 1st half, makes an easy, safe throw. I know he's a vet, But how important is that for a quarterback after that to just be given a play that you can make without any risk of problem?
It's like a shooter who's been cold for work, and when he finally sees the ball go through the net, that confidence starts to build right back up.
So Dalton back in there now, 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. Taysom Hill in motion into the backfield as the fullback. Dalton with pressure coming, ball knocked free as he throws. The pass is incomplete. That backside pressure coming from Budda Baker, and he hit Andy Dalton just as he let the ball go, and it wobbled to the turf, incomplete, 2nd and 10.
You know, Budda Baker has looked up to Tyrann Mathieu his whole life, and he's playing in a game now, watching and doing the exact same things. He's near the line of scrimmage. He's creating chaos in the backfield, but also making sure tackles as well, covering down the field. I mean, he is the prototypical NFL diverse safety now these days.
Boy, he got right around Nick Vanette, the tight end, as if Vanette was not there. 2nd and 10 at the 49 of Arizona. Saints trailing 28-14 early 3rd. Taysom Hill back in at quarterback. Hill to throw out of the shotgun. Sets and throws over the middle. Catch is made. Chris Olave on a slant at the 30. Breaks a tackle down the right side on the 20. Inside the 15 and finally down near the 10. Budda Baker caught up with him at the 8-yard line. It's 1st and goal Saints, and Taysom Hill a strike to Olave to pick up 42.
I mean, you ask a guy that probably doesn't throw much during practice all week long, except for things that are packaged, how he's been able to get better each and every week. He's the scout team quarterback a bunch of times. That allows him to get in more throws during the week so he's ready to roll.
Olave 4 catches now, 82 yards. Dalton back in at quarterback under center, 1st and goal at the 8. Johnson in motion from right to left on 1st down. Kamara the carry, tries the right side, tried to cut it back to the left, and he's upended as he does so. The legs chopped out from under him by Jesse Luketa, and it brings up 2nd and goal, a loss of 1 back to the 9. Be game day ready all season long. Head over to NFLshop.com today for the largest collection of officially licensed gear. To shop styles fit for everyone, go to NFLshop.com and get your special offer today. 2nd and goal. Hill on the sideline right now. 2 receivers left of the line for Dalton, who drops into the gun. On 2nd down and goal, Dalton to throw to Ingram out of the backfield. Mark Ingram with a catch, but he's immediately dropped at the 7-yard line by Ben Neiman. Talked to Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator for the Cardinals. He said Ben Neiman is always in good position. He was there.
Well, yeah, and Andy Dalton didn't help his cause by throwing it to the back shoulder of Mark Ingram. That means he's got to turn around and square up against the defender, and that just allows the defender to take his feet out without him being able to make a move.
3rd and goal at the 7. Can the Saints punch it in and get right back in this ball game despite a disastrous end of the first half? Down 2 touchdowns. 2 receivers left. Dalton killing the play. Clapping his hands, awaiting the shotgun snap. It comes in waist high. Looking to throw over the middle to the end zone. Deflected and incomplete. Traquan Smith, the intended receiver. He got both hands on it, crossing from left to right in the end zone. The ball caroms to the turf, and the field goal unit coming on for New Orleans.
You know, you have to be quick in your decision-making down inside the 10-yard line like this, and he is. He lets it fly. He puts it in a really good position. Now, I don't put that solely on Smith there. Great defensive effort by Byron Murphy to knock it out of his hands ultimately. That will set up the field goal attempt.
It's a 25-yard try for Will Lutz. The ball on the right hash. Lutz's kick is up, and it is good. So the Saints do get on the board, and with that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Cardinals 28, Saints 17, 9:44 to play in the 3rd. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
As the seasons change, the football talk heats up on NFL radio. Hear expert analysts.
That's the beauty of our game. You have to bring it each and every week.
The stars of the NFL and weekly coach call-ins.
Head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Pete Carroll.
I know you need me to carry the show when I'm on there, so.
And from you, the fans.
I listen to you every day. My car radio is tuned into NFL radio.
Your home for football all season long is NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SXM app.
There's only one place on SiriusXM to get your fix of the Atlantic Coast Conference, and that's ACC Today.
We're here on the ACC channel, folks. Get on our level.
Weekdays from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Join Chris Patola and crew, including Torrey Holt.
I hope they are just as fired up about this year as I am.
And Roddy Jones.
I'm a little disappointed we're not playing college ball right now.
As they tackle the ACC like no one else.
We are just flying off the handle with tape.
It's only on SiriusXM ACC Radio, Channel 371, and the SXM app.
Busted Open, the authority of pro wrestling, is available as a podcast. Listen to me, Dave LaGreca, and my all-star panel of co-hosts, including Hall of Famers Bully Ray and Mark Henry, to legends like Tommy Dreamer and Mickie James, and the AEW Women's Champion, Thunder Rosa, bring you the best in the pro wrestling world and talk to the biggest names from WWE, AEW, and beyond. Catch Busted Open live Monday through Saturday, 9 to noon Eastern, and the Busted Open podcast wherever podcasts are available.
This is Adam Shine, host of the Adam Shine Podcast. Here to tell you can listen to my podcast all year round. I'll give you my NFL picks against the spread, give you fantasy advice all season long, while being joined by the best guests in all of sports. He's Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers.
This is what I expect. I expect to play well every year.
We release episodes of the Adam Shine Podcast every week. Subscribe today wherever you stream your podcasts or listen on the SXM app, including with most subscriptions.
The Adam Shine Podcast.
Board to close the gap. It's now 28-17, 9:44 remaining in the third. Kevin Kugler alongside Ryan Leaf. 9-play, 54-yard drive for the Saints. Will that be the drive of the game? Later on, we'll select the drive of the game, sponsored by Geico. Did you know that right now, whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance? Having a home is hard work, so get a quote at geico.com. Easy. I can tell you right now that probably won't be the drive of the game, but you never know. It could be. Be an odd choice, but we've done worse.
I'm calling the game.
Yeah, kickoff in the end zone.
Choice sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's really what you choose. I mean, you're in charge of this thing. I'm just along for the ride. Kickoff through the end zone for the touchback, out to the 25-yard line for the Cardinals, first down 10. They went 3 plays and out on their opening possession of this third quarter. Saints need another similar stand from their defense.
Best thing that could have happened. Yeah. To get a 3 and out, get the ball back, and generate that into points. You would have loved to seen a touchdown, of course, but that's the way you right the ship after how poorly it went down the stretch there the second half, at the end of the second quarter.
Well, they only had 3 snaps with the lead last time. The punt snap doesn't count, so this is the 17th snap of the year with the lead for the Cardinals, and they hand it to Eno Benjamin, who tries the right side. There's not much there. He gets a yard to the 26-yard line. Malcolm Roach closing it down. One thing this Saints defense traditionally has been good against is the run. Only 5 players since November of 2017 have gone over the century mark, but 2 of them this year, Cordero Patterson and Christian McCaffrey, early in the year.
Well, Cam Jordan's been leading the way for that defensive front for quite a while, and he's kind of the staple in how he stops the run but still rushes the passer just as well.
Second down and 9 at the 26. Murray's in the gun. He's got Eno Benjamin off to his left. 3 receivers left of the line. Now Dortch in motion from left to right. Murray sets, throws, ball batted down at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. He tried to jump it from the middle of the pocket over the middle, but even with the little hop at the end, the 5'10" Kyler Murray couldn't get it over the big defensive line.
Well, that's exactly what the point is. He's 5'10". It was different for me at 6'6", looking over the offensive lineman, and in the way I extended, I almost felt like I was 7 feet.
Third down and 9 at the 26. Empty backfield now on 3rd and 9. 4 receivers to the left of the line and all kinds of movement up front. I don't know who moved first. That's the job of the gentlemen and ladies in striped shirts down there to decipher who jumped first. It looks like the Cardinals may have. They're backing up.
False start. Offense, number 53. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
It's the center, Billy Price, and that's the first penalty of the night for the Cardinals. And yeah, he did. He started backing up without snapping the football.
How does one do that, right? Because your body's got to follow with what your mind's thinking. Instead, his hind end just started rocking back, and the ball stayed in place and not being snapped.
So 3rd and 14 now at the 21. Hopkins to the right of the line, 3 receivers left. Shotgun snap, Murray. Saints rush 4. Pocket holds. Murray has time. Nobody open. Now dancing around. Pocket collapsing. He's in trouble and he's sacked. Pocket collapsing with Cam Jordan and Carl Granderson getting credit for the sack, but Ryan Leaf give the credit downfield to the coverage for that sack of Kyler Murray.
Yeah, you'd think so, but he had guys open, and he just did not let it go. I don't know if he was looking for DeAndre Hopkins too long, but he had opportunities for passes to his tight end, Zach Ertz, as well as a wide receiver in the flat and Rondale Moore, and he just couldn't get it done.
Ryan, you and I are in this stadium. The home team's up 11. 2 3-and-outs in this third quarter, and there is a restless feeling in here right now. Second punt for Andy Lee. This one's a good one. Drives Shaheed all the way back to the 32-yard line. Shaheed to the 35, across the 40, up the left sideline to the 45. Decent return by Shaheed. Tanner Vallejo ran him out of bounds after the 56-yard punt and a 14-yard return, a timeout on the field. 8:05 remaining in the third. Cardinals with a 28-17 lead. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
We all know the game isn't over till it's over. You just gotta keep driving towards the end zone. And when it's time to turn the game around, you need all the right parts to play together. So next time you need a part for your car, don't call it quits. Head to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts. So the road to victory is always in your favor. And you can keep driving well into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Barbasol Shaving Cream is available in 5 fantastic flavors to customize your close shave. Whether it's original, soothing aloe, or Pacific Rush, there's one for every face. Find your favorite Barbasol today. Barbasol.
Be better protected this football season with an updated COVID-19 booster shot designed for recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood 1, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. We're full of NFL history this weekend. Sunday night, Steelers are at the Dolphins as they celebrate the 50th anniversary of Miami's perfect 1972 season. How about Monday night, a Super Bowl 20 rematch? Chicago at the New England Patriots. 1 week from tonight, Baltimore at Tampa. Did you know Hulu Plus Live TV has over 75 live channels with sports like NFL games? It also now comes with Disney Plus and ESPN Plus. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately. Learn more at hulu.com. Right, there's a subtle vibe in this stadium, Ryan Leaf. Cardinals fans a little bit nervous right now, even with the 11-point lead, because the offense has gone stagnant in this third quarter.
Yeah, and I don't think it had as much to do with Taylor Swift. They're, promoting her new album.
They're not as restless about that?
Not as restless anymore, but they are about this Arizona team who took a big lead heading into halftime.
From the 46-yard line on first down, Andy Dalton goes under center. Alvin Kamara, the single back, play action. Dalton sits in the pocket, throws left side. Olave is open, makes the catch at the 35, and the ball incomplete. It dropped out of his hands when he was hit hard by Marco Wilson. Scooped up by Jalen Thompson, but just an incomplete pass. And Olave, who missed last week with a concussion, could not hang on to that one. Well thrown ball by Andy Dalton.
I love quarterbacks that absolutely throw it away after it happens. That was an unbelievable pass between 4 defenders, and he had no hesitation letting it go.
That's a catch that the youngster from Ohio State always seems to make. Couldn't that time, though. 2nd and 10 at the 46-yard line. Dalton under center, Shaheed in motion, the give to Kamara over the left side. Kamara twists down for 3 to the 49. Zach Allen, the reason for the twist. He had Kamara around the ankle, and as he tried to break free, just dropped him to the turf. Now 3rd and 7.
If you want to be an NFL quarterback, you cannot ever take what you've had happen in the first half or bad things happening, because you're going to ask to be the guy to win the football game. And guess what? This team is playing in a way that they're going to have to ask Andy Dalton to win this football game for him.
3rd and 7 at the 49. Can he come up with a big conversion here? Kamara to his right. He'll creep towards the line, change things up. 2 receivers to either side. Dalton stomps his right foot in the shotgun, leaning on his left, gets it knee-high snap. Dalton backpedaling, throws off his back foot down the left side. Olave, the intended target, he was well covered. Dalton just didn't have the time that he wanted there. Had to throw it off the back foot. It's incomplete. The punt team coming on for the Saints.
Yeah, Zach Allen did a wonderful job from his right defensive end position to get in and make Andy throw that ball a little bit before he wanted to, ultimately throwing it near the out-of-bounds marker.
So the first Saints punt of the night, Greg Dortch, the deep man, on a line drive punt. It'll bounce out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. An angled out-of-bounds punt. They're going to walk it up, and it'll say right out at the 15, where the Cardinals will start with 7 minutes to play in the third, leading 28-17 after the 36-yard punt. Timeout in Arizona. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the kale crunch salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back. Isn't it 1.5%? Now it's up to 1.75%. That's bigger and better. I bought these scones with my cash back. I love scones. Me too. Scones for everyone.
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
When you love riding a motorcycle, you want to ride it everywhere, even to a physical.
Let's check your weight. Hop on the scale. Look at that. You're down a few pounds.
Oh, yeah. Must be the new carbon fiber wheels.
And when you love saving money, you want to save even more. That's why Geico makes it easy to bundle your motorcycle and car insurance.
I'm going to prescribe 91 octane for your engine knock, and we'll want to see you again in 3,000 miles.
Kickstart your savings with Geico Motorcycle. Bundle and save on the things you love.
Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf here in the Grainger broadcast booth at State Farm Stadium. The right gear can be the difference between a loss or win on the field. Grainger can help make sure you have the right supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click, or stop by Grainger today. 28-17 Cardinals, 7 minutes to play in the third. Arizona will start 1st and 10 at their own 15-yard line.
Little hesitation there. Kyler Murray kind of came off the field a little limpy. Colt McCoy on the sideline puts his helmet on, warms up, but to start this series, Kyler Murray's right back out there on the football field.
And he's got Keontae Ingram to his left in the backfield. 3 receivers in a stack to the left side. On 1st down, Ingram the carry. And is Ingram buried? Passanio right there in the backfield to pounce on him near the 12-yard line. I mean, Passanio was untouched coming into the backfield, and Keontae Ingram right now shaking his head. What am I supposed to do?
Please stop blocking great defensive ends with tight ends. Stop it, offensive coordinators.
Says the quarterback, who's like, no, I don't want that guy in my backfield all day long. No way. 2nd and 13 at the 12. And this Saints defense is doing its part here in the third quarter. They have put this Cardinal offense on ice so far. Murray to throw. Throwing over the middle, and it's caught by the tight end down at the 27-yard line. Good throw and catch as Zach Ertz makes the grab and a 1st down. Demario Davis with the tackle, but finding the top pass-catching tight end in the NFC, Zach Ertz for the 1st.
Much better use of your tight end here, Kevin. Running a route to catch the football, right?
Instead of blocking a defensive end or attempting to.
Attempting to is a good word for it. Great accuracy there by Kyler Murray to get the ball to him in space right there in the middle of the zone.
Murray 12 of 18, 116 yards tonight. 1st and 10, 27-yard line of Arizona. Murray in the shotgun, play action fake, has time, throws left side. There's Ertz again, and it's poked out of his hands. Pete Werner with a right cross to just jar it loose out of the hands of the usually sure-handed tight end Zach Ertz, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, you're not lying. Pete Werner following in a trail position. When the ball enters the hands of Ertz, he immediately punches through and knocks the ball out. Great job by him. And he does it in a fashion where he had to flip his head around because he didn't know the ball was actually coming at the time. Great job by the Ohio State second-year player.
2nd down and 10 at the 27. They're going to empty the backfield now as Benjamin splits out wide to the right. Murray alone in the shotgun on 2nd and 10 at the 27. And we've got whistles, we've got flags, we've got a stoppage in play, and we've got movement against the Cardinals.
False start. Offense, number 86. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That's the tight end, Zach Ertz. Don't miss all the NFL action next Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video when the Baltimore Ravens meet the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Of course, you can also hear Thursday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app, or online at westwood1sports.com. 2nd down and 15 now after the penalty on Ertz, back at the 22-yard line. 28-17, Cardinals leading, 5:34 remaining in the third. Murray gets the shotgun snap, has some time, looking, throwing over the middle. Open is Hopkins at the 38-yard line, twisting down in the arms of Harris at the 39. It'll be a 1st down as he picks up 17, and the Cardinals move the chains.
Incredible play design. They run single receivers on both sides across, but this time, instead of crossing each other, DeAndre Hopkins just stops, puts on the brakes, and he's wide open for Kyler Murray to put the ball perfectly in his arm.
Little bobble there at the end by DeAndre Hopkins as he was twisted down. That ball popped out, but like the hungry hippo game, his right arm just shot out and snatched the ball right up. 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line. Motion across from right to left, and they give it to the motion man. It's Dortch, and Dortch upended at the 40-yard line. Tyrann Mathieu went right for the legs and knocked the pins out from under Greg Dortch after he picked up 1. Kentavious Street is still down, defensive lineman for the Saints, as the athletic training staff hustles out to tend to him near the 40-yard line. 4:41 to go in the third, and a 28-17 lead for the Cardinals. Kentavious Street holding his left knee as the athletic training staff is out to look at him.
Anytime you run a speed sweep or anything like that, you have blockers going towards the knee area to try to get guys on the ground, and there was an example of taking a blocker to the lower part of your body and not being prepared for you. They don't see it as much anymore because of the rule changes and not being outside the tackle boxes, but that was a good block, good clean block, and it just so happened to affect his knee a little bit.
Well, it's kind of the nature of the misdirection play, right? As you're going one direction, somebody's coming the other direction, and Street is up and walking under his own power very gingerly towards the Saints sideline. Hopefully, Kentavious Street will be back out there. His first year with the Saints after 4 years as a San Francisco 49er. The copyright of tonight's broadcast of Thursday Night Football on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited. 2nd down and 9, ball at the 40-yard line. Eno Benjamin, the running back, to the right of Kyler Murray. He'll stand on the left hash in the shotgun. Went towards the line a step, now backpedals. Benjamin now out of the backfield to the slot right. Empty backfield. Murray awaiting the shotgun snap on 2nd and 9. Rondale Moore motioning from left to right. Murray gets the shotgun snap. Saints rush 4. Murray sits, pressure comes, steps to the right, throws it to the right. Benjamin the catch at the 40-yard line in space, breaks one tackle and is torn down at the 45 by Cam Jordan. Tells you how good a player Cam Jordan is. 6'4", 290 pounds, out in space, makes a tackle.
Yeah, in his 12th season, too.
Yeah.
And still that motor runs. He is chasing the quarterback and then immediately plants his foot, turns around, and if he doesn't get there, they pick up the 1st down. That's a huge saving tackle now to set up a 3rd down opportunity to get him off the field.
3rd and 3, just across the 45 near the 46-yard line. Benjamin still in a running back. He'll shift to the right of Murray in the gun. Hopkins and Dortch to the left of the line. Ertz and Rondale Moore to the right. Shotgun snap on 3rd and 3. Murray steps, throws, swing pass out of the backfield. Benjamin wide open right sideline at the 50. A little hop step of the 45 inside the 40 and ushered out of bounds by Demario Davis with a first down at the Saints' 38-yard line.
Absolutely a busted coverage there. The man-on-man there for Eno Benjamin was nowhere to be found. Good job of Kyler Murray of going through his progression quickly, finding the open guy and converting on 3rd down.
Pickup of 16 to move the chains to the 38 of New Orleans. And an offense that was mired in quicksand the first 2 possessions somehow has found its track shoes again. 1st and 10 at the 38. 2:45 to play in the third. Cardinals 28, Saints 17. Keontae Ingram in the backfield. Play action to him and a quick throw to DeAndre Hopkins, who slides down at the 29. A 9-yard gain on the play. Justin Evans there to cover him up. And Hopkins in his first game back making an impact. 7 catches now for 68 yards tonight. They hustle to the line. 2nd down and a yard. Shotgun snap, Murray fakes the toss, throws right side. Hopkins again with the catch and a first down. DeAndre Hopkins on the right sideline. The ball a little underthrown. What an adjustment he made to make the catch at the 12.
I can't tell you how much trust Kyler Murray has in DeAndre Hopkins. And you just see a different confidence in the young quarterback with his best player out on the football field. He just trusts and he puts it in a place where only his wide receiver can make the play.
At the 12-yard line, 1st down and 10. Cardinals looking for a touchdown here that might put this game out of reach of the Saints. It's not over yet, but with about 1 quarter to go, Cardinals trying to take full control here. From the 12 on 1st down and 10. Give to Keontae Ingram. Jump stop. Now back to the right at the 10. Breaks a tackle. Ingram at the 5. Ingram diving for the pylon, and Ingram is in for the touchdown. Keontae Ingram's 2nd touchdown of the night. And the Cardinals extend the lead. A 34-17 advantage with 1:28 to play in the third.
I mean, the quickness, the lateral quickness of this young rookie out of USC is able to bounce it to the outside. Rondale Moore gets a great block, but it looks like his knee may have gone down before he extended to the goal line. It's probably going to end up being short.
I think you're right, Ryan, looking at that replay. On the sideline, when he started his dive, he started by using the knee almost to brace
After review, the ball carrier was stopped short of the goal line. 1st down, Arizona.
So it's 1st and goal. The crowd booing. It'll be 1st and goal at the 1. But as you said, and I'm going to look at it now, it's a pretty clear-cut play. Really, you heard the call from Jerome Boger. That was as fast a replay review as you'll get.
Well, sometimes you get New York being able to tell you exactly in that moment without having to go through the whole review process. And I'm glad they did for everybody's business. And it doesn't stop the momentum from this Cardinals team right now.
In the pistol formation, 1st and goal at the 1. Kyler Murray, the quarterback. Keontae Ingram, the running back. Murray gets the shotgun snap. It's low. Picks it up off the turf. And Ingram is torn to the turf at the 5-yard line by Cam Jordan. We talked about the offensive line woes. Billy Price in at center for Rodney Hudson. Low snap. Murray picks it up off the turf, hands it to his running back, and a loss of 4.
I'm just so frustrated again and again when you're at the 1-yard line. Why line up in shotgun? Why put pressure on your center when you got somebody right over the top of you? Get under center, run the football.
Well, now everything changes. Now it's 2nd and goal at the 5. Back they go to the shotgun. Eno Benjamin in at running back. 2 receivers left of the line. Hopkins in motion now to the right side. Kyler Murray in the shotgun, and a flag flies. The play clock is at 0, but a timeout, I think, was called.
Timeout, Arizona. Their first 30-second timeout.
So the flag thrown in the end zone, but the timeout called by Cliff Kingsbury first on 2nd and goal at the 5. Later on, we'll select the player of the game, sponsored by Wendy's. Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is a deal worth celebrating. Your choice of a double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nuggets, small fries, and a small drink, all for $5. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Pretty good speed there for Cliff Kingsbury to get down, get that time. It's tough for him to run in that tight shirt he wears. Little turtleneck. Nike, I wonder if they made it for him personally.
It's fitted, there's no doubt about that.
Definitely, I couldn't fit in it.
10th play of the drive, second to goal at the 5. Shotgun snap, Murray, quick toss on the slant, catch is made, and into the end zone goes Greg Dortch for his second career score. Dortch with the touchdown, and it's 34-17, Arizona.
If I gave you the 4 wide receivers that out on the field, where would you have told me the ball was going to go there? Not Dortch. And that's exactly what New Orleans thought as well. And Kyler Murray puts it right on him. Not only does he put it right on him, he allows him to split the defenders and get into the end zone for the touchdown.
Greg Dortch, whose play count has been down since the return of Rondale Moore to health. And the question is being asked, what's his role going to be? Well, we've called his name several times tonight. Gets the touchdown grab here and the extra point up and good from Rodrigo Blankenship. And a 35-17 lead for Arizona. 29 seconds to play in the third, and the Cardinals trying to snap an 8-game losing streak at home. In charge right now, 35-17. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with auto pay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store or Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
You can't get much for $5 these days unless we're talking Wendy's Biggie Bag. It's everything you ever wanted in a bag. You can get your choice of a double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, small fries, and a small drink, all for just $5. Now that's value without compromise. Oh yeah, did I mention it's just $5? Still, for real, for $5. Really, still $5. Get your Biggie Bag today. U.S. price and participation may vary.
How's your small business is starting lineup looking? Thinking you need fresh talent? Think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you can then conveniently schedule and conduct virtual interviews with applicants right from Indeed's hiring platform. Make the hiring process work for you. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Each week on NFL Sunday, Scott Graham gets you up to speed on everything that happened around the league. Hear all the scores and all the key highlights. That's NFL Sunday, every Sunday night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Find an affiliate near you or listen live at WestwoodOneSports.com. Of course, WestwoodOneSports.com is where you can hear every single NFL game we do stream live for free. I mean, why you're not living on that, I'd make it your homepage, quite honestly, WestwoodOneSports.com. And then follow us on Twitter, then unfollow us and refollow us on Twitter.
And then tell us how much we don't like your team.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Jump right into the fray. Why not? Cardinals will kick things off. Blankenship, high end over end kick, as most kicks are. Goes through the end zone for the touchback, and the Saints back to work with 29 seconds to go in the third. It's not over. We know that. But this possession becomes absolutely critical that the Saints get points on the board, specifically a touchdown, right?
They need to cut it to a 2-possession game. That's what they need to do. So however they manufacture or get points here, it's incredibly important that they put some on the scoreboard.
They start at the 25-yard line. First down and 10. Andy Dalton alone in the backfield in the shotgun. Stomping his right foot, gets the shotgun snap at his waist, sets and throws to Olave, who slides to make the catch. Had to come back for that ball at the 32-yard line in front of Byron Murphy. Makes the grab for a 7-yard gain.
And not only has to come back for the ball, Kevin, but the ball then is thrown a little bit low and he's got to go to the ground. Doesn't even have a chance to turn and run with the football after the catch.
Chance to snap it one more time if they want to before the end of the quarter, which they will. On 2nd and 3, Dalton throws, and he throws wide. Alvin Kamara had gone in a step towards the field, and the ball was thrown out toward the sideline. 1 second to go in this third quarter.
And I just don't think he thought the ball was coming his way because he didn't have an intensity off the line of scrimmage. And when he stops and turns around, the ball was already there, and he just kind of lackadaisically puts his left hand out to no avail.
3rd and 3. So you hustle to get that snap before the end of the quarter. You throw an errant pass, and all of a sudden it's 3rd and 3, and you've got to figure out how to get a first down now. Dalton changing things up, creeps into the line, points his left hand, backs up into the shotgun, clapping for the snap. It comes in number high, sets and throws, ball batted down at the line. J.J. Watt got a hand on that one. Zach Allen in there as well. The ball rejected back towards Dalton, and the end of the quarter comes with a failed 3rd down attempt.
And he had a wide receiver wide open over the ball. J.J. Watt, the wily veteran, gets his big mid up and knocks it away.
That's the end of the third quarter with the score. Cardinals 35, Saints 17. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Do you have $6? Do you have taste buds that enjoy crispy, delicious Kentucky Fried Chicken? Well, for a limited time, KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo is only $6. That's right, for just $6, you get the works. A tasty drumstick, a juicy thigh, a side of creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold medium drink. It's a real steal of a deal of a meal. KFC's $6 2-piece drum and thigh combo. That's finger-licking good.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Steve is intrigued by the paranormal.
Otherworldly spirits really make a house a home, you know?
Janice has different taste.
I'd like my house to not be haunted.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Steve and Janice found a renovated Victorian that's only haunted from 9 to 5.
Okay, wife's home. I gotta bounce.
Bye, Steve. Bundling without compromise at Geico.com.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join Westwood One for Monday Night Football this week when the New England Patriots host the Chicago Bears. Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner will have all the action beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern. NFL Network's Rich Eisen gets it all started with the pregame show at 7:30. And tune in to find out who will join Rich as a guest on the Mercedes-Benz Vans Hotline. Want to unlock your potential? Open up a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter. Capable and versatile, it's got what you need to drive your ambitions as far as you want to take them. With Ryan Leaf, I'm Kevin Kugler, our Westwood One Sports crew on hand to start off your Week 7 in the National Football League. And the Cardinals with a 35-17 lead over the Saints, 15 minutes to play. And a third quarter that for the Saints, they started off well. They got the 3 and out. They put 3 points on the board. But Andy Dalton just 3 for 9 in the third quarter for 18 yards. And, well, I mean, they've out-yarded the Cardinals with 320 total yards. But 2 pick sixes at the end of the second quarter, and just some inept offense here at the end of the third has forced a punt team to come on for New Orleans to start this fourth quarter.
Yeah, when you have a defense that contributes like that, I mean, it can transform a football game, and that's exactly what happened late in the second quarter. And ultimately, the Cardinals have bounced back. They went on a long drive there. They got a touchdown. They didn't settle for a field goal. And now, because of their decision to go quick and try to get the first down before the quarter ended, they're set to punt.
And on to punt comes Blake Gillikin. His second punt of the night. First was 36 yards. Dortch, the deep man. Gillikin high punt, angling toward the far sideline. It'll bounce at the 15, takes a nice Saints roll inside the 10, and it'll be downed near the 9. So the Cardinals with their worst starting field position of the night, just inside the 10-yard line after the 59-yard Gillikin punt. 4.62 on the hang time, and very impressive for Gillikin. And now the Cardinals will try to shorten this fourth quarter with a 35-17 lead. This is going to be, by the way, their 32nd snap with the lead. That will pass Chicago. Chicago has taken 31 snaps with a lead this year. It will be Chicago now worst in the National Football League.
Your move, Bears, Monday night.
That's right.
Here on Westwood 1.
Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner with all of that snap count call on Monday night. High throw, incomplete, trying to get it to DeAndre Hopkins on a slant from right to left on first down. Too tall. Marcus May on the coverage at 2nd and 10.
That's the second time tonight, though, Kevin, that he's tried to reach up with one hand to catch the football, when two hands would have been perfectly acceptable there. You know, trying to make maybe the big splash play, but...
Well, that's a little dangerous, as we've seen. Tipped balls turn into pick sixes.
Peyton Manning used to tell me this thing about, if you have a chance to catch the ball, by all means, don't do it if you have to put your hand up for one-handed types of things. You do that again, you won't see the field.
2nd down and 10 from the 10. Play action. Kyler Murray under pressure. He's going to run, and he's tripped up with a flag down in the secondary. Kyler Murray, as he got back to the line of scrimmage, goes down, but that flag in the secondary likely brings with it an automatic first down.
Holding. Defense, number 19. 5-yard penalty. First down.
The veteran Chris Harris has been involved in a lot of stuff tonight, and a lot of it's dealt with his attempts to cover DeAndre Hopkins.
DeAndre runs a good route here, and Chris Harris is just beat and then ultimately tugs on the back of Superman's cape there. Official right there on the spot to call the penalty for holding and set up a first down.
You called it early. DeAndre Hopkins is making an impact. Whether he's making the catch or not, he's making an impact. 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line. Out of the shotgun snap, the handoff up the middle. Benjamin trying to find a little running room, and he finds none. Stacked up at the line of scrimmage by Kentavious Street, who's back out there after being helped off the field earlier, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
As a defensive unit, New Orleans has been pretty stout tonight. The 2-touchdown lead right now is, the double touchdown lead right now is because of the 2 interceptions for touchdowns. The defense has actually held up pretty well against this normally explosive offense.
They'll give him credit for a yard, so it'll be 2nd and 9 at the 16-yard line. Ertz will go in motion. Cardinals moving from our left to our right. Shotgun snap to Murray. Murray sets, throws down the right sideline. One-on-one coverage, and the ball overthrown. He was looking for Robbie Anderson, the newest Cardinal. Alontae Taylor on the coverage. Robbie Anderson was traded here on Monday after a very public dispute with interim head coach Steve Wilks and wide receiver coach Joe Daly at his former home in Carolina. Wilks actually sent him to the locker room in the 4th quarter of that game in Los Angeles last week. He was traded on Monday, and this is the first target he's had tonight.
Well, I expected him to have a small package of plays, and mostly ones that were vertical, where he would just take the top off, don't have to think too much, don't have to do things that are not necessarily in the scheme of the offense. There was an example. They tried to go deep down the right side of the football field, just overthrown by Kyler Murray.
3rd down and 9. Cardinals 2 for 7 on 3rd. Murray under pressure, rolls back into the end zone. Murray on the run, out to the 5. Murray dancing around and diving at his ankles to make the sack is Demario Davis. It was like a belly flop into the pool. Davis just lunging at the ankles of the dancing quarterback Kyler Murray, and he gets his 5th sack of the year.
Huge stop by the New Orleans Saints here, especially when Kyler Murray had a real chance out on the perimeter to make a guy miss. Great tackle in space by the 11th year player out of Arkansas State, Demario Davis.
He had 2 sacks last week, and he's now got a sack in 4 of his last 5 games. Kyler Murray limping to the sideline a little bit. We saw him limping around earlier.
Kind of a thing he does. It's like a hitch in his giddy up, just like, let's see if I can fix it here on the break and
Well, we all like to see heroes come out of, Willis reading it. Fielded at the 40-yard line by Shaheed on the punt. Shaheed to midfield into Cardinal territory. And Rashid Shaheed down to the Cardinal 46 after the 50-yard punt by Andy Lee. A 14-yard return. Saints start on the Arizona side of midfield, but they trail 35-17 with 12:54 to go here in Glendale. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
NFL fans, get more of the great content you crave right now on the SXM app. Just search for your favorite team on the app and tap the favorite star. You not only hear the game with your hometown announcers, but you'll also get access to the pre- and post-game shows. And come back during the week for extra content from select clubs, including coach and player press conferences, special team-specific shows, interviews, and much more. It's all on the SXM app. Download it and search for your team today.
Hey, this is Alyssa Lang from SiriusXM SEC Radio. This football season, there's only one way to stay up to date with your favorite school, the SXM app. From interviews with coaches,
Nick Saban, our guest.
Everybody wants to develop. How many people are willing to do the things they need to do to develop?
to analysis on your team.
They have the best returning offensive line in the SEC.
It's all in one place on the SXM app. Just search for your school's name and look for that iconic logo. Download the SXM app and start listening today.
Fantasy football pregame served by Applebee's with me. Matthew Berry is the new can't-miss show in fantasy sports. Hey, we've all been there. Setting your fantasy lineup on Sunday mornings is tough. So we're here to help and make sure you don't start the wrong guy. Get all the latest news and advice before the games kick off. Your fantasy team will thank you. You can listen on the NBC Sports Audio channel, SiriusXM Channel 85. And every Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern, streaming on Peacock.
There's nothing in club soccer like the UEFA Champions League.
It doesn't get much better than that.
And it's on SiriusXM. Two of Europe's most iconic teams clash in Amsterdam as Ajax line up against Liverpool.
Mo Salah puts Liverpool in front.
The group stage of the Champions League continues Wednesday at 3 Eastern on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SXM app.
Broadcast stream live for free. Catch all the action on the NFL app on WestwoodOneSports.com via Westwood One station streams or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. All sponsored by AutoZone. It's time to say good night to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Andy Dalton and the Saints starting at the Cardinal 46, down 35-17. Off the play fake, Dalton to throw. Kamara with a catch at the 40-yard line, up the left sideline to the 35, and yanked out of bounds near the 34-yard line by Zaven Collins. This is the opportunity the Saints have to cash in on, Ryan Leaf, starting on the Cardinal side of midfield.
Definitely, and they go to one of their best players on the offensive side of the football, Alvin Kamara. On the perimeter, he's able to get and pick up the first down. It's a good start to this drive for Andy Dalton and the Saints.
From the 35-yard line of Arizona, trailing 35-17, 12:29 to play in the fourth. Kamara to the right of Dalton in the gun. Standing on the left hash, gets the shotgun snap, surveying the field, checks it down short to Kamara. Kamara goes to the middle of the field and is pulled down after a 4-yard gain at 31 by Zaven Collins. Picks up 4, maybe 5 as they nudge it out closer to the 30-yard line on its second down.
You know, Andy Dalton's a savvy veteran. He knows where to go with the ball quickly in situations like that. Get it to one of his best players in Kamara.
On second down and 6, Dalton to throw to the right sideline. Catch is made at the 25-yard line, and curling to the 23 is Traquan Smith. It'll be a first down for the Saints. That's a long throw to pick up 8 yards for Andy Dalton.
It is, but it's enough for the first down, and, it's only the third target tonight for Smith. I thought they were going to utilize him a little bit more, and watch for him in some pressure situations down here inside the red zone.
First down and 10, 23-yard line of Arizona. 3 receivers left of the line. Single wide right is Marquez Callaway. Shotgun snap to Dalton. Steps up in the pocket. Throws it short to Kamara at the 20. And as he tried to make his cut, he slipped on the grass here in Glendale and goes down at the 18. Zaven Collins. A little bit of duck, duck, goose as he tagged him on the hat. He's down, and it's second down and 4. Dalton from the 17-yard line will drop into the gun. Gets the shotgun snap at his knees. Throws right side. Catch is made by the tight end, Juwan Johnson. Tiptoeing down the sideline. Eludes a tackler, and he'll walk in for the touchdown. The converted wide receiver, now a tight end, showing the nimble footwork of a wide receiver on the sideline to walk in for 6 and bring the Saints within 12 at 35-23.
I couldn't tell whether or not Andy Dalton changed the play at the line of scrimmage, but if it wasn't, perfect play call with this blitz. They went straight to man-to-man coverage, flat slant scheme on the outside, hits the flat, and he makes the guy miss and waltzes into the end zone.
Andy Dalton, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 2 of which were returned for touchdowns. So he's resulted in 5 touchdowns with his right arm, 3 for his team, 2 for the Arizona Cardinals, as the extra point is good, and the Saints are within 11, 35-24. This one's not over. 11-14 to go in the fourth, and the Cardinals' lead is now 11. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/touchdown. netsuite.com/touchdown.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf here in the Grainger broadcast booth at State Farm Stadium. At work, you make all the game-changing calls, and Grainger is always ready to help execute with 24/7 customer service and supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click, or stop by Grainger today. 35-24. The Cardinals' lead is 11-14 remaining in this fourth quarter. Saints getting ready to kick it off. Greg Dortch is the deep man for the Arizona Cardinals, and maybe a little momentum moving towards the folks from the Big Easy.
Well, they responded, right? They responded after the touchdown. They were able to get some points on the board, and now it's an 11-point game. So they feel more comfortable on the sideline going, okay, we can kick a field goal if we stall and still be 1 possession down. If they were to have gone for 2 there, and you and I have been discussing this at the break, and they don't get it, it's a deflating thing on the sideline if you're a player knowing it's 12 rather than 11.
Now, obviously, if you score again, then it's no question. You go for 2 in that scenario if they're the Saints, and it's still where we are right now. But that's a drive or 2 away, perhaps, as Dortch awaits the short kickoff, and he'll field it just shy of the 5-yard line. Dortch to the 10, goes to the middle of the field to 15, now veers to the left at the 20, across the 25, a little stutter step at the 30, and he dances out of bounds near the 35-yard line. Pretty good return by Greg Dortch, going from one side of the field to the other. They mark him out officially at the 36-yard line. Andrew Dowell chasing him out there after the 28-yard return. And out comes this Arizona offense once more. Kyler Murray, 18 of 27, 186 yards. Hopkins in his return to play. Not a bad return. 8 catches for 85 yards. He didn't have a 100-yard game last year in the 10 games he played. He's closing in on that on his debut for the 2022 season tonight.
Put the cherry on the top with to see him get in the end zone to kind of put the exclamation point on his return to the NFL.
He's in the slot to the right side. Murray will keep on a zone read, gets to the edge, and Murray yanked down at the 40-yard line. Marcus Davenport able to coast along that 40-yard line and make the tackle in space after a 4-yard gain.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me from college to the pros is that when I would get on the perimeter, I could run away from people. At the NFL level, you got a 6'6", 265-pound player in Marcus Davenport running down Kyler Murray and getting him to the ground. It's just impressive athleticism from the big fella.
And if people doubt the feat of Ryan Leaf, I learned this earlier today, recruited by Nebraska to play option football. Not kidding. 2nd and 6, 40-yard line. Murray to the sideline. DeAndre Hopkins adjusts late. He wasn't even looking for that ball, but boy, the rhythm that these guys have, despite not a game all year long, he turned, and lo and behold, there's a football and a first down.
I mean, we're looking at the replay here on the big screen in the stadium, and when that ball is literally about 5 yards away, DeAndre Hopkins still hasn't turned around. And the ball is perfectly thrown, and he makes the catch for a huge first down. That's so impressive for the two players that haven't had a chance to connect all season up to this point.
To the Saints' 46-yard line, where it's first down and 10. Murray in the shotgun, clock running, 9:47 to play in the fourth. Cardinals up 11, and on first down, the handoff to Eno Benjamin, who bounces off to the right side, flags all over the field as Benjamin twists and turns through Saints and is down near the 38-yard line. Did one of those Saints capture a face mask on the way through that twisting and turning?
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 94. 15-yard penalty after the end of the play. First down.
That's Cam Jordan who gets the face mask and a huge 15-yard penalty. And it was the right pinky of Jordan that caught the face mask of Eno Benjamin.
He does a tremendous job of releasing it quickly, too, but just right in front of the official. And, you know, it's the worst thing you can have defensively is to give up that 15 yards and an automatic first down.
Put the ball all the way down to the 22-yard line. First down and 10. Cardinals 35, Saints 24. Arizona trying to ice it in the desert. Out of the pistol once more. Murray, the give to Benjamin, riding up the middle, inside the 20, down near the 19. Tano Passigno with the tackle. Picks up 3, makes it 2nd and 7, but more importantly for Arizona, Ryan, the clock running under 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing at the NFL level, right? The clock just continues to churn and run, and the limited amount of possessions that are going to be left for New Orleans to get back in this football game. They need to get a stop, hold them to 3 points, and you're still only 2 touchdowns down.
DeAndre Hopkins, 9 catches for 99 yards. Didn't have a 100-yard game all year last year. He split out wide to the left of the line. 2nd down and 7 at the Saints 19. Kyler Murray, shotgun snap, hands it up the middle. Keontae Ingram looking for a little bit of running room, and he runs right into the arms of his center, Billy Price, who kind of tried to toss him forward like a bag of potatoes, but he couldn't get a good grip on him, and it leaves him 3rd and 3 as we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Thursday Night Football.
Get daily football news on the players and teams that matter to you on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
And now a flag is thrown. There was an extra Cardinal in the huddle. A substitution penalty is going to cost Arizona 5 yards. Oh, this will frustrate Cliff
12
Kingsbury.
in the huddle. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
These types of things, Kevin, they'll continue to happen late in games for them, for whatever reason. And we talked about it before the game in terms of situational football. And in this style of offense, it's not necessarily about that. When the NFL is always about that, it's why they've struggled so much late in the year and to start this season.
3rd down and 8 now after the penalty at the Saints' 20-yard line. 3 receivers left to the line. Rondale Moore, the single wide to the right. Eno Benjamin to the right of Murray, who's in the shotgun. Murray gets the shotgun snap. The hand to Benjamin over the left side. Breaks a tackle. Tripped up to the 15. Keeps his balance at the 10. Spins to the 5. 1st and goal. Marcus May finally got him around the right ankle. to keep him from scoring a touchdown, but 3 Saints had a shot at Benjamin before he got to the sticks and couldn't bring him down.
Well, I mean, New Orleans is daring Arizona to run the football here, and Cliff Kingsbury says, okay, you're going to dare me to run it? I'll run the football, and Eno Benjamin picks up the big first down to extend the drive.
Excellent night for Eno Benjamin. 10 carries, 85 yards. 8.5 yards a carry will get it done. First and goal at the 5. Benjamin will shift to the right side of Murray in the shotgun. Murray gets the snap, gives to Benjamin up the middle. Eno Benjamin runs into the arms of Cam Jordan and Pete Werner. Both have played good games. No gain on the play. Second and goal at the 5. But again, Arizona's not that upset about this because look at that clock. It's 6:52 and counting in the 4th.
You're in my head, man. You're in my head. That's exactly what I was thinking. It doesn't hurt you there to only get maybe a yard because it keeps the clock churning, and ultimately you're going to have to start burning your timeouts if you're Dennis Allen.
I also noticed that while I was in your head, you were thinking about how much you love your wife and family. So that's a very nice thought by you.
You just know she's listening.
I do. This is a total kiss-up move by me. Second and goal at the 5-yard line. The give to Benjamin again, trying to cut it to the right side, lunging toward the goal line through the tackle of Cam Jordan, and he stopped just short. Inside the 1. Jordan had him at about the 2, and Benjamin, like a fish trying to jump out of the boat, just couldn't get to the goal line, and it's third and goal at the 1. Crowd watching on the screen, they're saying, wait a minute. And now they've just said it's a touchdown. How about that? They marked him down inside the 1, and then all of a sudden the official, minutes later, put both hands in the air.
Strange.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 6:22. Thank you.
That's polite of him.
That is surprising. In a play like that, I would think a challenge would have to be required. They ruled him down.
Well, they review every score, so they have to have said that it's a go.
But it wasn't ruled a score on the field. They just changed it. Blankenship on for the extra point. The kick is up. The kick is good. And with 6:22 to go in the 4th, Cardinals are about to win their first game in a year in their home stadium. A 42-24 lead over the Saints. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW to design and manage a Cisco hybrid work solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Cisco.
New Sunday on CBS.
Police, put the gun down.
From the executive producers of NYPD Blue comes a new series, East New York.
I love this neighborhood.
Starring Amanda Warren.
We all together are going to find the killer.
Richard Kind.
A little bit of everything in East New York.
And Jimmy Smits.
Welcome to East New York. Thank you, Chief. I'm glad to be here.
East New York. New series Sundays on CBS.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Find the latest and greatest audio entertainment on Audible. It's got everything you want to hear, including The Rich Eisen Show. Along with podcasts, you'll also find audiobooks and exclusive originals. We're talking comedy, sports stories, deep dives with athletes and entertainers, business, and anything else you're into. With Audible, you get access to thousands of included titles with more added every week. Listen on the road, at the gym, or anywhere you want to fuel up your imagination. Join and get 30 days free at the home of storytelling, audible.com.
Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC Sunday night when the Pittsburgh Steelers meet the Miami Dolphins. Of course, you can also hear Sunday Night Football each week, right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app, or online at westwood1sports.com. So the reason, as we understand it, that the play was quickly reviewed and given a touchdown, this is part of the rules changes from a couple of years ago as far as the expedited review process, and one of the areas in which a quick fix can come from the official is whether or not you have a spot on the location of the ball related to the boundaries, line of scrimmage, line to gain, or the goal line. The goal line being the key there, obviously. They saw in the replay booth that in their estimation it was a clear touchdown, so they can buzz down and say, hey, it's a clear touchdown. Nobody has to use the review. It's part of the attempt to pace the game and keep the pace going, but also you don't have to challenge every single play if it's clear cut, and they, in their in estimation in the replay booth, thought it was clear cut.
And it served its purpose. It did exactly that. Expedited the game, got it right, and Arizona takes a bigger lead.
42-24 Cardinals. Dalton to throw for the Saints on first down. He'll check it down short. Jawan Johnson, who has a touchdown tonight, makes the catch. Nudged out of bounds at the 32-yard line. Picks up 7. Antonio Hamilton with that nudge. The back-breaking drive for the Cardinals goes 7 plays, 64 yards, and the touchdown that likely put this one out of reach. Eno Benjamin with the 4-yard score. He's got 92 yards rushing tonight.
Well, it was so huge because everybody knows they're going to try to run the football, and they did. And that's something in this offense that has been stagnant, to run the football when they need to.
2nd and 3, Dalton to the air, right sideline. Chris Olave with the catch. He is pounded, and he's pounded out of bounds. So he was hit so hard on the sideline that the feet didn't come into play in bounds, and so the pass is incomplete. What a hit from Jalen Thompson.
Well, he also didn't survive it to the ground. The ball pops out. Jalen Thompson, the Washington State Cougar again. Boom! Puts the hammer down, knocks not only the ball out of his hands, but maybe a few other things as he lays the wood to Chris Olave.
Oh, did he go to Washington State? I had no idea.
He did.
Oh. 3rd and 3 at the 32. Dalton to the air, and the pass incomplete. There's a flag. Marco Wilson with a little extra contact on Marquez Callaway, and that's going to give the Saints a first down.
Yeah, he was in his pocket. You know, I mean, it's okay to be aggressive at that point, clearly with the score that it is.
Holding. Defense, number 20. 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
But yeah, he was riding that left hip from the moment that Callaway came down and tried to come into the inside here.
5:47 to go in the fourth. Cardinals 42, Saints 24. Yes, this is Thursday Night Football with 66 points on the scoreboard.
I told you, you just need a Kugler Leaf box and let's go.
I mean, who hasn't said that?
Right. It's like it's a brand or something.
Dalton to throw on first down. Pressure comes, steps away, throws it short on the sideline. Catch is made, and a nice move out there by Traquan Smith to move up that right sideline to get the first down. And now we've got some shoving, some pushing. Traquan Smith getting involved on the sidelines. And still talking. Callaway getting involved. Smith is still going in the face of a couple of different Cardinals. Jalen Thompson paramount among them. So Smith got hit hard and then kind of delivered again, and then he tried to walk over Antonio Hamilton, and Hamilton rose up, Ryan, and kind of put Traquan Smith on a lift and took him up.
Yeah, don't step over players. I mean, what are you expecting to happen in an incident like that? That's just posing. That is preening. I mean, there's no need for it, but I tell you what, it's natural instincts for the divas at the wide receiver position, like to make somebody look and embarrass them in a way. And you know what? Hamilton wasn't taking any of that.
Jerome Boger has been meeting with his fellow mates in the officiating crew.
The result of the play is at the 46-yard line and a first down for New Orleans.
There are no penalty flags.
Pretend it doesn't happen.
Yep.
Nothing to see here.
Nope. Look over there.
It probably would have just been offsetting, so maybe he just decides it's not worth it. Let's move this game along.
So put the ball at the 46 of Arizona and a first down. 5:35 to go in the fourth, and now a challenge flag has been thrown by the Saints. So New Orleans has thrown the challenge flag with 5:32 to go in the fourth quarter. Jerome Boger will tell us what they are challenging as he talks to Dennis Allen. I believe he's challenging the spot, or would like to anyway. Jerome Boger is talking with him about what he can and cannot challenge in this scenario. And so there, I believe never mind is the rule.
There is no challenge on the play. New Orleans has made the line to gain. First down.
Nothing to see here, as Ryan Leaf said. Never mind. First and 10 at the 45.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
No. Jedi mind tricks on Thursday Night Football. I like it. First down and 10. Dalton looking, throws, sideline. Olave the catch, and out of bounds inside the 35. First down to the 34. Hamilton out there on the coverage. Clock stops with 5:20 to go as they get it reset. Now it runs with 5:15 to go and counting. By the way, Kyler Murray just coming out of the Cardinals blue tent on the sideline a moment ago. Olave, 6 catches, 99 yards. Shotgun snap to Dalton. Looking, throws it short. Ingram the catch over the middle. Mark Ingram inside the 25, and another first down to the 22-yard line. Isaiah Simmons on the tackle. Hustling up to the line of the Saints. 4:50 to play. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Shotgun snap, Dalton. Looks right, nobody open. Flushed right. Pumps, and now throws this one away. Clock will stop. 4:40 to play the fourth.
I'd argue that's the first time Andy Dalton's thrown the football away tonight.
I would say that's true.
He's tried to force a couple that ultimately cost them in the end of the second quarter there. But that probably is the first time he's thrown it away. Right decision. What the Arizona Cardinals are doing a really good job is they're just keeping everything in front of them right now. Make them go a prolonged drive to get points. They're up by so many.
Second down and 10 at the 22-yard line. Olave and Smith left of the line. Callaway to the right. Dalton to throw. Jumps the pass to Juwan Johnson, the tight end, brought down. Nice tackle by Marcus Golden. Drops him after a gain of just 1 at the 21-yard line.
Yeah, you ain't lying. That the biggest thing that I've seen as a discomfort in the NFL is tackling in space. And this was a perfect example of getting a guy down on the ground in space and setting up a long third down.
3rd and 9 at the Cardinals 21. Along the left hash, the shotgun snap to Dalton, throws to the right side. It's caught by Traquan Smith, and Smith pummeled by Byron Murphy before he can get to the first down marker. Knocked down at the 16-yard line. He needed to get it to around the 13. It'll bring up 4th down, and obviously the Saints will go for it. But it's 4th and 3 with that pitch and catch from Dalton to Smith. Olave splits out wide right. Smith and Callaway to the left. 4th down and 3 for New Orleans. Shotgun snap to Dalton. He'll throw left side. It is caught by Callaway inside the 5 and yanked down at the 2 by Marco Wilson. 1st and goal, New Orleans. 3:55 to go. They'll hustle to the line. Saints down 42-24. Dalton changing things up, moving the chess pieces around on the board. 3 receivers to the right. Callaway the single to the left. Shotgun snap to Dalton. Looks, pumps, pressure comes. He'll run. Dalton to the 2, to the 1, and he's down at the 1. Andy Dalton dropped by Budda Baker. Clock running, 3:28 and counting to play. 2nd and goal at the 1-yard line.
Andy Dalton had to feel like he could have waltzed into the end zone there, but because of the speed of Budda Baker and the closing speed, they get him to the ground before the end zone.
So it's 2nd and goal at the 1. 2 receivers to either side. Stomps his right foot, shotgun snap, pressure coming. Dalton throws a fade for Juwan Johnson. Diving catch as he falls backward in the end zone for the touchdown. Juwan Johnson with his 2nd, as Byron Murphy on the coverage was beaten by the former Oregon Duck And the Saints back within 12 at 42-30.
You know, a great man-beater route that gets him over the top of Byron Murphy. He complains a little bit about getting shoved apart. He has a qualm about it, but Juwan Johnson, wow. Impressive.
And Will Lutz with the extra point. It's good. National Tight Ends Weekend's getting off to a good start, at least as far as Juwan Johnson's concerned. The former wide receiver, now tight end, with a couple of scores tonight.
And the Oregon Duck, too.
Also a Penn State Nittany Lion before going to Oregon. All this information is available to you when you listen to these games every single week. But if you can't get to a radio to hear us each week, good news, you can get all this information online. Any and every NFL and college football game we broadcast this season is online for free. All you have to do is go to our website at westwood1sports.com, which, as you were with us earlier, we told you how to make that your home page on the internet so that every time you log on, it's just to westwood1sports.com. Why wouldn't it be?
I think that's incredibly important, too.
Oh, very much so. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend making that your internet homepage.
That 10th one is...
What's he doing?
What's he thinking?
42-31, Cardinals with the advantage. 3:07 to go in the fourth, and we expect an onside try here for the Saints. Will Lutz certainly looking like he is going to onside. He does. It bounces and is covered up at the 48-yard line. So smothering that football at the 48, and really just nowhere for it to go as it snuck down there, covered up by the Cardinals, and a 42-31 advantage. Trey McBride makes sure that didn't get too far away. Arizona now try to run it out.
I always ask the question, you know, I always wondered what the kickers were doing on the other field all the time. You'd think they'd be practicing onside kicks. It's just a thought. That might have been the worst onside kick you can make. I mean, the ball just rolled on the ground.
Did roll.
Never took that big bounce that you need to give you a chance.
But if you were bowling, that would have been an excellent
Great bowling, yeah, if you were bowling with an oblong ball.
First and 10 at the 48-yard line, and the toss to DeAndre Hopkins, and they got DeAndre Hopkins that 100-yard game. Marcus May on the tackle. Saints use their first timeout. 2nd and 6 at the 44, and that pushes Hopkins over the 100-yard mark. He now has 103 yards on 10 catches.
Clearly, somebody working for the Arizona Cardinals, listening to Kevin Kugler on this Westwood One broadcast, gets DeAndre Hopkins that over 100 yards catch. Good return. The only thing that I would be surprised in is that they scored this many points and DeAndre Hopkins didn't get in the end zone somehow.
So 2nd and 6 at the 44. All in all, though, a welcome return to the lineup for DeAndre Hopkins, because 10 catches, 103 yards is good. But you pointed it out very early and often. He was a distraction when he wasn't catching the football.
Well, exactly. How many holds or pass interference penalties we get from DeAndre Hopkins?
2nd and 6 at the 44-yard line. Now they'll run the football. This is Keontae Ingram who gets the carry, and Ingram gets nothing on the left side. Timeout used by the Saints. 2:54 to go in the fourth. Saints down to 1 timeout remaining, trailing by 11, 42-31.
The defensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks a week ago planned a completely different game plan than what the defensive coordinator here for the New Orleans Saints had to do, because guess what? Arguably one of the best wide receivers in all of the NFL back on the field. Eyes are going to be on him, distract you from what you need to do defensively, and that's exactly what happened tonight. Kyler Murray looked more like himself tonight than he has the entire year so far.
Well, it's the safety net, the security blanket, whatever we want to call DeAndre Hopkins. All I know is the Cardinals last year were 8-2 when he was on the field. They were below 500 when he was not. 3rd and 6 at the 44-yard line. Motion from right to left from Steven Anderson, the tight end, now back to the right side. On 3rd down and 6, the handoff is to Keontae Ingram. He'll try the right side, and Ingram bowling over Justin Evans, who makes the stop at the 40. 2.5 yards short of the first down. Saints use their final timeout with 2:49 to play in the fourth. And a 4th and 2 coming up for Arizona. And on will come Andy Lee and the Cardinal punt team to try to pin the Saints deep in their own end with 2:49 to go.
I'm a little shocked maybe that he didn't go for it here. End the game on his own. That's something that he would do. Take the control out of anybody else's hands, put him in your own, end the game on a knee rather than giving it to Andy Dalton. And this, it has been an explosive offense tonight.
Shaheed is back. We saw Shaheed get things going early with a 53-yard touchdown pass to start this ball game for the Saints when through a quarter and a half the Saints were in complete control of this game. And then back-to-back pick sixes thrown in the second quarter by Andy Dalton turned this game around. Shaheed backpedaling, calls for the fair catch of the punt, batted around near the end zone. It's a touchback. Tried to bat it out of the end zone and down it at the 2 did Antonio Hamilton, but it crossed the plane of the goal line, and it is a touchback. So the Saints will not be working from the shadow of their own goalpost. They'll be out to the 20-yard line. 2:40 to go. No timeouts. They still have the 2-minute warning to stop the clock. And an update, Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network is reporting that the Carolina Panthers are trading Christian McCaffrey to the San Francisco 49ers. Arizona Cardinal fans will be very interested in that move into this division. 49ers have the Rams next week in a division test, and a throw over the middle to Traquan Smith is complete out to the 40-yard line. Smith a little slow to get up, and he'll head to the sideline. Clock continuing to run, 2:23 and counting to play in the ball game. Saints with a first down and 10 at their own 40-yard line. Boy, an NFC West shocker with McCaffrey if he becomes a Niner. Dalton, right side, catch made by Chris Olave, and a pickup of 5 to the 45-yard line, and that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. 42-31, Arizona with the lead. Saints trying to put a little bit of drama into this one late. On the move, down 11. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
You can't get much for $5 these days unless we're talking Wendy's Biggie Bag. It's everything you ever wanted in a bag. You can get your choice of a double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, small fries, and a small drink, all for just $5. Now that's value without compromise. Oh yeah, did I mention it's just $5? Still, for real, for $5. Really, still $5. Get your Biggie Bag today. U.S. price and participation may vary.
2 minutes to go. 2nd and 5, 45-yard line. Saints down 42-31 to the Arizona Cardinals. Alongside my partner Ryan Leaf, I'm Kevin Kugler. Great to have you with us for the start of week number 7 in the National Football League. Of course, we talked about it a moment ago. The news that's just come out that Christian McCaffrey is being traded to the San Francisco 49ers changes the landscape of the division the Cardinals call home, the NFC West, in a dramatic way.
Well, I think it tells you a lot of where Elijah Mitchell is for the San Francisco 49ers and his comeback. You add Christian McCaffrey to that offense as another asset for Jimmy Garoppolo. It's what they exactly needed on the offensive side of the football. No, I don't think anybody saw this coming either.
2nd and 5 for the Saints at the 45-yard line. 2 receivers left, single wide right. Dalton gets the shotgun snap. Steps to his right, steps up, throwing down the right sideline for Marquez Callaway, who looked like he had cut his route off, and the ball sails over his head, incomplete.
Well, what made you look like he cut his route off is he got held. He just got ripped backwards right in front of the official, and for whatever reason, he doesn't throw the flag. I mean, that was pretty blatant. Good job by Andy Dalton of getting him a ball up there and giving him a chance at least.
Antonio Hamilton kind of hooked him as he made his move out there. No call, and it's 3rd and 5 at the 45-yard line. Saints down 42-31. Dalton gets the shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Dalton under pressure. Floats to the right. Dalton's going to run. He's going to get the first down, and he'll go out of bounds at midfield. So a first down for Andy Dalton, and the Saints. Clock stops as he goes out of bounds with 1:47 to play.
Oldest player on the field for the New Orleans Saints, and he's the guy that motoring out of bounds. Looks pretty good, pretty agile for the old-timer.
Still showing he's got a little bit of the wheels that he had at TCU and for all those years with the Bengals. 1st and 10. Ball just across midfield at the Cardinals' 49-yard line. Shotgun snap comes in at the waist. Dalton will throw short over the middle to Kamara at the 45-yard line, and Alvin Kamara down at the 42-yard line, 2 yards shy of the first. David Collins on the tackle. Clock continuing to run as we slide under 90 seconds to play in this one.
I'm going right.
Dalton to throw. Short again. Kamara over the middle. A stiff arm at the 35, and Kamara down at the 30-yard line, and the helmet of Isaiah Simmons flies off as he makes the tackle of Alvin Kamara.
Well, the reason it flies off is because Alvin Kamara put that stiff arm right in that face mask, and it made it go ajar.
1st and 10 at the 30. Dalton steps up, throws to the sideline. He threw this one away over the head of Chris Olave, who was in the area. Exactly 1 minute to play in the fourth. Saints down 11, 42-31.
Andy Dalton on his 4th team in 4 years. He really likes what New Orleans has to offer. Up till tonight, he was playing as good a football as he played probably in the last few years.
But 2 pick sixes in the second quarter. They're the difference in this game. 2nd down and 10 at the 30-yard line. Movement along the defensive line of the Cardinals. And that coaxed movement up front, Myjai Sanders.
Before the movement, timeout, Arizona.
Oh, but Arizona takes a timeout.
30-second timeout.
Before the movement. How about that? So no flags will be recognized as a timeout is used. And it's 2nd and 10 at the 30-yard line for the Saints with 1 minute to go in this one. New Orleans will play Las Vegas and then Baltimore on Monday night to start November before they go on the road to Pittsburgh for the Arizona Cardinals. They get Minnesota, a date with Seattle, and then a road trip to the Rams before Monday night in Mexico City when they play the all-of-a-sudden new-look 49ers, who, if you're joining us right now, have just picked up Christian McCaffrey in a trade with the Carolina Panthers. 2nd and 10 at the 30-yard line for the Saints. Down 11. 1 minute to play in Arizona. And movement again up front. Cardinals showing blitz. No timeout called this time. Flags thrown. And
false start. Offense. Number 76. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
Second time we've heard Calvin Throckmorton's name with a false start penalty tonight, and it's 2nd down and 15 at the 35. Olave splits out to the right side. Callaway and Kevin White to the left. 2nd and 15 at the Cardinal 35-yard line. Dalton gets the shotgun snap. Looks to throw. Pocket collapsing, and he'll throw this one over the head of Alvin Kamara. Clearly threw it away. He was in the pocket, but he was able to throw it over the head of Kamara, so it won't be intentional grounding.
Yeah, he had a receiver within the vicinity there. It would negate the intentional grounding. Good job by him. 3rd and 15 now. They need to get in the end zone on the next play or two, or this is going to be a real difficult one to come back from.
Andy Dalton, 352 yards tonight, his 32nd career 300-yard game. 3rd and 15. Dalton to throw. Wobbler out to Kamara at the 30-yard line, up the left sideline, and Kamara out of bounds near the 26-yard line. A pickup of 9. 30th completion tonight for Andy Dalton.
They're going to attempt the field goal here because only down 11, right? Then try the onside kick, and then they have a chance if they were to get a touchdown to go for 2 and tie this football game up.
So Lutz on for what would be a 45-yard try from the left hash. You need the 2 scores, get the 1 while you can, and extend your hope in this game. So a 45-yard try for Lutz. He's hit from as far as 60 this year. That was in London. Good snap, good hold. Lutz's kick on the way. It is good. And Will Lutz brings the Saints to within 8 at 42-34. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol.
So now we're hearing Christian McCaffrey was traded for draft picks. What kind of draft picks? They didn't have many after the Trey Lance trade to move up to number 3. So it will be really interesting to ultimately hear what the compensation was for the great running back from Carolina and Stanford.
Well, it's a shakeup in this division in the NFC West for sure. And the Cardinals, who will find out about that after the game, will certainly value this win even more if they can hang on. Now we've got an onside kick. Not a great one the last time Will Lutz tried it. Rolled out to the right. He'll try again. 8-point game. Saints will onside. Lutz goes to the left this time. It bounces at the 45 and trickles into the hands of the tight end, Zach Ertz, who covers it up and will walk out of here with the ball in his pocket and a win for the Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals get the victory tonight. They'll take a knee and they'll walk out of here with a 42-34 win over the New Orleans Saints.
Tremendous job by the Arizona Cardinals. It was a necessity that they win this football game tonight, and that's the biggest thing you can say about what they needed to do. They were focused, they got down early, kept fighting, and I think DeAndre Hopkins was a huge difference maker in this football game.
Kyler Murray under center, takes the snap, takes a knee, and that's going to do it. Arizona down early in this one. Uses 2 pick sixes, and they get their first 40-point game since January 1st of 2017. It breaks the longest streak in the National Football League of 87 games. And the Cardinals win it 42-34. Arizona gets 2 defensive scores. They get enough offense, and they get a big win to move to 3-4 on the season, winning at home for the first time in a calendar year.
You made the comment early after an interception by Antonio Hamilton about a play galvanizing the football team. They didn't necessarily respond in kind, only got a field goal, but then the defense stepped up again, and there was something about it that generated something on that sideline, and they continued to produce those 2 interceptions right before halftime that turned into 14 points. Exceptional job, really a catalyst maybe for this Cardinals team moving forward.
Mentioned that Christian McCaffrey trade, by the way. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network will join our Scott Graham in the post-game show to break down that trade in more detail, so that's still to come as we close out the game on the field here in Arizona with a 42-34 win. Cardinals victorious over the Saints, who are now 2-5. The Arizona Cardinals now 3-4, and right in the thick of a wide open NFC West. You have the defending Super Bowl champs. You have now the newly retooled San Francisco 49ers, and you have, by the way, the Seattle Seahawks, one of the big surprises in the National Football League this year in the play of their quarterback, Geno Smith.
Yeah, once again, it's one of the most competitive divisions in all of football, and it continues to do so. If Arizona doesn't find a way to win, they kind of put themselves, behind the 8 ball, but sure enough, they're right back in the mix.
Well, impressive performance tonight from DeAndre Hopkins, back after the 6-game suspension. He goes over 100 yards receiving tonight. Cardinals get the win 42-34, and they get a really good performance tonight from Eno Benjamin. That's back-to-back good games for the young running back from right here in the Valley area at Arizona State, and you have to be impressed with this Cardinals team if they can add the run game complement, even with the backs banged up. James Conner out tonight. Had to be Eno Benjamin who carried the load, and he really did a good job doing that tonight for this Cardinal squad.
When they've won football games, when they were the last undefeated team a year ago, it's because they ran the football well. And when you have to rely solely on Kyler Murray to throw the football down the field, you're not going to win games that way in this league. And tonight, Eno Benjamin really contributed once again. You bring him along, and you add James Conner when he gets healthy back, this running offensive is a problem for teams, especially in their own conference, as well as the division.
Well, the aforementioned former Arizona State Sun Devil, now Arizona Cardinal, Eno Benjamin, joining us on the field. Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf up top. 12 carries, 92 yards, and a touchdown to go with 4 catches tonight. Everybody knew coming in with the injuries in that room, you were going to have to play a big role. What was your mindset tonight?
Mindset was just coming in and getting the job done. Communication with the offensive line, something that I feel like we didn't have last week. And so it was new game, new mindset, and just to come out and dominate. And I think we did just that up front.
As a running back in this type of offense, you're not going to get the number of carries that maybe some other guys do. How important is it to make explosive, big plays when you get those opportunities?
I feel like it's very important just to keep the chains moving, keep the offense going. But I feel like an offense like this, it might not be running the ball, but touching the ball as far as catches is something that's very important.
Well, when you look at your progression as a running back, just getting better and more comfortable each and every year that you've been in this league in your short career, tonight 92 yards on the ground on 12 carries. You get the run game going, the defense got going, the offense got going. You guys have to feel pretty good about where you are in this division as you leave the field tonight, despite the slow start to the season.
Definitely. I felt like everything we talked about was complementary football, offense up in the defense and defense up in the offense. And I think that's one thing that we went out there and executed.
You got the opportunity to have your all-pro wide receiver back, not just catching the football. What kind of impact did he make on the rest of this team and his play tonight?
I think they were trying to double or play a little shell on him, and so it just kind of opened the offense up for everybody else, and everybody else was able to make plays, and he was also able to be D-Hop and make plays as well.
No, he was D-Hop, and you were Eno. Congratulations. Really good performance tonight, and your team gets the win. Good luck. Enjoy a couple of extra days off.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you guys for having me.
Oh, we appreciate you joining us. Eno Benjamin, former Arizona State Sun Devil, rushed for almost 3,000 yards his ASU career. Tonight gets 92, and that's more than enough to help the Cardinals get a 42-34 win over the New Orleans Saints. Ryan Leaf, now the tough task for you. It's time to select the Wendy's player of the game. Who do you like?
It's DeAndre Hopkins. He doesn't get in the end zone, but he affected this game more than anybody, simply for being on the field. He gets the 10 catches for 103 yards, but his ability to affect the game differently is a huge aspect of this. You just heard Eno Benjamin talk about it. He made them bracket him. They allowed for other guys to get open and make plays. And you and I talked about that before the game and how important he was going to have to be. He is my Wendy's player of the game.
He's the player of the game, sponsored by Wendy's. Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is a deal worth celebrating. Your choice of a double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nuggets, small fries, and a small drink. All for $5. U.S. price and participation may vary. The final score, Arizona 42, New Orleans 34. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us with the post-game report. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Why do challenge flags only exist in football? Think how useful they'd be in real life. Like when you're positive it's not your turn to walk the dog. Challenge flag. The neighbor's kid says it wasn't their ball that dented your car door. Challenge flag. Your friend paid you back, but you definitely don't remember that? Boom. Challenge flag. Imagine settling a disagreement with an instant replay. Why isn't the world like that? I guess it's because it's technically impossible. But it's nice to dream about. You know one thing no one would ever challenge? Protecting your home and auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers.
There's one day, bigger than Sunday, Election Day. This is the time to make your voice heard. Because what's on the ballot this election is too important to ignore. Your vote will directly impact you, your community, and our country. Get registered now and get educated on your choices. NFL teams across the league are utilizing their stadiums for election-related activities. Go to NFL.com/votes to register and research your ballot today.
You can easily automate all your company's routine operation tasks. Employee onboarding, automated. Customer support, automated. With Zapier, you can automate almost any workflow with no coding required, eliminate routine tasks, and free your employees to focus on the bigger picture. See why thousands of companies, including Slack, Salesforce, and HubSpot, trust Zapier to automate their businesses. Even complex tasks are automated with Zapier. Try Zapier for free today at zapier.com/radio. That's ZAPIER.com/radio.
It's
HGTV launched a new series on Tuesdays called The Renovator. Host Marcus Lemonis is well known for his hit series, The Prophet.
I'm Marcus Lemonis, and for years, people have known me as somebody who works on improving businesses. But in reality, I work on improving people. Now, I'll use my own life experiences and my passion for design to create a stronger foundation for their home and their family.
Tune into The Renovator on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on HGTV, or set your DVR. Also available on Discovery Plus.
Welcome back to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. From the Progressive Insurance Studios, I'm Scott Graham. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online. Bundle today at progressive.com. Big game for a pair of teams that came into tonight at 2-4 on the year, both needing a victory, both trying to find some offense. And in this game, there would be plenty of offense and plenty of impact defense before all was said and done. On their first drive of the game, Saints got the football first, and Andy Dalton moved them in short order. In fact, Alvin Kamara had a big 18-yard run, but it only took him 4 plays to go up top and take a quick early lead.
And now in motion goes Hill from left to right on 2nd and 11 back at the Saints' 47-yard line. Play action. Dalton to throw. Looking deep. Looking for Shaheed over the middle. Shaheed's got it. Lunging for the end zone. Twists and twirls in for the touchdown. Rashid Shaheed, 53 yards on the receiving end of the bomb from Andy Dalton. And a 6-0 start for the New Orleans Saints.
Literally an absolutely perfect throw from Andy Dalton to hit Shaheed in stride. The extra point was good. It was a 7-0 game. Now, as it turned out, Arizona in their first possession did move the ball down the field and figured out a way to get a field goal. It came after, once again, the New Orleans Saints had the opportunity to extend their lead. So a 7-3 ball game after the 50-yard field goal, and then a chance to extend the lead for New Orleans. And Andy Dalton did something he had not done as the starter while filling in for Jameis Winston. He threw an interception. It was in the end zone at the end of an extended drive for New Orleans. Arizona used that short field, got a 28-yard field goal, and made it a 7-6 ball game. And so we had a 1-point game. That, by the way, was not the interception that was really going to hurt Andy Dalton. File that away for just a moment or two. As it turned out, though, in this first half of the game, New Orleans Saints were dominating in terms of being able to move the football. A 5-play, 75-yard drive early in the second quarter found pay dirt again.
2nd and goal at the 4. Taysom Hill in motion from left to right. They'll swing it to Hill. Hill with blockers out in front, driving for the goal line, dives across for the touchdown. Taysom Hill showing the power as he bull rushed his way in for 6, and the Saints add to their lead, now 13-6 New Orleans.
14-6 with the Will Lutz extra point, and Taysom Hill continues to find the end zone with regularity. At 14-6, again, the Saints had completely dominated the first quarter plus of this game. But that was when Arizona put together a very impressive drive. It was 13 plays, it was 75 yards, and it took 8 minutes off the clock. And the running game that was a big factor for them kicked off the beginning of a scoring explosion in the last 2.5 minutes.
Pistol formation. Now Hopkins will motion in towards the line on the left side. 1st and goal at the 2. The give is to Keontae Ingram fighting for the goal line. Ingram is in. It's a touchdown for the Arizona Cardinals. Keontae Ingram's first NFL score brings the Cardinals within 2.
Dominant drive and a touchdown. The 2-point conversion as Eno Benjamin ran it in, got the game tied at 14. We were at 2:28 left to go until halftime in a 14-14 game. Remember that, because on the ensuing drive for the New Orleans Saints, Andy Dalton ran into the first part of a two-headed monster of trouble.
1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Andy Dalton to throw, and it's juggled, and it's intercepted. Picked off on the tip and down the left sideline. High stepping his way in. Marco Wilson, his first NFL interception is a pick 6 that gives the Cardinals a 20-14 lead.
The extra point from the fill-in kicker Rodrigo Blankenship was no good. It missed wide to the left, but a 6-point lead for Arizona. Still, though, plenty of time to go with 1:50 left in the first half and time for Dalton to get back at it again. It didn't get a whole lot better the next time around. It's time for the audible highlight of the game.
3rd and 10 at the 47-yard line. Dalton over the middle, and it's It's intercepted. A one-hand pick by Isaiah Simmons. Off to the races at the 40. Steps through a tackle at the 30. Down the right sideline. Inside the 10. And the second pick six of the quarter. Isaiah Simmons all the way in for a Cardinal touchdown. 55 yards.
That is the highlight of the game, sponsored by Audible. Audible is where you'll find the best stories on sports and entertainment. It's the home of storytelling. Listen to audiobooks, originals, and podcasts, including The Rich Eisen Show. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. Well, the dam had broken. A 2-point conversion pass to Zach Ertz was good, and it was 28-14. Arizona on top in this game at halftime. Now, New Orleans tried to get back in it in the second half. They had an extended drive on their first possession in the second half, and in the third quarter, Will Lutz capped it off with a 25-yard field goal. But Arizona put together another one of those drives, and they put them together with regularity tonight. 12 plays, 85 yards, and as we got near the end of the third quarter, they came close to putting this game away.
10th play of the drive, second and goal at the 5. Shotgun snap, Murray. Quick toss on the slant. Catch is made, and into the end zone goes Greg Dortch for his second career score. Dortch with the touchdown, and it's 34-17, Arizona.
Blankenship extra point was good, so we went to the fourth in an 18-point game, and all signs pointed to Arizona, but once again, the New Orleans Saints weren't quitting in this one. They got themselves a touchdown pass from Andy Dalton early in the fourth quarter to get it back to a 35-24 game. And that is when the Cardinals put together another drive. It was 8 plays, but 7 of them were on the ground. Just a dominating running game at this juncture as they took time off the clock, and ultimately Benjamin banged it in from 5 yards out. The Blankenship kick was good, and it was back to an 18-point game with just 6:22 left to go in this one. But the Saints would not roll over, and they put together an 11-play, 75-yard drive of their own with just over 3 minutes to go to keep this game alive.
So it's second and goal at the 1. 2 receivers to either side. Stomps his right foot, shotgun snap, pressure coming. Dalton throws a fade for Jawan Johnson. Diving catch as he falls backward in the end zone for the touchdown. Jawan Johnson with his second. And the Saints back within 12 at 42-30.
Let's hit on the extra point. It really all came down at this point to the onside kick. Well, the onside kick was a dud, and it was recovered by Arizona. Ultimately, the Saints got the ball back again, put together another drive. Will Lutz hit a 45-yard field goal with 43 seconds to go. They got another opportunity down 8 with an onside kick, but it was covered by Zach Ertz, and that was your ball game as the Cardinals win a much higher scoring affair than we have seen the last couple of Thursday nights, winning tonight by a score of 42-34. With more on tonight's ball game, let's rejoin Kevin Kugler and Ryan Leaf at State Farm Stadium. Guys?
All right, Scott. Yeah, I will say it was much more of an offensive showcase than we've seen the last 2 Thursday nights, for sure. When you put up 42 points on one side, 34 on the other. Yeah, there's a lot of offense in this game. It was a fun game. It was entertaining. A lot of big plays in this one, but it really came down to 2 big defensive plays or 2 big offensive miscues, however you want to talk about it, that turned this game. And with that in mind, it's time to select the Pepto-Bismol upsetting moment of the game. What was the upsetting moment? I think I have a pretty good idea.
I think there's multiple ones. And I really go to the first interception for a touchdown. The ball is perfectly thrown to Callaway, and he gets his hands up on it. The ball gets tipped, and then Marco Wilson just right there on the spot gets the interception, accelerates, gets into the end zone, and then you think, okay, that's the game-changing moment. And then just seconds later, Isaiah Simmons catches a ball meant for a New Orleans Saints wide receiver with one arm, tucks it away, and then uses that 4.3 speed to get to the end zone to score 14 quick points before you could blink.
Well, those are our Pepto-Bismol upsetting moments of the game. Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast 5 symptom relief. For nausea, heartburn, indigestion, diarrhea, or upset stomach, use Pepto-Bismol. Fast relief when you need it most. It was a performance tonight that saw the Arizona Cardinals fall behind early, and for the first quarter and a half, looked kind of dead in the water. Had a couple of drives, forced into field goals by the Saints defense. Saints were up midway through that second quarter. Then the game was tied before those 2 pick sixes occurred and really turned the game on a dime. Just immediately, Cardinals have all the momentum going into the locker room up by 2 touchdowns at halftime. And the Saints, while they kept it competitive, never were really able to recover from those miscues.
No, they weren't. And the Antonio Hamilton interception in the end zone that you talked about galvanizing the football team, that was the difference maker. That's the one that made them start to understand. The Cardinals responded with a field goal, and then when the New Orleans Saints responded themselves with a touchdown, the Cardinals didn't falter one little bit. They found a way. They needed the win. They got the win. This is huge for Cliff Kingsbury because there was a lot of talk this week. There was a lot of chirping. And now they don't have to wait through 7 days of disappointment. They got 10 days of people clamoring about, wow, DeAndre Hopkins back and this team is back.
Well, the numbers tonight certainly show that there's some reason for optimism in the desert. Kyler Murray, 20 of 29, 204 yards, a touchdown, no picks. DeAndre Hopkins, 10 catches, 103 yards, far and away the leading receiver tonight for the Arizona Cardinals. And Benjamin, 92 yards rushing and a touchdown to boot for Benjamin. He played an excellent game as the Cardinals get the win. For Andy Dalton, 361 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's a night you think, wow, things are going really well. 3 interceptions, that's the difference. One of them in the end zone that turned the Saints away. 2 of them turned into touchdowns on pick sixes, and the difference in this game. Kamara only 49 yards rushing on 11 carries. Chris Olave, the rookie, continues his strong play. 7 catches, 106 yards, and a touchdown. Kamara did have 7 catches as well for 56 yards, so he ends up with over 100 scrimmage yards. But not the kind of night we have seen from Alvin Kamara. They really hemmed him up in the run game, and the Saints were unable to get anything going on the ground.
Well, when they got down late in the game, you just can't run the football like you want to.
Right.
You have to throw it, and they utilized him in the pass game. They got their best player the ball as much as they could with the circumstances in which they were under.
It's time to select the Geico drive of the game, Ryan. What's your pick here?
Yeah, it was the drive after coming out and going 2 3-and-outs and having New Orleans kick a field goal in response. They went on a 12-play, 85-yard drive that took 6 minutes and 31 seconds. Ultimately, Kyler Murray finds Dortch on a 5-yard TD pass that set them up then 35-17 late in the third quarter.
That's the drive of the game, sponsored by Geico. Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. Having a home is hard work, so get a quote at geico.com. Easy. 42-34, the Arizona Cardinals victorious tonight. For Arizona, as you mentioned, they get the chance to relish this a little bit before they go on the road to take on the Minnesota Vikings, and then Seattle to follow for Arizona. Then a meeting with the Rams on the road, get back into division with the Rams and Niners in back-to-back weeks. And for the Saints, now 2-5. Vegas, Baltimore on a Monday night before they go to Pittsburgh. Saints season is in real peril right now, while the Cardinals feel like they've got some life moving forward into their next few weeks.
You know, I will say that even though you're 2-5 in a division where it looks like there's going to be a lot of parity, you know, you're talking about Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 3-3, the Falcons at 3-3. So, you know, they're off, right? They're under 500 by a bunch, but this football team is within striking distance. If they get maybe Jameis Winston back and start doing some things on the offense and get some guys healthy and back in return, especially those corners.
Ryan, I enjoyed it. You know, you and I in a booth means 70-some points scored on a 76-point night on Thursday Night Football.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I agree. That was fun. Send it back to Scott Graham in our Westwood One studio. Scott?
All right, thank you very much, guys, and nice job fluffing up the scoreboard tonight. Up next, we are going to hear from NFL Network's Ian Rappaport on the big trade of Christian McCaffrey to the 49ers. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
For the end zone, he throws it, it's caught, touchdown! For the first time, every NFL team on the SXM app features your team's pre- and post-game show. Live updates before games, post-game interviews, and press conferences after every game.
Really excited for our group, man. That was varsity ball today.
Now, your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the SXM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with SiriusXM 360L radios.
Hey, I'm Brian Dunsa from SiriusXM FC. Every Monday, join Tom Rennie and me as we go all around the soccer world on our podcast, Week in the Tackle.
Enter our private circle.
From the significant...
There is a lot of reason to think they are going to win this tournament.
...to the absurd.
This little car comes on, like...
We cover the soccer stories we find interesting on Week in the Tackle. Available for free on Stitcher or your favorite podcast platform.
NFL
NFL fans, right now on the SXM app, hear in-depth coverage of your team with the Believe Podcast Network on SiriusXM. It's all the analysis, all the breakdowns that matter to you. Hosted by the players who played for your team and the fans who eat, sleep, and breathe it. 32 diehard fan bases, 32 podcasts. The Believe Podcast Network on SiriusXM. BLEAV. Search Believe in, followed by your team on the SXM app, Pandora, Stitcher, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If Big 12 football runs deep in your veins, then SiriusXM Big 12 Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Holly Rowe, Dusty Dvorak, Fozzie Whitaker and Gabe Eichert, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big 12 football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the SiriusXM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
Welcome back to the Thursday Night Football postgame show following Arizona's 42-34 win over New Orleans. Scott Graham in our studios, and we are joined now by NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Ian, we found out about a very big trade tonight with Christian McCaffrey going back in some ways and, close to home.
A massive trade. Christian McCaffrey getting traded to the San Francisco 49ers in exchange for a second-round pick, a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick, and more, essentially the equivalent of a first-rounder. And, my understanding is it came down to the Rams and the 49ers. And there was a lot of talk about the Bills being in it. At the end, they really were not. It was a lot. It was a haul. The Panthers wanted to get first-round pick equivalent. They got that. And the San Francisco 49ers go all in again and get Christian McCaffrey.
Was this in some way a surprise, not with the teams that were involved, but that it got done this quickly before the deadline?
No, I think once you start talking about it, once it becomes a possibility, anytime he plays a game, there's injury risk. Anytime, any player, but also McCaffrey. So I think once it became clear the teams were interested enough to make an offer, it needed to get done. So there wasn't a deadline. It wasn't like he said, I have to get this done today. But if he played a game, there's risk. That's why it makes sense to do it before the game. Plus, now he can fly there and maybe get in the game with his new team.
That's something that we'll see whether or not he's able to turn that around for his game against the Chiefs this week. Let me ask you as well, in terms of the division, obviously this changes the balance of power, or maybe the balance of power was already there, but does it also potentially change the balance of power in the NFC as a whole? Potentially, yeah. I mean, he is a player, one of the best players in the NFL, regardless of position. When he's healthy, he is someone who can take over a game. And, we've seen much lesser running backs be incredibly successful in Kyle Shanahan's system. We have not seen one of the best runners in the NFL do it. This could be a huge lift, and he's under contract for the next 3 years after this year. So the hope is it's a long-term fix as well. And the big hope for if you're a San Francisco 49ers fan is that he remains healthy, because health has been a problem for him. But Christian McCaffrey for a second, third, fourth, and more now goes to the San Francisco 49ers, traded away from the Carolina Panthers. Ian, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. I will talk to you this weekend on NFL Insider. Thank you. That is Ian Rappaport, NFL Network Insider, talking about the trade and the buzz of the night, and probably going to be the buzz of the weekend in the National Football League at trade deadline time. Christian McCaffrey is going to leave the Carolina Panthers. He's going to become a member of the San Francisco 49ers, possibly in time for this weekend. We're going to wrap things up when we return. Once again, our final score, Arizona 42, New Orleans 34. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
There's one day bigger than Sunday, Election Day. This is the time to make your voice heard, because what's on the ballot this election is too important to ignore. Your vote will directly impact you, your community, and our country. Get registered now and get educated on your choices. NFL teams across the league are utilizing their stadiums for election-related activities. Go to NFL.com/votes to register and research your ballot today.
The final score, Arizona 42, New Orleans 34. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Thursday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast sponsored by Mercedes-Benz Vans, by Progressive Insurance, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by AutoZone, and by NFL.com. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Art Martinez, production assistance provided by Randy Polakar and Josh Schwam, statistician Mike Brenner, our spotter John Davis, our engineer Rick Cutler. Studio producer Larry Costigan, the production supervisors Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein, coordinating producer Mike Eby, the executive producer is Howard Daneroff. Once again, our final from Glendale, Arizona 42, New Orleans 34. You've been listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.